Boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations, welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. It's such a pleasure to have you all this evening. Welcome in, welcome in. It's been a rough couple of weeks for me, personally. Had some stuff happen that, I mean, it's nothing huge, not like nothing life-changing or anything. Nobody died, but, you know, just a string of very unfortunate luck, I guess. So I haven't been doing the best lately, but you know, I'll hang in there. I'll survive somehow. But that aside, I'm glad to be here. Been a rough start to the year for me too. Yeah, well, I can't play League of Legends. How do you top that? I can, technically I can if I use my laptop. I have a laptop. If I really wanted to that badly, I could open the laptop, set it up, like make a little apparatus on my desktop here and on my desk here, I should say, and just play League that way. But I can't play League on my computer that I like, that I built, which sucks. So today, that's all done. Any changes may not be saved. Okay. So today we're going to be talking about the infamous ICE shooting that took place in Minneapolis. Not fun. Speaking of things that are not fun, we're off to a roaring start in 2026. I must say, we bomb Venezuela and then ICE shoots somebody. It's going to be a great year. Probably a good video. Okay. I'm just like pulling up bits and pieces of news coverage for this. I'm not the best. If you're coming to me for news, you've lost the sauce. I'm not a news person. I simply react. I shoot somebody twice. Twice? Wait, it happened twice? I thought there was just the one Minneapolis shooting. What was the second one? There was one in Portland? Good lord. Two people shot. Are they okay? Is there a video of this? This administration thinks they deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. Well, Donald Trump thinks he deserves, like, everything. He wants all the athletic awards, too. Like, he just likes his... He likes his medals. He likes his honorifics and his medals. He likes being told he's a very good boy. And not actually doing anything that would cause one to come to that conclusion. Participation trophies are so back, indeed. I uninstalled Vanguard in solidarity. There you go. I don't think you can play League of Legends without Vanguard installed. I think if you try to open League of Legends again, it'll just automatically reinstall it. I don't know how you managed to uninstall Vanguard. It stuck itself to my hard drive and won't let go. I have to, like, completely reboot Windows. Which I was going to do today, but then I was like, you know what? I'm actually lazy and I'm not going to do that. Also, before we get started, I finished League of Legends. Oh god, you can tell it's on my mind. I finished Attack on Titan. Done. Record time. It was a really, really good show, and I could not stop watching it. I watched it at work. I watched it at home. I just flew through all 5 it's 4 seasons technically, but the last 2 the last 2 episodes I watched on a completely legal anime site. And they were like, it was weird how they segmented it on there, but point is I watched all of it. It's very good. I understand why people were mixed on the ending of it. I get it. But I will say, not only was I not expecting it, the depth to which it addresses the cycle of violence and humanity's hatred of itself is actually quite phenomenal. It's a very, very well done story, in my opinion. I think that you could definitely, anytime that you have anything to do, this is a slight spoiler, but anytime that you have anything to do with, like, time fuckery, you know, like being able to, like, see and control the past slash future, anytime you have anything to do with that, shit's gonna go awry. Like, you're gonna have questions. You know, things are gonna not make sense. But as far as well as you can do it, this guy, what's the mangaka's name? This Hajime Isayama, this Hajime guy. This Hajime guy did pretty good. No, he wrote a beautiful story. I think it's also like a really, really good love story. Vanguard is literally considered malware because of how deep it hooks in. Trust me, I know. I had a tech expert look at it. And he tried to get rid of it for me, and he could not. But yeah, I thought Attack on Titan was really good. If you are going to watch it, I won't say that. If you're going to re-watch it, I think on rewatch, just watch it for what it is if you're watching it for the first time. But on rewatch, I think I'm going to look at Eren as like sort of an ethereal force of nature, rather than like he is a person, but he's a person. I can't say that, it's spoilers. There's too many spoilers. Maybe one day I'll do like I'll just like put spoiler in the title and just talk about Attack on Titan. I would like to talk about it, I just don't want to spoil anybody. AOT made me feel icky when they revealed what the Titan origin was. But that's the point. That's the point. Okay, spoiler time. Mute if you don't want Attack on Titan spoilers. So the founding Titan, Ymir, right? Well, I guess it's Ymir who founded the first Titan, like found the power of the Titans. She stumbled across it. So she was freed from that guy. What's his name? King Fritz. King Fritz is his name. She was freed from him. Basically, that was his punishment for her, because she freed his pigs, and so he said, okay, I free you then. And then once she was free, she was no longer under his dominion and therefore like an enemy, and then they chased her through the woods. She basically became hunted. She was hunted for sport. And then she stumbled across the power of the Titans, inherited it, killed her pursuers, and then went back to the king, because where the fuck else are you gonna go? Where else are you going to go? Like, you are a slave. You've always been a slave. You don't know what freedom even... Like, you have no conception of it. You have no concept. So, She goes back to the king with this power. The king marries her. And for the first time, she feels love. And then the king exploits her and says, you're going to go do conquest for me. He corrupts her. He uses the power of love to corrupt her. And so what she associates love is violence and conquest. And so there is the origin of the Titan power. Violence and conquest. Shrouded in a fake veil of love. And that's what it ultimately culminated in what happened and what you know who did. What do you think of FaZe Gabi? FaZe Gabi went hard. I recognized immediately that Gabi is supposed to be a parallel to Aaron. Like, they're supposed to parallel each other. And I think that they did a nice job of that. But yes, FaZe Gabi, 360 no scope, incredible work. I don't care what nobody says. That resurrect move was busted. My girl Gabi got fucking robbed. My girl Gabi got robbed of that headshot. That resurrection passive, complete garbage. Broken, busted garbage. Would Aaron vote Kamala? I don't know that Aaron would vote. I think that he would just overthrow. I will also admit maybe it's unfair, but there's a panel in the original manga ending that I didn't like. Maybe it was mistranslated. A lot of people say, okay, I got a flex request. I'm doing it with the shirt on. I'm not taking the shirt off. There you go. A lot of people say, there you go. I need to work out. I keep saying that and then I don't. Whatever. A lot of people say the anime did the story more justice than the manga did, so I would recommend whatever manga panels you're reading, that part of the story, go back and watch the anime about it. That would be my recommendation. Is there a video of the Portland ice shooting? I know that doesn't make it less... Okay, I'll just keep this pulled up. We'll use this to end the segment. That's what we'll do. Maga be like, don't you dare celebrate nor justify Daddy Charlie Kirk's murder. Also, Maga tries to justify ICE's actions. I mean, what else is new? Late, but I just went to the window that shows the background tasks on the taskbar and right-clicked Vanguard. There you go. Hello, Francesca Killercaw. ICE is out of control. The shooting in Minneapolis has really upset me, as well as the reaction I've been seeing from MAGA. Well, it's nuts. Like, anybody who watches this video, I don't understand. We'll get into it, but I just don't understand how you can take anything from this except the ICE officer's in the wrong. It's crazy. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to empty my recycle bin because I deleted a bunch of videos just earlier. I gotta get all of my files transferred over to a hard drive, an external hard drive, so that I can reinstall Windows and play League of Legends again. That is literally the only well, no, that's not the only reason. I've also been having mouse issues and slight keyboard issues, and I think that if I reinstall Windows, that will help. I also got to upgrade to Windows 11. Because Windows 10 is no longer supported with updates, and eventually it's going to be obsolete, so it's just time to switch. The fact he shoots her in the face and calls her a fucking bitch, unbelievable. We'll get into it. There's several angles of the video. Okay, that is music stuck to it. Let me see if I can just find Ice shooting all angles.
The vehicle in question.
The agents stand.
Hold on.
Then let's.
Okay, I think this is a good video. We'll see. Timeline cleanse. Here's an axolotl guy protesting Ice. Of course, it's a blue skylight. Yeah, the animal suits have become popular to delegitimize the seriousness of Donald Trump. Because they kind of want to be scary, right? So if ICE agents... I mean, how does that look in the history books? That's a great middle finger to them. Like, if ICE agents are out here running the ones with fucking Andy the Axolotl, it's not going to reflect well on them in the history books. Like, they think that we're making ourselves look ridiculous, but the joke's on them because you can't look cool fighting a blow-up axolotl suit. You just can't. I need a new laptop. I just got a new laptop. It's nice. Well, it would be nice, except I had to restart it already. Windows tried to... Okay, what is it with Windows 11 and updates? Windows 11 wants to update like every 2 fucking minutes. And so I bought my laptop. I opened it, got everything set up. I got logged into all my shit, downloaded some stuff, you know, made it mine, personalized it. And then it wants to update it. And I'm like, okay, sure. Let it update. I don't know why. I just bought the fucker, but whatever, sure. Initial first time runner update, right? Runs the update, doesn't finish it. It just stops at like 100% and doesn't run anymore. It said it would take 5 minutes. By the time I'm at 30, I'm like, okay, this shit's not working. Shut the computer down. Turn it back on. Won't start. Tries to update. Tries to hit 100%. Won't go past that. Well, fuck me. Now I just have a brick until I reset it. So I reset it. I tried to run like a Windows restore. Didn't let me. And so I had to completely restart Windows and start the whole process over again. My laptop is also old. No, it does that for the new ones too. Windows is just garbage. Did Windows 10 not have a stupid amount of updates as well? They keep finding new ways to shove Copilot down users' throats. They really want AI to be a thing. Like, I have never seen anything pushed quite as much as AI, besides maybe capitalism. as like a concept. But the idea of AI like being an integral part of our lives, they want to make it happen so fucking bad. Not just Windows, everybody. Like, they're all trying to just normalize it. There's a lot of money on the line for AI. Well, what they see with AI is magic. It's a magic moneymaker. Because what's a more natural conclusion to capitalism than, I mean, it's literally the slop machine. It's the Krabby Patty slop machine. This is what AI is. Boink. Shh. No love, no passion, no humanity, just slop, spray painted slop. The AI was supposed to work while I stayed home and do art, but now I do work and the AI makes art. Yep. I think capitalism was a natural step for humanity. I think that we need to get over it. I think people have a money fetish. Oh yeah, by the way, it wasn't Richard Wolff I was watching. It was Robert Paul Wolff I was watching. I mentioned last stream Richard Wolff. That was wrong. I meant Robert Paul Wolff. Genius. I'm sure Richard Wolff's smart too, but Robert Paul Wolff is the old guy I was thinking of. He's a philosopher. He likes to talk about Marx and Freud. He thinks that Freud was a genius when it comes to individual psychology. He thinks that Marx was a genius when it comes to societal psychology. And he thinks those two kind of work in tandem. Sorry, just looking at the cats outside. They're being cute. Rubbing up all on my chairs and shit, thinking it's theirs. I guess it kind of is. They use it more than I do. Sounds pretty similar to Zizek. I think he and Zizek were in classes together. The recent chapters of the One Punch Man webcomic has actually featured some pretty good commentary on AI. Ironic considering, you know, the One Punch Man anime. The thing with Linux is you have to really learn the terminal, but it's not hard to learn and makes a lot of stuff way easier. Would it be fair to say that Linux is less beginner friendly, but more regular user friendly? I'm not a weeb. What did the One Punch Man anime do? Used AI. I just saved a bat from my attic and I'm here now. Congratulations. Good job saving the bat. Yeah, no. One Punch Man Season 1, everybody loves that one, obviously, because it's great. It's fantastic. It's a masterpiece. One Punch Man Season 2, people didn't like as much. They thought they cut corners, were lazy. Could have been better, for sure. One Punch Man Season 3, universally hated. Nobody likes it. They think it's slop. It's ass, garbage, doo-doo caca, bullshit. Clearly cut too many corners. No love put into it. I think the last episode is like the only exception, but even then people were just like, it's okay. The last episode, it's okay. Now, I've never watched it myself, but I don't want to because I know that they used AI. I refuse. I refuse. I'm not engaging with the hallucinations of a fucking runaway machine. It's not human. I refuse to acknowledge it as such. I don't respect it. Alright, we should get started. We have a debate panel to host. Later. Not right now. If you want to join the debate panel, though, press exclamation debate in the chat. It'll be in the Platinum Politics Discord server. It'll be starting at 6, which is in about 35 minutes. Ice Ice Baby. What do you think of when I say those words? Some people think of a song. Some people think of frozen water. I think of the Immigration Customs Enforcement Agency because I'm a true patriot. What I especially think of is when ICE upholds their duty by murdering our American citizens. No, wait, I have that back. No, they're supposed to stop people from doing that, I thought. Okay, well, anyway, they're murdering our American citizens, so I guess they got it backwards. But let's take a look at what's happening here. This is in Minneapolis. We have video footage of an ICE officer confronting... Actually, do we have... There was a video of, like, the woman who was with the woman who got shot, like, taunting the police. I want to make sure that I get the full scope of this, because otherwise people are going to be saying, like, context? Here, let me check...
Officers in.
Is this the video? Let's try this one.
Officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then, federal vehicles start moving toward the maroon SUV, with sirens and lights blaring. A federal agent films the scene on his phone.
Okay.
The driver rolls forward slightly, turning left, then stops and waves for others to go ahead. 2 agents exit this silver pickup and walk toward the vehicle. Moments later, shots are fired. Let's look at the scene again more closely.
Okay.
This is the agent who shoots the driver.
So why are they
He
stopping
walks around
her?
the car filming and disappears from view. Other agents pull up and order.
I mean, surely if it's worth shooting her over, she must have done something heinous. What was it? Why are they stopping her? Like, or suspected her of doing something heinous. Right? I have a D&D game soon, so take my engagement before I have to leave. Thank you.
Order the driver to exit her vehicle. One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside. The SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming
Get away from the fucking car. Get away from it.
crosses toward the left of the vehicle
Dumbass.
and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist.
She was clearly avoiding you, dog. If she was trying to hit you, she would have.
And continues shooting as she drives past.
Fucking coward
The moment
pussy.
the agent fires, he is standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent.
Also, can we just talk about how dangerous that is in general? Like, put aside, like, let's just pretend that she deserved it or whatever. Let's feed into that delusion, right? So, what if he had missed? You know, like, it's not like it's easy to shoot a gun, especially with one hand, which he's doing, I believe. Yeah, he's shooting with one hand, okay? Which is crazy to do, all right? So it's not like it's super easy or accurate to do that. What if he had missed? He could have shot some fucking toddler just standing by or in a different car.
Standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent. This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer. President Trump and others
Fucking
said the
killed
federal
her.
agent was hit by the SUV, often pointing to another video filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV. But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his...
Again, like, if she were trying to run him over, she would have succeeded. She wasn't trying to. I don't even buy that he thinks she was trying to. He just... Maybe he did. But if he did, he's a pussy. My first thought when somebody, like, starts up their car and I'm standing in front of it and then they start driving is to get out of the way. If they really want to hit me that bad, they probably will. Magnificent AI? What, the grainy footage? I don't think the grainy footage was AI. Is there anything? Because I thought there was like a confrontation that took place between, like a verbal confrontation between a girl and the ICE agent. Was there not? Like the girl gets in the car. Was it the girl's mom who got shot? Let me see if I can find it. Is this it? No. I think this might be it. Wait, is this a different one? Okay, wait, I gotta make sure it doesn't show anything. Oh, this is the same one. Okay, yeah, this is the footage I was looking for. I don't think it shows anything.
That's fine. That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the
Oh shit, I forgot I have to change my plates.
same plate when you...
That's a horrific way to get a reminder and a horrific time to say that. But like, the thought was there and it had to come out, sorry.
Later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the
All right,
car.
baby, come on.
Whoa!
Yeah, so I think that's enough context, right? So there was a confrontation with ICE. I have no idea what ICE was getting on them for. I guess they had some kind of something on her. I don't know. Minneapolis mother fatally shot by ICE agent sparks nationwide protests. Neighbors are just released a new angle of the ICE shooting, and it settles any debate on what actually happened. Rest in peace, Renee Good. Donald Trump is unfit for office. This is her. This is Renee Good. I don't want to say funny. Ironic, I guess, that ICE shoots a white woman who is a U.S. citizen and named Good. Like they shot Good and killed her, which is, you know, I'm not trying to read anything weird into it, but it is kind of gross irony. They were backing out of their driveway, I hear. He was mad at her wife for calling him fat and took it out on her. Possibly. All right, let's see what Donald Trump has to say about all this.
Being killed every single month.
On Minnesota, the vice president yesterday suggested that Renee Good, who was killed by this ICE officer, was part of a broad left-wing network. What has your team told you about this broad left-wing network?
Who alleged that? I missed that.
Yesterday suggested that Renee Good. On Minnesota, the vice president yesterday suggested.
Oh, okay. J.D. Vance said that. Of course he did.
Renee Good, who was killed by this ICE officer, was part of a broad left.
But even if that's true, let's say that that's true and she's part of like this nefarious Antifa group who's like terrorists. The officer, first of all, didn't know that. At best, he could have suspected it. Okay? He does not have the jurisdiction to be the judge, jury, and he's not the judge, jury, and executioner in that circumstance. He doesn't just get to kill her. All right? So even assuming that's the case, he still doesn't get to kill her.
Network. What has your team told you about this broad left-wing network? Who is in charge of it? Who's part of it?
Yes, please.
What's it called?
Well, I haven't seen the vice president's statement, but he's generally very accurate. I hate to say. I watched
there he is.
that yesterday, and there are a lot.
It looks like his collar is like choking him, such that like it's kind of like you know how like you like squeeze a balloon and then like the head kind of gets, you know, or not the head, the top of it gets like inflated more. That's kind of what it looks like with his suit.
A lot of different forms to it, but there was a woman screaming, "Shame, shame, shame, shame." She was a
Oh no,
agitator,
we have to shoot them.
probably a paid agitator, but in my opinion, she was an agitator.
Oh, he's literally just doing like Alex Jones shit. Oh, she was a paid agitator. She was a paid agitator, brother.
A very high-level agitator, so professional. She wouldn't
Well, I have a lot
stop
of people.
screaming. I said, "This isn't a normal situation. This is a professional.
Asmongold's take on this was horrendous, but dog, didn't you know she was gay? That means Jesse Waters has the right to say she deserved it. I should watch Asmongold's take on it. I don't know if I'll include that in this segment. We'll see how long this goes.
Troublemaker, because you heard it and I had it. Now I will
I feel like Asmongold's statement deserves its own segment. We'll do that real quick after this.
say this: the news sort of turned her down, turned her off, because you're trying to watch. She was so loud and so crazy.
Oh, she was loud.
Just not normal.
Unlike the gun, which was very quiet.
When somebody sees something like that, they don't go screaming and the same words. So, I guess you could say professional, but I didn't think she did a very good job. You have agitators, and we will.
I love it because he's like, gee, for a trained professional in a leftist organization, she really did a shitty job. Man, Occam's razor might suggest that maybe there's something else going on here.
We'll always be protecting ICE, and we're always going to be protecting our Border Patrol and our law enforcement. Yeah.
Protecting Border Patrol and law enforcement? I thought they were supposed to protect us. I thought that was their job.
Mr. President, in your conversations with these oil
Why do they need
executives
protection?
today, did you provide any security guarantees so that they can do their work safely in Venezuela?
Oh my God.
And separately, Mr. President,
They will have those guarantees, yes.
Cool. Good to know. What do we got next? Organizer outlines motivate. Okay, so yeah, a lot of protests broke out in regards to this. Just saw your wife killed in broad daylight. Nobody would scream like that. What a crazy statement. Yeah, no shit. Dog, if ICE... Okay. Gonna be real. If ICE killed my wife in broad daylight when all she was trying to do was drive away... You can't arrest me for thoughts.
On all of this, I'm joined by Lisa Gilbert. She's the co-president of the organization Public
You
Citizen,
can't arrest me for
which
having
is
thoughts.
organizing protests around the country this weekend. Lisa, thank you so much for joining us here on ABC News Live. What message do you want the world to hear today?
We are expecting peaceful vigils around the country this weekend at over 1,000 locations. And I want people to know
Horrendous
that this
video
came together
quality.
in just 2 days.
This woman has not updated her laptop since 2009. Good gravy.
As a response to the atrocity that we've all witnessed in Minnesota, and just really demonstrates the magnitude of the outrage. It's an issue that impacts all Americans. No one in America should walk the streets in fear of being disappeared by masked agents, shot for lawful protesting, or just facing intimidation and danger for simply being a good neighbor.
What is it, Lisa, about the killing of Renee Good?
You know, also, like, I also want to say, like,
Good neighbor.
This is Trump's America right here. You can say all you want about, like, oh, that's Biden's America. This is Trump's America. Protests in the streets. You want to call them riots? Sure. But, like, here it is. Like, oh, after a year. Okay. And this is his second term, mind you. So technically this is year 5. Granted, Biden came in, I guess. And if you want to argue he screwed everything up, whatever. But, like, after 25% of your presidency, if shit like this is happening, and not getting better, mind you, this is your legacy. This is what you're leaving behind for the history books.
What is it, Lisa, about the killing of Renee Good? And it's so tragic on so many levels. What is it in this killing in particular that sparked such a wide-scale response?
I think it is the broader pattern that people have been witnessing of ICE violence. They've been escalating, cruel deployments into our communities. This killing isn't an isolated incident. It's a devastating and frankly predictable result of ICE's lawless operations and honestly President Trump's abuse of power. And I think people are reacting to that. It's striking a chord, and we are responding with peaceful vigils to show we will not let this stand.
I want to get your take on this because Vice President J.D. Vance has said that Renee Good's death was a tragedy of her own making. Here's what he said this week.
I can believe that her death is a tragedy while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement officers.
Wait. Hold up.
That her death is a tragedy while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy.
Oh, but we say that about Charlie Kirk, and it's lights off up here, right? Everything goes blank when I say Charlie Kirk's death was a tragedy of his own making. Oh, if God forbid. But like this random woman that nobody gives a fuck about. Oh, well, fuck her, you know? She was probably, you know, it was of her own making, of course. She didn't comply.
Of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement.
It's always projection. I'm losing my fucking mind. This is exactly what we've been saying about conservatives. They're just stealing our playbook and throwing it back at us and reversing it and saying, no, you, no, you. This is actually what you're doing when you really think about it. Good stuff. Great stuff.
So, Lisa, what do you say to Vice President Vance?
I know I've said this before, but I've met... I shouldn't say I've met her. J.D. Vance's mom has visited one of the facilities that I used to work in. And there are some days... I'm glad that I never actually said anything to her, but there are some days where, you know... I think about the fact that I could very easily, you know, like... go up to her and say some things.
And others on the right who are saying
really
that Good's death is the result, in part, of anti-law enforcement sentiments being stoked by the left.
Like why she picked drugs over her own son.
I would say that's simply not the case. I think this action that is happening this weekend is simply to demand accountability for something that we have all witnessed on video with our own eyes, to honor life that's been lost and make visible the really human
It's just crazy because, like, even from, like, a white nationalist perspective, that's a white woman, right? Like, I'm profiling her. I don't know where she's from, but that's a white woman with kids. She's a mother. That's a big no-no. That is such a big no-no. Like if white supremacists had any balls, they'd be fuming over this. This is not good.
Cost of
Even for
ISIS
them.
extreme actions, which we've been witnessing across the country.
This is why I say, by the way, white supremacists don't like white people. They just hate white people less than they hate everybody else.
Folks have seen their neighbors taken. We have seen businesses suffer. We have seen human toll. And so the reaction is simply that. This is America.
She was a lesbian.
We have
Never mind
rights,
then.
free speech, and we are exercising them with our events. ICE out for good.
And again, as you emphasize...
There are no rights anymore. You can just be shot down. You can just be shot down by a guy wearing the ICE uniform, and nobody will get in trouble for it. All right, I wanted to do one more thing just for funsies before we end this segment. Laura Ingraham decided to go on the ground and talk to some of these protesters, and I personally value everything that she has to say, so let's take a look.
Nothing like being on the ground, talking to people, to try to get a clearer picture of the story, which is what we did today in Minneapolis. Right now, there's about 300 people here. Fairly peaceful. I guess some Antifa are back there, but they're going to have the fires.
Wait, I can't play that. Dubsy, mute that. Can I play any of this? Here, we'll just read what she says. I'll do my best Laura Ingraham. But they're gonna have fires, food, water, a lot of people in masks. People are coming out and expressing themselves. It kind of takes on almost a community civic event. I won't say celebration, but it's gathering. Okay.
It's pretty peaceful, like, and it really was. I mean, in that vigil, it was basically people, you know, they had a fire, they were giving out food, water. And,
okay, get to the good stuff.
Why are you wearing a mask? Why are you wearing a mask?
Because my nose is cold. Why do you care if I'm wearing a mask?
I'm just curious. Just a
Fuck you mean what? Because I have the right to wear a mask as a fucking American. What are you talking about? Masks are off limits for everybody now because the left said that ICE can't wear masks. Oh, you think that ICE can't wear a mask? Why are you wearing a mask? What are you talking about? We're not agents of the government. What do you mean?
question.
That's a crazy thing to say.
This is the crowd, and they apparently are policing their borders. So they're policing their borders here, which is fascinating.
Shame! Shame!
Oh, brother, it's so boring.
Shame! Shame!
Do you have a job? Do you have a job?
Shame. I'm getting paid right now.
Well, and as we were leaving in our
Queen.
vehicle, they did what they can do. They gave us all the finger. I think they secretly liked us, so. But a few observations here. So the protests are
I didn't
always
get that at all.
smaller than they look on TV. Many of the folks there seem like they do
Wait,
this
that's
for
it? That's all the on-the-ground coverage we get from Laura Ingraham? That's so funny. You made an entire trip out there, and that's all you got. Okay, dude.
recreation, and there are others that are truly mourning and really upset. And others seem to be people who just don't believe the United States should have any borders.
Yeah, Antifa, yeah.
But again, they sure
Antifa
do
was back there.
aggressively police their own borders. And while, again, there were plenty of people there.
Wait, did she see that? Wait, hold on. What do you mean aggressively police their own borders? Like in the protests? What do you mean borders? Like sovereign, like you think there's a new sovereign nation every time a protest? No. I hate these people
protesting.
so much.
There are
I
just
don't
as many
actually hate
people
them.
out
I just am more disappointed by their existence. I think that they could be so much more than they are.
there who seem
It's
like
a waste of
lifelong
neurons.
members of the agitator industrial complex. You heard that one woman, unclear whether she was joking or not, saying she was paid for being there. Huh, interesting. So even if they're not throwing stuff or physically blocking ice, disrespecting law enforcement, a lot of them just seem perpetually pissed off. Well, and I wonder why. As we see with what's happening, is more horrible news out of Portland tonight. Rage
Who's to
is
say
being
why?
stoked. And
It's not like, I mean, who fucking died? Am I right, guys? Who died?
it's mostly
Good
being
Lord.
stoked by a party with no solutions.
They wanted a moment like this, and look.
Okay, that's enough, Laura Ingraham. I have to end this segment so I can do the Asmongold segment. Before we end, or just real quick, I did also want to point out this was not the only shooting that took place. They also shot 2 people in Portland.
We have been seeing while we're out here. But again, we are still waiting on more information. Traffic is slow moving in all directions besides the closed
So this
lane.
is not
But
isolated.
again, neighbors here are urged to use caution in the area. So we will be sticking out here, of course, getting more information. Most of the neighbors are on the other side of where this is all blocked off. But this gives us a big view of what's going on here. Now, again, Deb, I will let you guys know that we still, again, do not have much information at this time. The FBI are investigating and will be sure to.
Okay, so yeah, we don't know much about that one yet, but it did happen, and we're going to continue getting updates on it. I guess last thing, just to end on like a relatively positive note. There are a lot of like animal costumes, I guess, in the Fuck Ice protests, which is very funny to me, the inflatable animal costumes. As I was saying before the segment started, this is very funny to me because what this does is it removes the oomph from like the fear factor, you know, because like they're going to be written like if the most popular pictures in the history books are of ICE agents beating the piss out of people in inflatable animal costumes, you can't take that seriously. So this is a huge middle finger to like the fascist regime right here. It just makes what they're doing look that much more ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, it's not looking good, folks. If ICE is in your neighbor, I guess to end this on the most positive note that I can, or I guess not positive but constructive. If ICE is in your neighborhood, please be safe. Be safe. Follow your gut and do what it takes to keep yourself alive. Because the least useful, like once you're dead, you're no longer of any use. You know what I mean? Like you can't do anything beyond being a martyr. Okay? So like don't get yourself hurt. Don't get yourself shot. If you see ICE agents, before you, let me put it this way, before you see ICE agents organize and learn who your neighbors are, which I should do also, okay? Learn who your neighbors are, learn who will be there for you when ICE agents come knocking at your door, and if they do come knocking at your door, don't answer any questions. Don't answer any questions unless they have you at gunpoint and force the answers out of you, okay? Which apparently they can do now. They can just do that. So, you know, like, don't answer any of their questions. Invoke your rights up until they decide they're going to take them away right then and there. And then preserve yourself and do what it takes to stay alive and stay safe. That's the best I can give you. This will end as all things do. We're just... You know, it's scary. It's really scary times. Because this could happen to any one of us, you know? You just don't know. Okay, I would love to go over chat. I mentioned already, we have a lot of people in here. That excites me. I don't usually get this many viewers. Hello, everybody. We have to jump right into the Asmongold segment so that we can get the debate panel started in time. James, if you're still here, can you link that? Otherwise, I'll look for it. Okay, is it all of these three? Is it just the first one? Is it just the third one? Does the second one even count?
So I went and I had to go.
I don't think this one counts. I don't watch Hassan. You're the only streamer I know with the willingness to watch that decroded cockroach man. I'll watch anybody. I'll watch Nick Fuentes. I'll watch what Nick Fuentes has to say and hear him out. But, like, I'm not... My hopes aren't very high that he'll say anything of use. He's kind of a pathetic, shriveled up excuse for a man these days. Did you get Jonathan Ross's POV video there? He literally called her a bitch when he killed her. I think yeah. This one?
Come talk to us. You want to come at us?
Out of the car. Out of the car.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. Yeah, I should have mentioned that when I was making the segment. It's fine. People will pick up on it and comment it. When I miss something, the nice thing about missing something when I'm covering it is the comments, like it spurs people to comment it that I missed it. And comments help the algorithm, so I'm fine with it. Okay, Asmongold. Not sure which video I caught him saying atrocious shit on stream. We will watch the first one, and then we will watch the second one. We'll do it real quick. We're speedrunning this shit. Okay, so we just got done with a segment about ICE. Apparently, Asmongold has some interesting thoughts on it. We have a 2-minute video here, a 3-minute video after this. We're going to run through them as quick as we can because we have a thing to do.
The reason why they're defending this woman, it's because they agree with her and they want to create an ecosystem where being violent and...
Hold on. There we go. No, I'm defending... I don't know this woman at all.
Abusing police officers.
I'm defending her because I don't think you should be shot in the face when you try to drive away from an officer. I don't think that that's a justifiable use of force.
And abusing police officers is accepted. You can see the video.
Also, ICE is not police. ICE and police are not the same thing. Immigration Customs Enforcement, okay? They're not police.
Clearly, the woman was trying to run him over. She wasn't complying with the police, and they shot her. They don't show...
If you watch this video and think that she was trying to run over the police, you are blind. You are blind or you're lying to yourself. That is not what I see when I watch this.
This angle for a reason because it paints a much more gray picture. And you can see there's a person, keep in mind, there is a third officer at this car. This shows it best. Yeah. There it is. The guy was in front of the car. Jesus, okay.
Yeah, we're getting a slow-mo.
So you can see,
She turns her wheels all the way to the right. Look, the angle at which the wheel is at right here. The angle at which the wheel is at right here. And he's already sidestepping it. And she's not trying to hit him. She is just trying to drive away. Why the fuck would she try to hit him? What's the motive?
Jesus. Okay. So you can see, right there, she's moving forward, and he had to just barely get out of the way. He barely got...
He was ready. He was so ready to pull that thing out and use it. He wanted to kill somebody so bad. Here, let me get out of the way here. You can see Asmongold in all his glorious unbrushed... His unbrushed teeth in all their glory.
If he hadn't moved, she would have run him.
He really likes to curl his lip up so that you can see all the grease stains on his teeth.
Him over. Watch the tire. See, now the tire is moving forward. You see the tire is moving forward with the officer directly in front of the car. You can see the spinning. This would have never happened if she had just gotten out of the car, and it would have never happened if she hadn't just tried to block the police in the first place.
It also wouldn't have happened if that police officer hadn't taken his gun out and shot her in the face. But, you know, we'll just put that part aside.
I see her spinning her wheels forward, right there. You're trying to run over that officer. You are. She doesn't give a fuck.
No, she's not. She was backing up, and have you ever driven a car? Do you know how, like, she was trying to go away, okay?
You're next to a car like that, you can hear it when it starts accelerating. You know what? You actually bring up a great point. I hadn't even thought about this, but the police officer who was in front of the car heard the wheels accelerating. And yeah, absolutely, he's going to pull out his fucking gun. That's a great point. New picture.
No.
Show the bullet hole in the windshield so clearly shot from in front of the car. Here we go. And you can see right here, if the cop wasn't in front of the vehicle, then he wouldn't have been able to make this shot.
At an angle. Look at the angle.
I've seen the video. Don't breathe the propaganda machine. The state will ensure there's a full, fair, and expeditious investigation to ensure accountability and justice. You're never going to convince people like Tim Walz that what happened is justified, because at the end of the day, it's inconvenient for them to accept it, and not accepting it reinforces what they already believe.
Okay. I just can't get over the fact that they think she was trying to run him over. No, she clearly was not. No, she wasn't. That's where the core of this disagreement comes from. She was not trying to run him over. Okay? No, she wasn't.
Already believe. Do you think government's responsible for not fixing this originally?
At best you can say he thought she was trying to run him over. Okay? That's at best. But from what I see, he jumped to conclusions, and a trained officer should not do that. A trained officer that of any caliber, or of a good caliber, I should say, in this instance, even a fucking rookie, okay, would not have responded like this.
What they already believe. Do you think government's responsible for not fixing this originally? Actually, yes, because they've allowed these ICE protests to escalate to where people feel comfortable and they feel like it's an acceptable behavior to use their car to obstruct law enforcement. The fact is that if they had shut this down originally at the very beginning, this woman would probably still be alive.
Again, I must stress, she would also still be alive if, you know, she hadn't been shot in the face.
So this right here.
But I digress. Okay, what's next?
Here is the footage. It's being spread everywhere on the internet. And here
I just finished Attack on Titan. I gotta say, his hair, it's kind of giving, for those who know, you know, like Aaron's final form.
Go. So he gets out of the car, dog's in the car. You can see
there's a Titan that looks like him. That surprises me not at all.
Very clearly looks at him. She acknowledges. She's smiling at him.
Hey, wait, Aaron did look like homeless Aaron at one point. There's a time skip. This isn't spoilers. I feel like this is still, like, too good of a... Like, this is still too good for Asmongold. The hair's on point. But, like, first of all, my boy can't grow a beard. It's unfortunate, but it is the way it is. And second, he looks way more well-groomed. Even being, like... At this point in the show, he's, like, at a mental hospital. Don't question it. He still looks better than Asmongold does.
I'm not mad at boy. Show your face.
And you can see very clearly this is a phone camera. This guy probably learned his lesson from last time somebody tried to run him over.
This home security video shows the driver taking off during a traffic stop, dragging a deportation officer with him.
That's so funny.
That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know.
It's Missouri.
No, it'll
Sorry.
be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking country.
As a citizen.
I may be subbed to Remnant, but even I agree with Alex's take. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
So he walks around the
You
car.
want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Get yourself some lunch.
It's hard to deny it.
Get out of the car.
Okay, this is a phone video. The problem is that this video was taken on the guy's phone. And so when his arm goes up like this, it looks like, because usually this is body cam footage. So we can't tell if he's actually being hit here. He just throws his phone in the air, goes, whoa, 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 whoa.
You can hear the thump. Drive, baby, drive.
Also, I'm sorry, the car was not going fast enough to actually, like, do any damage to him. Like, the direction at which she was driving, she was turning away to drive away. She was not trying to hit him. He's not being hit.
Did she say that? Let me hear it again.
Get out of the car.
Everyone's saying FAFO.
Why would you say this?
Out of the car.
This changes everything?
Out of the car.
Out of the
Say
car. He's
what?
saying out of the car. He's walking up to her, he's saying out of the car.
Okay, so if I put on a uniform and come up to you and say out of the car with a gun drawn, you better get out of the car, or else if I shoot you, it's your fault, right? Oh no, that's only if you like sign up for ICE. That's only if you sign up for ICE and make 6 figures a year doing it. Then it's
Some
fine.
lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
It's just because their big boy status was challenged, okay? They're big, manly boys, okay? And they felt like they were being challenged, so they said bet. But, like, if you feel threatened, you literally let a soccer mom threaten you. You felt so threatened by a soccer mom that you shot her in the face. Think about that. The dog is so scared. Yes, poor doggy. It's very much beside the point.
3 times he told her to get out of the car.
You want to come at us?
I don't
You
care.
want to come at us.
You want to come at us?
You have somebody want to come at us, drive. She's looking directly at him while she's accelerating the car. And then her wife is saying, drive, baby, drive.
Wait, no, that's wrong. No, she's literally looking, like, you can't even see which direction her eyes are pointing, but her chin, and you can see this ear, and you cannot see this ear. And the car is still, like, angled to our right, her left. The car is still angled to her left, and she is looking to the right, indicating that she is trying to go that way. I guess it'd be this way for you guys. She is trying to go right, and the officer is on the left part of her car.
You see how fast that car went.
Why? He's just lying through his disgusting unbrushed teeth.
You heard that? I want to go back. This is what I said about it the day...
We're going to ignore the part where he calls her a fucking bitch, by the way.
It happened. Right there. She's moving forward.
Oh,
and
I remember
he had to
this.
just barely get out of the way. He barely got... If he hadn't moved, and you can hear that now with the thump, would have run him over. Watch the tire. See, now the tire is moving forward. You see the tire is moving forward? With the... That's
I remember
the revving.
that.
Directly in front of the car.
The tire's turning! It's turning! Okay, do you know how cars work? She's in a hurry to get out of there. She starts the gas as she is turning the wheel, because she understands that by the time the wheel is turned that direction, she won't be hitting that guy. Okay?
You can see the spinning.
She's not trying to hit him.
I genuinely think that a lot of these people on social media and the media in general are totally to blame for this. This vigilante justice fantasy that these people are selling on the internet needs to die. You have the media saying they're secret police. Their thing says police.
Vigilante justice, that's what ICE is doing, basically. I guess it's not vigilante, but it's extrajudicial. Their judge, jury, and executioner on the spot there. They get to kill people What this has done is set a precedent. If you are an ICE agent and you go out and tell somebody to do something and they don't do it, they can shoot you. They can just shoot you and get away with it. And say, well, they were coming right for me. You see, I felt threatened by their lack of complicity to my unreasonable demands, so I shot them 3 times in the face.
They have lights on their cars, fully decked out in police gear, but you're trying to pretend like they're not. You can't drive over federal officers. You can't ignore lawful orders. You can't decide in the minute of you being detained whether you think that it's justified or not. And if you disagree with it, you just get to drive away. Because here's the truth. It ruined all of her kids' lives. It ruined her life. It ruined her wife's life. It's going to ruin this
getting shot in the face will do that, man.
Police officer's life. All for what? So you can get social media likes. And then she dies. It's disgusting.
Unlike me, Asmongold, who famously never does anything just for social media likes. Certainly not harass a trans woman named Yara, who got her entire fucking... yeah, I won't get into it. We're in a group chat. I won't get into it. Anyway, point is, Asmongold famously never does that. He never does anything for clicks or media attention or anything like that. Someone should force Asmongold to take a shower and go outside and touch grass. I just feel like the dirty comments don't really... I jab at it every once in a while, but those don't hurt him. Those don't hurt him. I truly don't know what would hurt him at this point. I don't know what would like he's insecure about I remember I had this down to a T. He's insecure about being lazy. I know that. Like he's kind of come to own it and own all those comments that people make about him. But I think the root of the matter is that he is so lazy that even his ideology is lazy. He is sloth incarnate. This is why sloth is a deadly sin. Okay, because he's realized the path of least resistance here is to side with the fascists. That is the current path of least resistance. That is how he can keep his numbers up and keep making money. And so he has convinced himself to believe it. I think that in his conscious mind, he authentically believes the things he's saying. But really, if you guys have ever studied Freud, okay, there's the id, the ego, and the superego. The id is like the baser desires, right? That's where you just want food, you want to relax, you don't want to feel in pain. That's all your id's desires, right? Like baser desires. The id has shoved its hand so far up his ass, like his consciousness ass, that it's puppeting him. He's a slave to like his sloth, if that makes sense. And there will come a day, when it is more convenient and easier to be on the left side of this, because the left will either be in power or at the very least a centrist will be in power, and we will be recognizing how awful the things that Donald Trump and his administration did were. And then he'll try to flip-flop. I guarantee you. It'll be easier. And so he'll switch. He'll switch sides. His thumbnails look unironically like the most stereotypical YouTube shit ever. Apparently they're better than my latest thumbnail because I got like no clicks on this shit. 58 views in 3 hours. My God, we're falling off. It is kind of a shit thumbnail. I don't know why I thought it'd be good. Maybe I'll remake it at some point. But I at least put effort into it. Well, a funny thing is, he doesn't even make his thumbnails. Like, these are his... This is the work of his lackeys. So... Anyway, that's Asmongold and his coverage on the situation. I don't think the guy's evil. I just think he's really lazy, and this is the easiest path forward right now, which culminates in him saying evil things, so the end result's the same. He has an editor who called Nick Fuentes a moderate. That's crazy. Okay, what we're going to do is get this shit started. We're going to get this debate panel going. Actually, let me run. I'll open it so that people can start pouring in. If you want to be part of the debate panel, I have not selected anybody yet for it. So you can press !debate in the chat. You can join the Platinum Politics Discord server. And I will be linking the channel that we're in the announcements. So if you go to announcements in there, you will see the link to the voice channel. It's one of the stages. Let's do this real quick. Okay. Okay, so let me just mute here. Okay, link to that. Okay. Okay. As I said, if you want to join in on the debate panel, I will be selecting 5 people to join me in a battle royale. I'm going to try to keep it like... I'm anti-ice, of course. So I'm going to pick 2 anti-ice and 3 pro-ice people. And then we'll just duke it out in the marketplace of ideas. We'll see how that works. And as long as we're doing pretty good on that, I might like drop some people and add some new ones if I feel like people aren't adding to the discussion. But I'm just kind of winging this. So if you want to be a direct part of it, come join the Discord server, Platinum Politics, by pressing !debate. Until we start, I will be right back. And then we'll get started with a panel.
an aquatic mind. Once was a cold pit, but now it's a water ride. Makes you wanna sit back, enjoy the life, and do things you like doing, get to shine. It's your beast fighting with the foes all the time, but I gotta do it, they always stay out of line. Sometimes I wanna just chill and live, but I'm the protector of the evolution gems. I stay knuckle.
Okay, I'm back. I'm here for this feel in the thumbnail, TBH. That's awesome, thank you. All right, let me get this going. Pop this out. Okay. And this. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Thank you all very much for being patient. I know we're starting a full 20 minutes late. Just getting set up here still. So this is kind of impromptu, but I just had this idea this morning. And so I decided what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring some people up. Should I record? Yeah, I'll start recording. That's fine. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring some people up, and I'm obviously anti-ICE. So what I want to do is I want to bring up 5 other people. I think that that's a good limit to set. I want to bring up 2 anti-ICE people and 3 pro-ICE people. Anybody who thinks that ICE's actions are justified, or that that we ought to support ICE or anything like that, if that is you and you would like to come up, go ahead and raise your... here, let me let Mason Polonium up since they actually own the server and are wanting to come up. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome in, guys. Are you guys here to debate, or are you just gonna observe?
I wanted to debate.
Yeah, I did as well. I want to finally
great.
participate and not just moderate.
The host becomes the participant.
Excellent. Well, then, as owners of the server, I guess you guys have rights to be the first participants.
I just wanted to get the ball rolling here, so I'll make my first public YouTube cam debut. Hello, guys, is what I look like.
Hey.
And Twitch.
Oh yeah, I should mention this is
So-
all live on Twitch and YouTube.
Oh yeah, all good. So
Dang, I was
wanted
about to say so many slurs.
Damn, man, I wanted to. No, I'm joking. So I wanted to start by saying that I think ICE's actions are incredibly unjustified. They go against everything that the institutional training of federal agents should have. There's specific instances like when he was in front of the car, ICE agents are trained not to stand in front of the vehicles when they are apprehending a suspect. The violent aggression, there was no de-escalation from any of the officers. If we go from a purely training perspective, not even just a legal standpoint, they were already breaking rules instantaneously. And I think that it is incredibly authoritarian, the posture that they've been using in the past past 6-7 months, and I think that Trump has not done a good job at managing any of these organizations or institutions. Like, you don't even have to take this from a moral perspective. I think it's just straight up terrible.
So it seems like then this is going to just be like the council versus like the left council versus like. Because you guys own the server, so, and I'm like a partner with the server, but which is fine. I think that could be fun. My initial plan was to have 5 people come up, and then if I feel like somebody's not adding to the conversation and other people want to come up, then we just kick that guy and bring somebody else up. Obviously, I can't do that with you two since you guys own the server. So we'll just have to restrict that to the right wingers.
I'll drop out. But when we could have a little discussion about it, what you think, Alec, versus what Mace thinks versus what I think, and then I'll drop out of it and I'll let some people go. And if I hear opinion, I might be like, hey, I want to contest this guy.
Okay. Yeah. No worries. Okay. So am I giving my opinion on it now? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel very much the same way the Polonium does. I won't add much. Obviously, the ICE, in my opinion, it's obvious that we have the video footage from all different angles, and the shooting of the woman in Minneapolis was just completely unjustified, unnecessary, disgusting. Any other synonym for disgusting, repugnant, will work. Like, it should not have happened, period, end of story. I don't care what anybody says. You cannot convince me to not believe my lying eyes, okay? Like, it's right there. Full color. Phones have very good cameras these days, so, like, even the recording from the guy himself doesn't prove anything, because all he does, like, is throw his phone up and throw his hands in the air, acting like he's about to get run over. He's a pussy, okay? And that is not those are not the people that I want in charge of my life, okay? I don't want to be stopped by that person for no reason, told to get out of my car or else, and then be shot in the face if I don't comply. That's not the country that I want to live in. That's not my United States.
Yeah, I totally agree to that. If we're talking specifically about the recent issue, the recent situation in Minneapolis, yeah, I that entire scenario is ridiculous. For one, ICE is not police. Like, they are law enforcement in a way, but they are not police, right? They don't have the same training, they don't have the same rules. And some could even argue that it's not very strict rules at all for what they have. But with this example recently, it's just an example of the heightening tensions politically, and it just shows, like, ICE is kind of behaving more as a, not to tie everything back to Nazi Germany, but they're kind of behaving more like a secret police in some sort of ways. Like, if I'm not mistaken, it was Donald Trump or someone in his cabinet who sent those ICE officers to Minneapolis because of the recent video from that guy going to the daycare and trying to claim fraud. So there's just so many aspects of this that is just so wrong. I could also just take it to broadly, like, you could make an argument that, yeah, there needs to be some kind of border enforcement, whatever. Like, my opinion on borders is, it's kind of just weird the way we do them nowadays as compared to the history of the world. So yeah, I think there's just so many things wrong with ICE as an institution, and that example from Minneapolis is one of many that just show how bad it's getting.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, and I'll finish up with something else. I mean, if we continue to look at this case legally, I mean, I'll go specifically. I'll steal man Mace here. You said something very telling, is that the ICE and DHS are executive branch organizations, right? So what that means is they are under substantial influence by the president of the United States, which legally is totally fine in the context of the U.S. But the fact that there are very little laws and regulations for engagement with ICE, the fact that agents are, conducting gross overreach like that shows the fact, they say this in the Bible. They say, you know a tree by their fruits, or you'll know a person by their fruits, if their fruits are bad or if their fruits are good. And I think ICE's fruits are terrible. The fact that they're being trained like this, the fact that they're so trigger jumpy, they're gonna shoot a person, they're gonna have their phone out, by the way, which they're not. It's terrible for their legal case. He had his phone out. It's irresponsibility. He isn't fully aware of his surroundings. I mean, take a basic security class and they'll tell you that, right? I took a security class and it's terrible. Like, he's making mistakes that people learn in the first week of being in a security course. So I think it's absolute gross overreach. I think it's incompetence in training, and I think that the politicization of U.S. organizations is inevitable, and it's terrible for the long-term structure of the union and the systems created. So I'd really like to see anybody defend this from any feasible metric.
It looks like George in a bush wants to contest us, in the chat at least. I'm not going to call you a coward or anything if you don't want to come up. I'm sure you have your reasons, but if you want to. Yeah, if anybody wants to come up to the panel, if anybody disagrees and wants to get their word in, please let us know. I pinged the debate ping. It can't just be a bunch of guys who agree with each other. That's not content anymore.
Yeah.
That's not content unless it's right wing.
It's not content, it's people
It's
being
not
content
content
with each other.
unless it's right wing.
The podcast.
Yes, like the whatever podcast. It's right wing, and you have a bunch of women sitting around you, and whatever the women are doing doesn't matter because they're decoration. They can agree, disagree, sit there quietly. They're just decoration.
I think Andrew here wanted to come up here.
Ah, there we go. Okay, so since
evening,
it's just
good morning,
Andrew,
whatever time it is.
real quick, since it's just Andrew, who would like to take this one and be the primary debate person with Andrew? Because I feel like that's only fair, right?
We'll just go with you first, Alec.
Okay, that's thank you, appreciate that. Okay, so Andrew, go ahead and give us your statement on what you believe.
Well, this isn't a specific defense of the circumstances in Minneapolis, but just as a address to the, pro or anti-ICE. There's a lot of criticisms to be levied against them as an organization or like as a function of the government, but the stated purpose as immigration and customs enforcement and their involvement, their active quote unquote deployment across the U.S. Is a cause that I support as a part of enforcing proper immigration. So, as far as pro or anti-ICE, that's my position on ICE and its stated functions in the U.S.
Okay, so what
If
do
you're
you
asking
think?
for, yeah.
What do you think would happen if we didn't have ICE? Like, what if we just disintegrated it tomorrow?
Well, I think that there would be a lot of, as there was prior to, ICE being bolstered during this administration, resources and, um, administrative support, there would be a lot more immigration issues as well as illegal activities related to uh, cartels and or other cartels, smuggling, and the crime that is associated with those organizations and activities. Those would rise, and the law enforcement in regional areas would be more overwhelmed than they already are.
Okay, so is that how it was before ICE was formed?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Okay, so like what
You want an
metrics?
elaboration on that, or?
Yes, I would.
So ICE is serving a purpose. It has if we're to describe this as a pie chart of like resources, being or manpower being dedicated towards a purpose, and designating the problem being solved by ICE back to local law enforcement. Local law enforcement would not be equipped to deal with the scale of what ICE has already, taken
Like what?
a cut of the
What
pie
are the
of.
scales? So like just there was too much going on. So it was a problem, you're saying, before 2003 when ICE was formed. It was a significant problem that they did not have ICE there because they couldn't manage all the immigration and going. Am I getting this right? Sorry, I'm trying
I'm
to
not saying
follow.
specifically immigration, but like everything that is adjacent to, immigration, customs enforcement. Uh,
It was worse before
there's
2003. Like it was overall
I
worse.
can't tell you as a point of, data as a data point.
Okay.
I'm going to presume that like that is the purpose of why it was originally formed. If that is not the case, we are currently in a climate and a set of circumstances where if ICE were to be, control Z'd, undone and dissolved, uh, the problem that they are formed to address would not be properly addressed, and we do not have an alternative to deal with the
So
existing
what
problem.
problem do they address? What's the problem?
How immigration is enforced, among other adjacent problems.
Enforced how?
Well, legal immigration, and then
Okay.
denaturalizing people who have not legally immigrated, as
Okay,
well as
so
people who are here legally under various what are those programs called for people who are like in emergencies? You know, like we've legally allowed them to come in. Asylum, right? We do need ICE to, as a part of like, hey, these people here are legally, and these people here are not legally. All of that happens under similar umbrellas and powers.
okay, but before ICE, we already had a system in place like customs and border patrol and all of that. We already had that in place to help us manage immigration. Like if somebody's green card expired and they're still here, that happened way before I mean, green cards have existed before 2003, right? I'm fairly sure. Like the point is there were already undocumented people here and we were managing whatever that looked like. So what I would expect if ICE is doing their job is that the number of undocumented immigrants has gone significantly down up until now since before 2003. But even if that is the case, then you still have to convince me why that's a good thing. But that's another argument entirely. All I'm trying to point out is that ICE isn't even like doing the job that it says it's doing. Even whether I
Well,
disagree or agree with that job, they're not doing it.
I think that to a certain extent you are correct, and I will say that this has to be like analyzed under the scope of like data and like actual historical fact and like what were they doing since they were formed in each year, what are the metrics for those years, and what is that
What
relative to
what
like illegal immigration over the years, the actual data for that. But to address what you said, the point you're making is actually true, that they were not doing what they were supposed to do. And I would say that is partially due to changes in administration. And it's easy to, I could easily just, make my point by saying Biden, but even outside of Biden's administration, I I would
why could
say
you
that
easily make your
under
point by saying Biden? I don't understand that.
because Biden did not enforce and give the proper resources to ICE to do their jobs. And so ICE existing
You didn't?
under an administration that does not enforce and enable and actually,
Okay.
provide the resources for them to execute their mission statement would be a point into your point that they are not doing their job.
Okay. So what statistic, what measure of success can we use as like a yardstick? Because I'm curious now. Like, I really do want to know why you are defending ICE. What they are doing in your eyes that is good. Because I just don't see it from any metric at all. So what metric would you like to look into to determine whether or not you should even be supporting this agency that's existed since 2003 and has supposedly done all this good for us? Where's the good? What can I look up?
Well, I mean, we can
Any
get into
statistic.
that. But first, I'll go ahead and I'll like restate my stance on that. So, like, I think for the sake of the context, my support of ICE in its mission statement is enforcing legal presence in the U.S. So,
And they
like,
have,
if I
okay,
don't,
I'll take that as
so
granted. I'll grant you that and I
right,
won't argue it and we'll just assume for right now that that's a good thing. Okay?
yep.
So show me that they've done that. Show me they've done their job.
Well, I will do my best to find something because I don't have that
We'll
immediate
do
in
it
front of me.
together.
But
So
I think that it would be like just off the dome. We could both agree that this current administration has been deporting a lot of people. Like, yeah,
okay,
is that
okay.
true?
This administration has been deporting a lot of people. Is that what so ICE has existed for all this time, but like the Infinity Stones, they sat unused until a powerful wielder could grab hold of them and just point them in the right direction, right?
I mean,
And that's
wasn't
Donald
Obama
Trump.
called the deporter in chief?
I Are you saying that you liked
Yes.
Obama?
Yes,
Because
Obama. I'm not saying I supported everything Obama did, but I
but you
will
did
say
support
that
that
as a
part.
part of, I support that proper
Okay.
immigration, proper legal status while being in the country.
I
So,
shouldn't
like,
assume things.
if
It's totally possible that you have the stances you
Mhm.
do and you do like Obama. So I shouldn't assume
Yeah,
things.
yeah, yeah.
But I do want to point out most of the people I talk to with your opinions very much despised Obama, and it's just funny that they're like, well, this one good thing that he did where he kicked all these people out of the country, that was pretty cool. I was vibing with that one. I just think that's hilarious personally, but yeah,
Okay,
okay,
elaborate.
so
You say you wait. You just said I think that's hilarious personally. It's like what's the inconsistency on
oops.
having, nuanced policy on different circumstances and then having a leader that you didn't personally vote into office, but he does something that does align with your values. Like where's the inconsistency or the hilarious nature in that?
Well, the funny part is that you believe the bad thing. You think the bad thing that Obama did was a good thing. It's ironic.
Well, now
There's like a
that you're
natural comedic effect that occurs when that happens.
Well, you're saying
Because you don't like
you
Obama
just
except for
deemed
like
it
the
bad.
shitty things he did. Oh,
You
well, when he
just
did.
deemed it bad. Like where's the verify that, please, provide
Oh,
your
okay.
your
So
stance.
that's just based upon my opinion. I think it's. And
Okay.
now, if you want me to explain why I think it's bad, I can. I'm more than happy to do that because I've asked you why you think it's good. And all you've been able to tell me is, well, they booted more immigrants out of the country once Donald Trump grabbed hold of them like Mjolnir and activated them, right?
No, don't conflate. Don't conflate because I did say that what I thought was good was the mission statement. And then I also said, what did you think that like what is the tangible results of that? And I said that all the people that they have deported under the mission statement of legal presence in the US fell under what I said was true, but you are linguistically just labeling it as, wow, you said the bad thing that they did was good. Like, don't unfairly frame what I said.
Well, I think it's the bad thing. That's my point. Real quick, we're gonna let Ornstein the Skinwalker come in. So Ornstein the Skinwalker, go ahead and tell us your views, and if they are anti-ice, we'll pull somebody else into the fray here.
I believe.
Or sorry,
ICE
pro-ice. If they're
is
pro-ice.
I believe it is a net positive short term, but
Okay.
long term, I believe they will need reforms to be a better agency to ensure checks of them, which I would say would be better if we had more things. I don't know how to put it, but if we had control over them in a sense.
What
If
checks on? You
that,
said it. Checks on them, on their power.
yeah, like the
Okay.
checks and balances, like with the three departments, whatever, jurisdictional and stuff.
Okay. Either of you two want to respond to that?
I mean, sure. I mean, what are we talking? You said short-term benefits. You said positives. Like, can you explain what the short-term benefits are
It is
and
still
how
an
they're benefits?
It is still an open panel, by the way, just so you guys know.
Yeah.
Anybody can chime in.
Short term, it is in a way it would be, yeah, it is positives. Like we're getting people out of the country that are illegal immigrants that didn't pass through legally, and it would put more power to the government, but at the same time, if we do it longer in a sense, it would need more like restraint on that and to ensure that they don't go out of line and stuff. But short term, in a sense, it's better that the government has control over this problem. It is something we can only do for now. It is only like for now.
Something to add to Ornstein's point, like, and to my point initially, like pro pro legal enforcement of presence in the U.S. What is it? Obviously, we're on opposite sides of the debate here, and you say that you characterized what I had said of like kicking people out as the bad thing. Can you elaborate your stance on the opposite side of this discussion on like why our stance on legal immigration enforcement and presence in the U.S. is not the correct position?
Now it's a party. Now we're cooking. Now I'm
Howdy.
excited. Hello,
I
everybody.
think we got a 4-4 split here, honnly, because
Oh, that's so
I
sick.
believe Ren is anti-ice.
I am anti-ice, but like I
Okay.
said, I was just I'm willing to help moderate and not do anything.
Hold up, Andrew. So were you asking Alec that question? Because I'm not like anti removing illegal immigrants. I'm anti garbage politically charged institutions like what they have right now. That's what I am. So
I'll say I am anti removing an immigrant who hasn't done a crime.
I'm in favor
It
of
was
legalization.
specifically Alec. Yeah, I am specifically asking
Sure.
about
So-
the stance of
Okay.
the stance being bad that we're removing all of these non properly naturalized presence.
Well, I think personally, I think that's bad because they're doing a lot for us. Like if you look at things like agriculture, they have it's around 50% of our agricultural workers are undocumented immigrants. So if you were to
Okay.
just
It's a bad thing.
Okay, hold on. We're getting there. The reason that I think it's bad to just snap them back to Mexico or wherever they came from, like if you could snap your finger and send all of them back to Mexico, our agriculture would fall apart overnight. It would just fall apart because you have all these people who have worked the fields, who have been trained in the fields, who know the fields, who have gotten used to them. Okay, I'm not saying that this is fair practice or anything. I'm just explaining the mechanism to you. This is the machine that we built, and you're taking out a core. You're taking out a core component of the machine, which is this group of undocumented immigrants. And if you just snap them back to where they went, where they came from, you're not going to have people replace them overnight. That's going to be a long, arduous process to which you will never actually reach what you were at. Because the American, the average natural-born citizen in America, is not built for that shit. I'm certainly not. I'm a melty, ice cream loving. Like I ooze, like I ooze over my fucking belt. I don't work the fields, okay, and I'm not going to.
And to characterize the U.S. population, the average, small town, average, day laborer, American blue collar worker, unskilled labor as your fitness level or your capability to do that job is completely is a completely false extrapolation of like your knowledge base. Like the American generalized is capable of working that job, like objectively.
I think people.
That is an
I think.
untrue comparison.
If I could throw a question out there.
Yeah.
Okay, hypothetically, a group of ICE officers go to a farm, and this farm happens to be completely staffed by illegal immigrants.
Yep.
What is the smartest move, just generally? What should we do about that? What should they do?
So
what should
like
happen?
ICE finds all of them, rounds them up. Now what?
Yep. So my stance on that is, and I'll tell you what the motivation is, and then I'll give you the actual solution. The motivation, my worldview is that if you have a business and they are operating entirely based off of illegals, and their benefit, the illegals are not U.S. citizens. Just to be explicit about this, they are not being treated with all the benefits of a U.S. citizen. They are being they're not could be they are being exploited because they don't speak the language to the full degree, and if they do speak the language to the full degree, they know that they cannot benefit from all the protections of the law. So by that very dynamic, that very relationship between employer and employee, they are being taken advantage of by their employers because they cannot take advantage of the systems that would protect them if they were a legal citizen. And so if the law enforcement shows up and they see that and this business is operating at like a net positive revenue, you shut it down completely. What are the repercussions of that? Third order, second order effects. Yeah, there's going to be an immediate impact on the business and the people who are buying from the business, and then
Yeah.
where the resources distribute from there. But that does not change the fact that we are effectively using slave labor
Okay, but would it
to
not
get the
be
result.
would it not be more effective though to just legalize them? Just naturalize, just give them citizenship. Like they're not here doing anything nefarious. So give them citizenship and then force the owner to force the owner of the farm to pay them proper wages. And then it won't be slave labor.
So
I mean, I
should
still think it
we?
is, but beside
So
the
you're
point.
suggesting that we give them, immediate legal status in those circumstances to avoid the second order, third order effects of,
I think
production, food production, and et cetera, right?
I think we should keep them here. First of all,
Well,
just keep
I'm
them
asking
here,
yes or no. So
knowing
you're
that
asking that we keep them and then we legalize them under these circumstances. Yes.
I'm telling you the most literal thing that I want. It is the reason that I'm framing it this way is not to get around you or anything. It's to be as concrete as possible about what I want without using labels. Okay, so what I want is for them to stay, first and foremost. I want them to stay, and you should want them to stay, because what they're doing is putting food down your fucking gullet. Okay, so of course you should want them to stay, first of all. Second of all, when it comes to their status as legalized or naturalized citizens, what have you, if that's the mechanism through which they get to stay, fine. That's what I want. I want them to become naturalized United States citizens, and I want that to be a convenient and easy process for most people. Obviously, if you're slinging drugs on the side or they found a conviction in your criminal history, we can discuss whether or not those people get to stay or if we should send them back. I'm open to that. But most of those people are not like that. If you look at the statistics, all of the studies that we have on these undocumented migrants and immigrants is that they're not bad people. In fact, they behave better than we do.
All right. I understand what your position is, and for the sake of this dynamic of this slice of what we're talking about, we're not going to include illegal. We're not going to include criminal behavior post entry. So they are perfect angels in the land of the U.S. of A.
Okay.
And they have only been a net positive in terms of their behavior and contributions. In this dynamic, you still have people who have entered illegally, and you are suggesting that they have permanent residence either through a mechanism that converts them to citizens or grants them citizenship or some other adjacent program where they retain their status in the U.S.
I just don't care that much about the invisible line. I don't.
So yes or no? Did I characterize what you were saying in that last statement?
Oh, yes, basically.
Okay. In that scenario, you are still having people who are willing to disregard the law of the land to enter the U.S. for their own benefit, for their own family's benefit, and then you want to grant them citizenship or other permanent residence before people who have been waiting legally in line?
Before people? No, not before. Like, why does there have to be a before and after? We should just have the resources available to get them here, like, efficiently.
That's nice.
Like
that's
we have
nice to say that we should just have the resources,
and
but
we
like, that is not the reality.
we would if our fucking government would allocate the resources to that. They can do it for ICE. They're more than happy to stick a gun in some idiot's hand, put a uniform on them, and say, "Okay, go shoot some brown people," or I mean, like capture them, and if they give you any lip, just shoot them. Just shoot them.
You know, it's
That's what
crazy
you've always
'cause, like, the
wanted to
last
do
shooting
anyway. You
that's,
want to
like
shoot somebody? There you go. Like that.
Wait.
Take those people and just give them a little paperwork to do instead, and then we can have
Do
this
you
this train
actually
rolling.
believe that? Do you actually believe that that is the relationship of like the administration to ICE as law enforcement?
Yes, I do. 1000%.
Virtually.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fine.
They love the great
Granted,
replacement theory, and that's their response.
great. Well, that's that's how you choose to characterize them. That
That's
you
what they
can't
are.
know. That's you can't know. That's what they believe. That's
They
literally impossible.
are the xenophobic spirit of America. That's what they are. The xenophobic
ICE?
phantom that haunts us.
You think ICE
So
is
what-
the xenophobic phantom
wait,
that
wait,
haunts America?
I have a
Yes.
question though. So, do you
Jeez.
claim that all ICE employees who are not white are also that?
Yes, absolutely. Some of the most xenophobic people in the entire country are of some kind of minority race. Yes, especially Cubans. Cubans, for some reason, like they come here and they're like, "Oh, fuck Cuba, fuck that place that birthed me. Hell no."
Because Cuba's a communist shithole. Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I don't know that much about Cuba, so. But anyway, the point is, yes, absolutely they exist for sure.
So, okay, so back to a more concrete. You were talking about having the resources to get these people immigrated. Like, if the government was doing its job, then we could actually do things the way that you suggested. Yes, am I understanding that?
Say that a little more
If
succinctly.
the
one more
government,
time.
if the administration wasn't so awful as you framed them,
Mhm.
then what you suggested for legal immigration wouldn't be such a hurdle, right?
Correct. Yeah, just allocate more resources to naturalizing these people. Do some background
I am
checks.
also not against legal immigration. I am not against a more efficient immigration process. I am not against that. But at any point along that being what we want versus what is, that doesn't change what is. And so your hypothetical of like, well, we could just have all the people who are in the US already being positive contributors they can be legal. And so we can also just have them be legal along everyone else who should
Yeah.
be legal. And it's like, okay,
Yeah.
but we can't do that even in the next 6 months because we don't
That
have
means
the
that we should get
resources.
started soon, huh? Like we
Okay,
should
but
we should
until
get the
then, we
ball
have
rolling
other
somewhere. Oh, it's going to take
but
a
we
long
have-
time. Wow, we better start yesterday.
Okay, we have other major concerns, and I'm not
apparently,
I'm not gonna.
You'd
but-
be concerned about more than one
I'm going to
thing
let
at
somebody.
once.
Okay, does somebody else
Yes,
want to respond
that's
to this?
true.
Because I've been
That is
talking a
true.
while.
I guess I'll give an opening thing since.
Oh, sorry, we haven't even gotten you an
yeah,
opening
no,
statement. Go.
yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine. I guess in regards to the Minneapolis shooting, I agree. I'm gonna be on the side of the anti-ICE people here. I think what happened was a gross abuse of power that led to the death of an unarmed citizen in a manner that, by the way, is completely reckless and irresponsible and could have endangered other people. You do not shoot people in moving in cars under any circumstance, by the by. Yeah, because if you shoot somebody on that car, then depending on whether or not their foot's still on the gas pedal, that could lead to potential damage to property.
I don't
Could
want
lead
to
to
interrupt
more
your
people
opening
killed.
statement. Is this like an argument, or are you still in the opening statement?
Yeah. And I guess in regards to ICE's role, this is probably gonna set off the pro ICE people in the panel, but the way I describe ICE's role is more or less just a modern Gestapo, as in they've been in using the power given to them, the authority given to them, in order to basically just intimidate people indiscriminately. And when you have that kind of a scenario with an authority, with any kind of state power or state force kind of people, then yeah, you basically have a Gestapo.
Yeah, no, I totally agree to that.
Okay, so we got 4
I don't
anti-ICE
think-
and 3 pro-ICE.
Yeah, I don't know how we're going to compare ICE to the Gestapo. Like it's not even remotely
All right, I'm
similar,
gonna bring
except
up.
for the fact that they're law enforcement.
I'm gonna bring up one. He says in DMC centrist. So we'll bring in one more,
All
and
right.
then we'll call it there. We can't have any more than that. That's plenty. All right. Concerned about ICE.
Well, centrist
All right.
person.
Wait, you're concerned about ICE, so you're anti-ICE then?
What?
We're-
Being concerned about ICE doesn't mean I'm anti it. I'm concerned about ICE, right? There's a difference between saying, "Hey, ICE is evil." That'd be like ICE is evil if I really hated ICE. I'm concerned about ICE.
Council, do we accept?
Yes, based.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, you have to have
Uh,
you have to have a centrist so everybody can just dogpile them.
We
once in a
already
while.
had on God I Love
Hell
Water.
yeah.
our punching bag.
Yeah, I'm the real centrist. Liberals are all centrist. No, but I agree.
Who here just thinks ICE is just a good thing? Like, who thinks it's like necessary and that it does good things?
Yeah, me absolutely.
I do.
Yeah, me as well.
I do too.
Okay, that's 4 out of 9. Or 10.
Yeah.
I can count.
Well, I
So-
can't. I can't see a reason why it's even effective. Well, not effective necessarily, but I can't see a reason why it honors American institutions right now. I think it's honestly a scourge on, and it's honestly a shallow reflection of what America is going towards in the current environment.
I don't think so.
Polonium, is that how you say it?
Yep.
You sound like you have like a more of, I mean, obviously you probably align with Alec in regards to like you know, less a less harsh response in terms of like a legal presence in the US, but you are more emotionally or morally concerned with like how the US is conducting itself and the consequences of like how we're using power.
Yeah, so I'd say I'm more concerned about the institutions and the legitimacy of them rather than I am the actual organization. I don't disagree with ICE as an entity. I disagree with the way that Trump is conducting things, and I disagree with the way it's being ran. I said this before. I'll repeat it again for the people who weren't here or weren't listening. But in Christianity, they teach that you can know people by their fruits, and I think that ICE, you know them by their fruits, in the sense that when they shoot a person, there's so many legal issues with what that guy did. He wasn't paying attention. He was on his phone. They were trying to pull the person out of her car. Unlawfully resisting is one thing, right? But you're supposed to use de-escalation tactics, and there was conflicting orders. One of the officers actually said, "Can you move your car?" because she was blocking traffic. So when they're trained to de-escalate people. So when they put a person in a position of panic and she tries to leave, which they don't know the reason why, and he's standing in front of the car, which they're not allowed to do that, right? That's against their protocol and training. You're not allowed to put yourself in harm because legally that can be considered as entrapment, and the people who trained him, the officer, can be held legally liable in certain cases. So the whole incident, I think, is terrible, and I think you can believe in ICE, like you can like not disagree with the institution of ICE as a whole, but you can also say this is a terrible misuse of conduct in this case. You can also say that their training was wrong because this sort of thing happened just in Portland. They shot 2 people on a traffic stop, and they're not being transparent about it. So it's terrible government mismanagement, right? They're doing terrible on damage control, and they're not being open or transparent. So what do you think's going to happen? People are going to protest. And I think defending them for the sake of defending them while ignoring their flaws is, I think, honestly, quite ignorant.
I agree. Actually, completely agree with you. I would say that to defend every instance of abuse of power or otherwise unnecessary tragedy is incorrect, and to, in any regards, to say that Renee, quote unquote, deserved to die or anything adjacent to that is a terrible the terrible departure from anyone's humanity. I would also separate what you initiated, you started your claim with, from, or add a bit of nuance to that. You said that you should know as a Christian, and for a lot of people here, this whole um, framing might not be useful to them in the first place. But to address what you're saying, you would know a person by their fruits. Um, I would say that that applies to an individual and not
Mm.
to like an organization. And I'm not going to say that like an
Mm.
organization is not responsible for like, what they demonstrate. Like we're the organization of peace, and then they execute 10 people a day. It's like, okay, that's something
So
wrong with that. But to say like, hey, you should know a person by their fruits, that is that is a used to examine a person's character, and that framing doesn't work for a law enforcement organization. It does
why?
Okay,
work
so I have
when
a
you're trying
question then.
to
Why?
it does work when you're
I have a
trying to
question.
there's
Why?
two
You're
people.
saying it doesn't explain. And
Okay, well, if you
before
know a
you
person
explain,
by her
once again,
fruits,
I wanted to say something. The reason why I say that, right, is because a lot of people on the opposite side, pro ICE people are Christians. So right, like I would consider myself Orthodox Christian adjacent. I'm not a catechumen yet, right? But when I say that, right, I say this so that way I can bridge the gap, right? I argue the aesthetic first briefly, and then I argue the legality of it, which I did second, right? So I use the framing intentionally in that specific circumstance, so that way when a right winger hears it, they're going to listen and go, "Oh, okay, this guy makes sense. Maybe he has something nuanced to say." That's the reason why I'm saying it. I'm not saying it because it's some ultra grand narrative. I said what I said. I meant what I said. I don't know what to say, but you can go
The
ahead and
Jedi
respond now.
mind trick.
well, I've got another person who also had something. Was it? I think it was Ash.
Yeah, I had a basic question. So, from what I can gather, you agree that there isn't really much in the way he. I need to find a way to phrase this correctly.
All right, if you need a second, I'm going to respond to Polonium.
Let's let Percy say something. Percy wanted to. Percy hasn't gotten to say anything yet.
First of all, hello. I hope everybody is doing well. So I would like to say, because I have seen the footage multiple times, slowed it down. I watched the context and all that stuff, and I can tell you that the officer who did this, and shot the woman, because if I remember correctly from what I saw, it was 2 shots, which meant that this was intentional. He meant to do it, which therefore, yes, that is, 3. Okay. Okay, 3. Okay, I stand corrected. But that was an intention to kill. That was not an intention to stop her. That was an intention to kill. I would say that that was an individual issue, and like I said, I support what Andrew was talking about, where basically you can't say that a community or like a organization or something is terrible or something when it comes to an individual person or like a small group of people.
One bad
However, yeah, I will say this though, he was I think it was a he, yes. He was definitely out of line, and I do not support what happened there, but I do, however, support the original meaning for what ICE was meant to be and what the main function of ICE was meant to be. Mainly because ICE and Border Patrol was meant to keep a form of security of the United States of America, and not to let anybody illegally come into this country. And I would like to give just a quick example of something, or like a hypothetical, mainly because it's just something that I've always thought about. So
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Did you want
You can
to?
go ahead.
Did you want to finish your?
Yeah, just one example, and then you guys can respond to this.
Alright.
So, imagine you're at home, and for whatever reason you open your windows and your doors and stuff. You let all the boundaries down. You let anybody come in. And so one person or two people or a group of people may help you. They may organize your stuff. They may, help you out. They may do your chores for you or something. But there might be also one or two people that want to harm you or, want to kill you. So my question is, why would we risk that sort of issue when it comes to illegal immigration and stuff like that? Because there are criminals who have come in here. I'm not saying that all illegal immigrants are criminals, but I am saying that there were a few. Okay, there were a few thousand of them. That I know that's not a lot, compared to the actual illegal immigration ratio, but there was still some, and there are still there that are in here that are undocumented. But why should we take the risk for that?
The logical conclusion of that is to stop immigration everywhere, forever. You're born in the country you're born in, huh?
She's saying unvetted. There's a difference between the scenario where we allow people in.
Do you not
after
think
we,
there are
like,
any vetted immigrants who commit crimes? Like serious
Yes,
ones?
there are, but it's much more likely
There's
to be
more.
vetted.
I have news for you. According to data, there's more of them than illegal ones. Just so you know.
Source.
So maybe
besides
the
that,
legal way
it's
to do
not-
this is not all it's cracked up to be, in my opinion.
Well, would you
That
rather
doesn't
someone go through
change.
let's imagine it's like a border checkpoint, right? And like 5 people go through the border checkpoint, they get vetted through. One guy just goes around entirely. Which one were you gonna trust more? The guy who went through the border checkpoint or the guy who went around?
It puts a
It
responsibility.
would depend. What does
on
the
us.
checkpoint look like? What does the checkpoint look like?
Let's say it's just a regular checkpoint. It's just a guy.
What do you mean a
in
regular
status
checkpoint?
says,
What does that
"Welcome
look
to Los
like?
Estados Unidos," you know?
Pretend I don't know what the word checkpoint means. What does a regular checkpoint look like? What describe it?
It's a shack with a guy inside who says,
Okay.
"Hey, welcome to the United States of America. We're gonna let you in if you pass these simple requirements."
Like
Papers, please.
what?
Yep.
Like what?
Like, are you a convicted felon or like the equivalent of a felon from your country?
Okay.
Are you like a criminal of some kind? Have you done X, Y, Z? What's your intent of coming to the United States? Stuff like that. It's establishing why these people want to come to the United States.
So a piece of paper then that I fill out, and then I'm good to go.
It could be a piece of paper. It could even just be verbal. I
Verbal.
know like a lot of questions are just verbal. Yeah.
I have
He's
news
not,
for
he's
you.
not like
That's a
he's
lot
not,
easier than what we
using
got
this as a
now.
He's not using this as an example for real immigration policy. He's using this as an example of who has the responsibility after this person has quote unquote legally immigrated. If we ask this person 10
It's responsibility
questions
for
and then we
what?
let them into their behavior in the country.
Why would there need to be an entire
have they're
organization?
people. They're responsible for
would-
their own actions. What are you talking about?
Yeah, why would we need an organization to help monitor to help monitor how good these people are? Why?
We don't have to monitor that, but okay, I have something I need to say. I need to say this through all the way. If we have 10 people come into the US, 8 of them come through immigration and 2 of them don't. And the process of immigration is 10 questions that they say to a guy at a window. And then through those 10 questions, we determine if they can be in the country. At that point, we have taken responsibility for 8 of those people who have immigrated into the country, and as what the government is responsible for the people, the citizens of the US, they have to take responsibility for who they let into the US.
Okay.
If I live on the very other
You have
side,
to take
I'm not done yet.
responsibility for anybody that lives here.
Only as so far. Wait, I'm not done yet. So if we have
Wait, hold
a
on,
population of
We're
people
we're
that live
getting
on
there.
the
Let me
other
finish.
side, if we live on, I live on the very opposite side of where immigration happens, and like my front lawn, the sidewalk across my front lawn is where people walk across into the country. I have to be protected by the government. They owe me their responsibility to protect me as a citizen of this country where this 10 questions required what lets you into the country.
Like your
you
lawn.
Why
like
the
your
extra
lawn's on the
safety
like
measures?
the property line of your lawn ends where the border begins between
It was
Texas
really
and Mexico?
cheap. It was really, really cheap. That's why I bought it. Okay, it was $50.
50 bucks.
But that's so silly. Like that's not real. That's
No,
not
it
a
is
real
real.
thing.
There are
Like
people who
it's
actually live like right on the border.
no.
First things
it's-
first, how do we
not
even
even
assess
in
that those
Mexico.
8 people
Wait,
are
hold
a
up.
risk to you anyway? We let them into the country under the assumption that they're not going to be a risk to you.
No, we.
Why
Isn't that right?
Wait, hold up. Real
Todd,
quick.
real quick. Todd Buttshines
Real
in
quick.
YouTube chat says you're all gay. See you in hell. Thank
Darn
you,
it,
Todd
you
Buttshines.
got me.
Appreciate
Thank
you. Anyway,
God
who was next?
bless.
Shout out to
Life is destroyed.
Life ruined.
So somebody said, so you said that's not real, Alec. Well, it is real. In Canada, there's a few places where you can literally just walk across the border, right? They have monitoring and they have cameras and
but
such.
that's not what I'm saying.
I mean, even San Diego, Tijuana, there's tunnels that they've built
Okay,
because
but-
neighborhoods are literally right
but-
next to each other. So this is something that's real.
But what I'm
It's not
saying is,
something, you
it's
know.
not like a real thing where like a horde of immigrants is coming into your backyard. Like it happens here and there, I'm sure. But like the quantity of this, like the sheer quantity of this problem is very minuscule. I guarantee you. Like the
why
people.
Does that, why does any of that matter? Why does
Yeah,
any
why
of
does
that
that-
matter?
Wait,
Why does the
hold
number
on.
of illegal
Let
matter?
Alec finish. He's explaining it, please. I want
Okay.
to hear the rest of this.
The reason people come here is that they heard this was the greatest nation on earth and it's the best way to seek a better life for you and your loved ones. And so what guys do oftentimes, and I've met guys like this at jobs that I've worked, they'll take the lead out of their fucking boots and they'll say, fuck it, I'm taking the journey to America, the land of the free and home of the brave, where I can earn a decent living for my family and send it back there. They don't even got to come with me. That's how much I love them. That's what a real man fucking does. Okay?
So
Have you ever had to do that? I don't think so. I haven't. Okay? I haven't
I
either.
would love to have
I'm
people
bitch
in
made
here.
compared to some of these immigrants. And you know what? They're working their fucking asses off. Harder than you've ever worked, I'm sure. Okay? And all they're asking for is some goddamn leniency and to live their lives peacefully. They didn't even want their families to come over here. They said, oh, it'll just be me. Don't worry. I will become a cog in you guys' proverbial machine simply so that my family can survive without me. Are you
And
man
all that
enough
we
to do
ask-
that? Do you got the balls?
What does
Alex,
that
so
mean?
I
all we
don't.
ask in return, all we ask for is that you fill out like a sheet of paper and you go through the legal process. That's all we're asking for.
No, it's not. Fine. You
Yes,
go
it
do
is.
it then. You go do it. Pretend to be an
I don't
immigrant.
need
You
to.
go
I
do
don't
it.
want to go anywhere else. I love this.
You
fucking
make
No,
country.
no,
immigration-
just go
Getting
pretend. If
around.
it's so
sound a
easy,
lot
just go
more-
do it. Prove it to me. Like,
I don't
if
think
it's
I
so
can even do
easy,
that. I'm an American citizen.
Custom
I was
border-
born.
people have been on the wait list for years. What are you talking about? That's not just a piece of paper,
That's-
man.
I mean, that's also not to mention the fact that the immigration process in America right now is currently pretty stringent. Like, there's a number of factors that could get you,
Okay.
you know,
Isn't there a
Oh,
requirement,
go ahead, Alex.
as long as the U.S. isn't going to have permanent, like, as long as they're going to have rules and not let every person who comes across the border in and deport felons, there's the need for some sort of agency to go around, arrest them, and deport them, right? Unless, like, I'm a little confused by, like, the arguments here because, like, the idea that we don't like ICE, okay, but, like, even the people who don't like ICE's current policy probably do think felons who have come here illegally should get deported.
we
So,
already
I
have
don't-
police to deal with felons, though, don't
Oh
we?
wait,
Yeah, they're
wait.
called
the
ICE.
police
They're
are
called
not
ICE,
involved
yes.
in international. The
No,
police
like
are not
actual
will
police,
never be
not
involved.
ICE.
Yeah, ICE.
The police are never going to go
ICE
around
are not the
deporting
police,
people
man.
They're a
to
form
other
of law.
places.
Okay,
Like,
listen.
they can.
Okay,
you need
so-
an agency of people to fly or transport people
So-
once they're arrested
so-
back to
so
their home
what's your-
country if you want to deport them.
Okay, so
Right.
what you're worried about is a felon sneaking in, right? And that's what ICE is for, the felons that sneak in.
Well, it depends on the policy, right? This is up to Congress to decide.
What are you talking
whether or
about?
not
No,
to
that's what
deport
the
everyone
concern.
or
No, hold on.
Just give a yes or
The
no answer, man.
concern
You don't
that
need
you
to go,
just
"Oh, well,
expressed-
this should be up to Congress. No, yes or no.
Hold on. The concern that you just expressed, and correct me if I'm wrong, the basic concern is that dangerous people are sneaking around and getting through the cracks. Is that correct?
Well, that was one thing I mentioned. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it sounded like that was most of it. right? You don't want dangerous people to come in. I don't want dangerous people to come in either. So on that, we agree, my friend. Now let's move forward from here. So when we talk about dangerous people entering, what you're trying to do is convince me that ICE is keeping that from happening, right? Somehow. Or when it does happen, they're the response team. They're the response team to dangerous criminals entering our borders without our say-so, right? The ICE is responsible for that.
No, the police are, but they're responsible to get them out of the
Okay,
country.
then what does ICE do?
They capture them and get them the heck and
okay,
report them out.
then
The police
they're
can do
doing
that
this.
just fine, though. No, they don't. The police don't. The police are not in. Police, by the very nature of the Constitution. Wait, the federal government has authority over immigration. The police are state and local bodies. They do not have the jurisdiction over immigration matters.
We're getting there.
That
So
the federal government does.
So ICE captures them, yes?
Yeah, and they deport them.
So hold on. ICE captures them, and how do they know who to capture?
Sometimes they have lists. Sometimes they have addresses of people who've overstayed their visas, or they go to places where they think there's a lot of legal
Okay, so ICE
there are
is
all sorts of different ways they do it. What, are you
so
really
ICE
asking this
is
question?
ICE is like primarily for people who have overstayed visas.
Is it? I don't know.
That's what you just said, and I guarantee you that that's most of what's happening is that people, because those are the easiest to track, right? When you talk about undocumented immigrants, actually, people who overstay their visas are quite documented. They just also happen to be here illegally, so they're the easiest targets. Do you know who those people usually are? Students, doctors, people who do all kinds of shit for society, live peaceful fucking lives, and just want to do right by their fellow man. And we're kicking them out. We're kicking them out. Why?
Yeah, because we give them one rule. We give them one rule. You have to be legal. You have to follow the laws that we have in this land. And other than that, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Okay?
They could. Okay. If they're overstaying their visas and becoming an undocumented immigrant, there must be a reason for that, right?
Sure, and they can take it up with the courts.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I
like
think
to-
a
paperwork for,
reasonable.
10 different reasons. You
A
didn't overstay your
reasonable response to that is not to kick them out. That's ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
Just remind them.
I think
Percy has something they want to say.
If I get a visa for X amount of time and then I don't renew it, right? Like by its very nature, I've been given the visa only for X amount of time, and if I don't renew it, I'm gonna get kicked out, right? Like that's how visas work, isn't it?
Go
And, like,
ahead,
every country
Percy.
works.
Go ahead, Percy.
It's come to the point where like I went there was so much that happened that I kind of sort of forgot my point that I was gonna mention, but I remember partially what it is. It'll probably come back to me as I speak, but
That's fine.
when it comes to like it's basically just regulations and laws, right? So what is America if we don't stand by those laws? Like if we let because wait, hold on. I already see your reaction, but think about it. We don't necessarily ask for too much. We just ask for like validation that you're not trying to hurt, kill, nor destroy anything of the American citizens. Now, obviously, you are correct. There are people who have green cards and stuff like that, and they will still commit crimes and they will still do that stuff. I understand that, but at the same time, I mean, we also have to take into account that they're still doing it, legally, like in terms of like they're in here legally and stuff. So they'll be tried as a citizen. But when you have somebody who is illegal and who is committing an illegal crime in America, then they can be tried for much more than that because they are not from here. And therefore deportation is, another big thing. But it's just you cannot have the United States of America without enforcing law and enforcing specific regulations, because then it becomes quite similarly to a third world country.
I really want to see your response to that, Alec. Like specifically what she said about laws existing because they are enforced. Please
Slavery was a
address
law.
that. Yeah, it was a bad law. We got rid of it.
Yeah, we
Please.
got rid of it.
There was a law.
Please address.
Technically,
we got
we
rid
did
of
not
it.
get rid of slavery.
Okay,
But
so
the-
then
If
let's
you're
take
president,
let's
you're
go
just
back
legal to
then.
the
14th
Let's take the time machine back to 1800. There's a guy who owns a farm, and on that farm he owns some slaves. Okay, we'll call him farm owner Jim, for no particular reason. Farm owner Jim. Okay, so farm owner Jim owns their slaves there doing their work out in the yard yonder, and he notices one's missing. Where'd that one go? Now I wonder. And some people have been rumbling about up around town that my slave has gone rooting through their trash trying to feed himself and not work on my fields. Now, I'm not a big lawyer man, but I do know that it says in the law here that if a slave runs away, you're supposed to return him. Now, my question to you is, you going to return my slave?
May I?
I heard he's under your care. I heard he's hiding out here. You're holding him for me, right? You're going to give him back, right? Because it's the law.
Quitting the slave catchers, bro.
Okay, if I can make some input on that. So you're talking about the 1800s and like
Oh, it was way long ago, so the law didn't apply back then. My bad.
Right. So why?
It's
why
different.
Hold on, though. But why are we
The
applying
year is
this
different,
to
therefore it's
America
different.
now?
Morals
Like,
have changed
why are we,
since then.
Why are we? Yeah.
Yes,
Exactly.
answer the
So,
question.
like,
What she's
that's
saying.
why.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so back
like,
then it was right.
I'm asking.
Back then it was correct and good and right.
Now, hold on a second, please.
If you
We're
okay,
talking about some. Okay, never mind.
fine. Go ahead. No. I cut you off. Hold on, I cut her off. Go ahead.
So I noticed that you have a habit or something of it's not necessarily changing the subject, but it's going back to like something that doesn't necessarily have relevance. Oh my gosh, what is it called? Relevance. Sorry, I always switch them up. But relevance to what is happening now. I'm asking about what's going on now in terms of law. Obviously, we abolished slavery and stuff like that. There were many people who hated slavery and hated racism and stuff, and that's what the amendments were for. That's our entire thing for the law. And then at the same time, like I said, we have, the regulations. We have enforced regulations on people who shouldn't be here, that come here just, basically they barge in or they, hop the border or something like that. And it's just, I don't know. It's me personally, right? I wouldn't want somebody to just randomly come inside of my room and like start doing whatever that they want, or whether it's good or bad, because that's an invasion of my privacy. Not only that, but I also did not like request from them to be there. Hold on a second. Alec was attacking the idea that law is legitimate per se. You rely on another moral standard to see law as legitimate. He made an appeal to absurdity to reveal that conclusion. Yeah, but what I'm saying is I still don't understand why he would go all the way back when that was already abolished and it is already done with. We don't have slavery laws anymore. That the amendments have shut that down completely. So, like, again, could you please just answer my question, my original question?
What's the original question? Rephrase it or restate it.
Okay, so I was talking. Okay, so I was mentioning how can this be the United States if we don't enforce our laws or regulations? Because in that case, it would become a third world country. Yes or no, and why?
Okay.
Or why not?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know the answer to that. That's why I'm trying to get at the root of your belief. So what I'm trying to make you understand is that if our nation falls apart without its laws, my question to you is, because that's your logic, right? So this is the through line here. It is relevant. I promise you it's relevant. If that is your logic, that the laws are what hold us together as a nation, when it was law to turn in a runaway slave, was it good or bad to do that? Or sorry,
That's
to,
false.
yeah,
That's a
exactly.
wait. I got this one. This is
False
a
question.
false
No, I
comparison.
want to ask something. I want to ask something.
That's not a
So-
false
False
comparison.
comparison.
No, it's a
I
fair
am
comparison.
asking.
No, it's a fair comparison. 100%.
Do you want
laws
law
important?
enforcement? Do you want law enforcement to exercise vetoes over laws that you think are immoral? You want them to think they're moral and then ignore those laws. So let's say slavery is legal. They turn them in. Okay. So then you decide to make slavery illegal. Well, you've said law enforcement should to disobey laws they think are immoral. So then law enforcement decides, hey, we think slavery is okay, so we're going to keep turning in slaves even if it's illegal. Do you want
Are you
law
talking to
enforcement
me?
to function? Yeah, I'm asking you now. Do you want law enforcement to function off?
I thought you were talking
Okay, well they're wrong then,
enforcing
because
the
I
law?
think that harboring slaves is good, because harboring slaves means that you're helping somebody just trying to regain their freedom as a fucking human. So that's my, and I know you agree. Okay, so we agree on this that slavery bad. Hopefully,
Yeah.
we're all on the same page there, right? So my point is, regardless of what the law says, I am not turning in a fucking runaway slave ever. I will never do it.
Okay, so
I don't care if they
the
reinstate
understanding
slavery tomorrow. In
Yeah,
fact,
nobody
if somebody
wants that.
runs away from jail, I probably wouldn't even say anything. Like
So
I
if they were in jail because they killed the old lady next door, that is acceptable to
if
you?
all
because
I
they're-
know if all I know about this person is that they ran away from jail, I probably wouldn't say anything.
That's right. Most people who are in jail
I didn't see
should
nothing.
not be in
I'm no
jail.
rat.
Most people most people who are in jail should not be in jail, for just generally speaking.
Is that what you're saying, or
Just
are you
generally.
asking me?
No, I'm taking what you said as literal. So on most cases, 50-50, you're gonna say
That's not
most of the
most, that's-
time. Most of the time, you're gonna say, this person. I just saw him crawl out of the jail windows that he just popped out of the grate, out of the framing of the window. He probably didn't deserve to be in there. Most people, being detained by law enforcement.
Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at chat. One sec. Okay, Mace is out. I know that we'll bring in another leftist. Should we bring in Aurelius?
Yeah, let's
It's
bring in
permissible for the
Aurelius.
United States to exist as an organization with borders. Okay, so if we bring in another leftist and another pro-ICE guy, because Aurelius and Pasta, I think, are on opposite sides.
Oh
What
yeah,
would that put
Boston.
us
Yeah,
at?
get Boston in here.
Yeah, let's
Oh
get them
boy.
both.
Okay,
in here.
fuck it.
I think
we
Aurelius
we
did say
ball.
that they were. I think Aurelius was saying that they're closer to anti-ice, though.
We ball.
Anti-ice?
We ball.
Aurelius is anti-ice.
Yeah. He said he was closer to it, but I don't know.
I think the shooting was self-defense for that individual. People have a right to resist without violence. With violence. Okay, that's crazy.
Oh my God!
Probably.
Yeah, get him in here.
But he's anti-ice. That's crazy. Because you're either
Oh god,
pro-ice.
they're
and
in handcuff. Oh,
There's no way that's
join.
legally even
Wait,
considerably
no,
close to self-defense.
where did you read that?
I'm reading it in chat.
Yeah, like where is it? Is it like do I have to scroll up?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's adding
Oh,
me
okay.
so I can.
It's like
Okay.
424.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we have I'm anti-ice.
Get up
I'm
here,
trying to
boys.
figure out.
Hello.
Okay. Somebody else did it for
This
me.
is gonna be golden.
Can I?
Okay, introduce yourselves and then give your stance real quick, and then we'll get back into the panel discussion. But it's getting pretty
You
crowded.
could go
but
first.
We can work with it.
Go ahead, Pasta.
Guess I will go first. Well, I usually go by the gamer as my actual username, but you can use whatever you want, TBH. One might say that I'm a communist, allegedly. Allegedly. There are rumors, to say the least. And well, yeah, I mean, one might also imagine that I don't really like ice, you know.
I can imagine
And
that.
and on the matter of the killing of an innocent person in where was it? Minnesota?
Minneapolis.
Yeah,
Minneapolis. My bad. Yeah, Minneapolis. Yeah, well, killing of a murder of an innocent person by the a racist tag.
Oh, hey, yo.
How do you know they're racist?
Yeah, how do you know they're racist?
Was she white? She was white as fuck. What do you mean?
I mean, them working
mean,
for
yeah,
ICE is enough, I guess.
Do you have like?
Oh
Are you
yeah,
gonna
because
say
she's so
it's
racist. Yeah, he
substantial?
killed his fellow whitey.
I
Yeah.
don't think working for ICE makes you a racist. I think that's an insane
I
claim
wasn't
to make.
talking about the
I
specific
I
incident,
agree.
but my guy, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. If you're part of an organization, and this organization does some pretty specific stuff on a pretty wide scale, like for example racial profiling, which ICE has been doing uh, o- on a pretty wide scale, I would say. Um, if you stay in such of an if you stay inside of such an organization, and you say nothing, do nothing, and just keep doing your job and whatever you are ordered to do, you are kind of just accepting it. So either you are actually racist or not. You
Say you're not
engage.
anti-racist.
What?
And
You
what?
could say you're not anti-racist.
That whoa.
That's a good claim to make. I agree with
Hmm.
that because here's the thing: you
Government has
can't go in and you
influence
can't
these
prove that every
stories.
single person is racially motivated in ICE. That's just not possible, right? But you can
Yeah.
say for certain that the vast majority of people are not going to be anti-racist. I mean, I guess it depends how
True.
you frame it.
That is a false equivalency. Like you just made the fair statement that you can't know everyone that's racist, but then you just proceeded to say, yeah, but we do know that they're all not at least anti-racist. That
No,
they both stand on
I
the
was about to
same
correct
degree.
myself. I was about to say, well, I actually can't prove that because some people might say, hey, a cohesive society that has rules, laws, and boundaries that are set up is actually less racist. So I was about to correct myself there. But no, you are right. That was a false equivalency. So,
I mean, you
sure.
don't really know
Anyways,
if the ICE people are racist or not racist. A lot of them have worked for the federal government for decades and decades, and through
Aurelius, who
various
are you?
policies.
Introduce yourself.
yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, my name is Aurelius Argenti. I run the channel for Foundational Philosophy, which I hope to start publishing on more. I'm an existential, aesthetic, and moral realist, and to that I mean that I believe that existence is objective and intelligible, beauty is objective and intelligible, and that the good or morality is objective and intelligible. I think that that it is permissible for people to resist aggressive detainments with violence, not just peacefully. Do I recommend that? Absolutely not. You're likely to go out in a blaze of glory at best. But I believe that the case in Minnesota, or Minneapolis specifically, was self-defense by the officer. But in general, regarding the ICE question, I think that public property is illegitimately owned by the state because they just declare ownership over it rather than having homesteaded or starting using the property immediately. And so even a border system like the Ellis Island system, where they just fill out the survey, is illegitimate.
All right,
Wait,
I'm
may
gonna
I
cut
ask
through
a
the
Hold on,
question?
ANCAP bullshit here and just get to the central point. I'll get to the central. Hold
I
on.
have a question. I have a question just to clarify. Right?
I also
Like,
have a question.
would you say that you were in favor of like open borders, Aurelius?
In terms of that of societies, yes.
Well, in terms of like this,
Um,
like I'm assuming like if you could snap your finger today and you could make America like a state that has open borders, would you be for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay,
Okay.
All right. So as I was going to say,
and-
cutting through the ANCAP bullshit.
Let Percy talk first.
Percy
They were
was
wanting to
next.
say something.
Man.
It's no, it's okay. So my question is, when you said that it was an act of self-defense, are you justifying what happened? Because me personally, right, I'm not necessarily supportive, even if it was self-defense, I'm not supportive of him using the gun and firing off 3 bullets in an act of killing this person, because 1 bullet is something different. If it was 3 bullets, which meant it was intentional, it was intent to kill, and it was murder. I have to say it because that's what murder means. It's the intent to kill. the unlawful intent to kill. Are you saying that he was justified in that action because it was self-defense, or are you saying that it was just self-defense? What is your viewpoints on whether or not he was oh sorry, I got distracted. Okay, sorry, I just saw a cat. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
So
I would.
Sorry.
I think I get your
Yeah,
question.
I just had a big brain fart because I saw the cat. Anyways.
You're good. I think I get what you're saying. I would
She
say
marches to the beat of her
that
own drum.
the 3 shots doesn't make too much of a difference because of how it was in the moment. The 3 shots does demonstrate an intent to use lethal force against her. That much is obvious, and I would say that legally it is justified within the system of the United States based off of the fact pattern that I think is the case.
But
that I could be wrong on.
Fact pattern of what? Like, I'm curious here.
Wait, hold on.
So based off the, I'll put a pin and come back to that. But I would say, regarding like
Wait,
the
Alec
3
had
shots
something to
versus
say,
a 1
though.
shot.
Alec
No,
had
it's fine.
something
I
to
was
say
just
about
saying, I watched that video. That lady was
Yeah.
turning all the way to the right. Like, she was ready to leave.
I wouldn't say so.
You're wrong then, because we must have
So
watched
based off
different
the video that
videos or
came
something,
out
'cause,
of the
like,
cell phone
she
of the
did.
cop.
Yes,
Huh?
we've
Based
all
off the
seen it.
cell phone video of the cop, she turns back in a way that the man was, if you're looking at the car, he was to the left of the car, and then he was
Right.
standing still, and she
Wait.
turned
Yeah, 'cause
back
he
and
switched-
centered
Yeah, no,
him
wait.
He was
in the
like-
middle of the car,
he-
in
you
front of
could
the car.
argue he was
and
like-
his hands to his left. All right.
You could argue he
says it
was
in the
straight
video.
on with the car, but not to the left of it. Not from his
hold on.
perspective. There's no way.
But before
not
she
on the
started
left,
backing up.
let's be very careful.
Before she started
No,
backing up.
okay. She backed up.
He was on the left of the car. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
But-
Alright, can we
Instead
wait,
of
I
arguing,
need-
instead of
Alright,
arguing about this, why don't we
seriously,
just watch
wait,
the video?
stop,
Okay, if she.
seriously.
That's
Here's
a
my
good point.
question.
Can we have somebody moderate this so that way it's like one person
Gentlemen,
going at a time,
sorry,
like if we have
gentlemen,
one person speaking.
gentlemen. I have an humble proposal. What if instead of arguing a bit pointlessly about what we think happened, what if we watched,
I can send it to the
actual
chat.
footage of
That's
the
my
event,
idea,
you know?
you bastard.
I've seen it.
I can
I've seen it
I-
already.
Have you
mean,
seen the
that's
one
kind
from
of
the cop's
redundant 'cause it's
perspective?
doing it
From
everybody's
the
ear, too.
cell
Yes,
phone of
I've
the
seen
officer?
all the angles. The one from the
No,
cop's
no, no, no,
perspective
no,
doesn't
no,
prove
no, no,
anything.
no,
That's
no,
on
no.
his cell phone.
take a look at my
Yeah.
screen,
Yeah.
guys.
So
I'll
like
show
when
it.
he gets knocked back like that, if it were
So he still
chest
got hit.
cam footage, then I'd buy it because there's not a whole lot of manipulation you can do from the chest, and it looks like if it were chest cam footage that it gets knocked back.
Let's watch
But-
this stream. Let's watch
So
this
Yeah.
stream.
take a look
All
at
right,
my
let's
screen.
take a look
No,
at the
I-
I'm
footage.
looking.
You can watch it.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
do
so-
agree with Alec, though. I do agree with Alec.
So
on
if we
that.
take a look here, he gets out of the car.
Here, hold on.
Here's Renee Good.
I think you guys are simplifying this a little too much.
Yeah, we just watched this in my stream. I mean,
Okay.
Wait, I do want to
That's
rewatch
fine.
this. Though.
U.S. citizen, former fucking guy. You want to come at us? You want to come at us?
This is where he switches the phone to his left hand.
oh no, I'm fearing for the officer's life here.
Yeah, true. Hold on.
So
She was not coming at him dead on.
Yeah.
Hold on, yeah, hold on. Why don't we- hold on,
I'm saying by the time
hold on,
she's.
You can see her turning the wheel away.
We'll get.
Hold on. There's another. Hold on. There's
One at
another
a time.
video. Yeah,
I
there's
know
another
everybody
video that
wants-
shows
I
this
know
perfectly.
everybody-
There's a video from the background observer, the lady who was behind, that shows that the wheels were turned away from the officer. If we can,
Yeah.
if we watch that one, we
No,
would
no,
see
no, no,
better. Both are
gentlemen,
good angles, but yeah.
gentlemen.
But none of
Gentlemen,
that matters. What matters is if he had reason to believe that she was going to hit him. Even if she was fleeing, if he thought she was going to hit him, that gives him and if he's hit by the car, he could what?
It
I mean,
He should be
It doesn't-
trained better then
because-
because she clearly was not trying to hit him. He should be
No,
trained
No,
better.
it's not training. Hold on.
Yeah,
No,
no,
If he had not moved at all, she would have hit him dead on.
Gentlemen,
wrong.
Even if,
You're wrong.
Even, hold on, even
He was
if we
continuing to
hold on,
move to the
for
right.
all of these pro ice guys, even if we concede that the officer was out of mortal danger and he shot her after the car had passed her, that's not
To
allowed.
protect
The first
and
shot
serve.
was at
Protect.
the first shot was still in
Protect.
front. He was
Not
still
just
in front of the
shoot
car when he
willy-nilly,
shot
Okay,
first.
okay,
protect.
guys,
He was on the.
guys.
Yeah, he wasn't.
What if
protecting
that
the
bullet
car,
had
he was
missed?
protecting the
What if
video.
it had
You see him
missed?
switching the phone
What if
with
it
the
had
hands,
missed?
right?
Then what?
Okay.
Oh, it was justified. It was just collateral
I
damage
wanna,
at that point.
I want to analyze a few things here because there's a lot of
With
things
one
people are
handy
missing
shot.
about this. A
Sorry.
lot of people are trying to justify this morally. No, it's all good, Alec. We're all good. A lot of people are trying to justify this morally, right? When we're looking at law, when we're looking at how this works, right? We look at law, we look in terms of training, right? In terms of training, number one, he had his phone out. That's considered a distraction. When you are doing security work, it doesn't matter if it's ICE, it doesn't matter if you're patrolling a mall. You have to be fully focused on what you are doing at all
You have a
times.
point.
And
Yeah.
he is on his phone recording and trying to get the camera angle right. Number two, you are not supposed to walk in front of a vehicle. Why? Because vehicles can be used as weapons. And when they're doing training, right? When they are training, ICE agents, right? Even federal officers, municipal, local officers, it doesn't matter where. State troopers, doesn't matter. Firearms shooting against vehicles are supposed to be a last resort, unless they are endangering the lives of other people. I would argue that the ICE officer was being more reckless. He wasn't considering, hey, are the bullets going to pass through the door and hit bystanders behind them? He wasn't focusing on the fact that after she gets hit, she's not going to have control. And it was true, if you look at the other video, which we can take a look at in a moment, she actually hit another car. So if there was people in that car, if there was somebody else, he could have injured people, all because he didn't follow protocol because he stood in front of the car and was circling it.
So
And
he wasn't.
Hold
1
on.
second, I'm still speaking, Vaughn. We need to keep order in
And
this
and,
chat.
and after Polonium, we need to introduce Concerned About ICE.
Yeah, of course. So I'm simply stating the fact that people are missing a lot about this, about training and procedure and legality, because a lot of things work really against this officer's case. It's not about, oh, she could have used, or the officer believed it was in danger. It was just a gross, negligent, very unaware incident. And he was not aware of his surroundings. He wasn't using his training properly. And I think that reflects on the organization of ICE in general. But yeah, let's introduce the next person, and I'll get another video up for you so we can see the other angles.
So
Okay, Concerned About. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Concerned About ICE. Sorry.
So what I was gonna say is there's a few separate. Actually, hold on a second.
Jesus Christ.
You're
really
not coming
quiet
through.
for me.
Hold on. You're not coming through.
So just to point out a few things about this case, right? He can be guilty of things, but not be guilty of murder, right? So because people seem to be equating morality, law, and their feelings and public policy all together in a big mess. But at least for the law, as Perkins says, Polonium did make a good point. Going in front or behind the vehicle is against protocol in Customs and Border Patrol manual. However, he did go behind the car. But if you actually look at the video, he was not actually going in front of the car. He ended up in
Yes, he
front of the car.
was.
Right?
Did we watch the
Hold
same
on.
video?
Hold on.
He never
Concerned About
actually
ICE was very patient. Just let him finish.
He never actually got in front of the car until she backs up, and that puts him in front of the car. Even if you think he was going to get in front of the car, he only gets in front of the car when she backs up and puts him in front of the car, right? And I would point out that and if you look at the video, the other thing I'll point out is there's a split second reaction where she's in front of the vehicle, he's in front of the vehicle for even a few minutes, a minute or so, right? And then she guns it towards him. Even if that's against the handbook, right? That doesn't just get rid of the capacity for self-defense. And if he thinks she's going to hit him, and she did, if she did hit him, there's still some debate over that, right? That would give him the grounds for the first shot, possibly, right? Because that shot was because he thought he thought she had a good chance of hitting him, and even if she is turning away for whatever reason, if she thinks and the court said, "Oh, you had a reasonable belief that she was going to hit you," that's what matters here. In his mind, if the court rules that he had a reasonable belief that she might hit him, that's what matters. Whether or not she was trying to flee, whatever she was doing, she can be trying to flee and still hit him and kill him. So some of these arguments just seem very. It matters to some extent in the civil case, but in terms of his direct criminal liability for that first shot, but those second and third shots, right? He's firing through after she had already passed him, right? Those he was clearly out of danger, so he might face reckless endangerment charges because there's all these people around, and the woman who he knew was on the other side of the car was, her partner. He could have possibly shot. So that's where and the fact that he fires more shots when they're possibly unnecessary, that might get him in some legal trouble. I'm not sure about murder, but that's what I wanted to point out.
I'm with concerned about
hold
ICE
on.
on that. Actually, the way he framed that was really good because it covers the points of what Polonium said. Like, yeah, the circumstances were not good in training, and like all of that is to be taken into account. But concerned about ICE correctly clarifies and separates the nuance of, that being true, but also these other factors are still standard protocol in the circumstances for the stop.
So
I mean, if we want to talk,
I wanted to
oh,
explain quickly because we're gonna watch the other video here, but you can clearly tell that she's turning to the right. And need I ask, you just seem in that response, you just seem to totally ignore the fact that I said it is a last resort, right? So the fact that he could have stepped out of the way, not have been standing in front of the vehicle in the first
He
place.
did in fact step out of the way. He stepped out of the way and then shot her.
I was speaking.
So
Not necessarily.
So
he
yes.
was
hold up.
ready.
Wait, let him talk. Wait, let
speaking.
him talk,
So
please.
so I want to watch this video next, but you'll see what I mean. So he could have been out of the way, right? If you're in front of a vehicle, you're trained to handle these situations professionally and calmly. Obviously, in court, when they determine reasonable intent, they kind of see like, oh, what would the social majority of people think, right? And I think the fact that plenty of people in this call are disagreeing would already give the grounds for the fact that reasonable intent couldn't be declared, right? I've taken a security course. I'm not saying that I am on the level of an ICE officer, but saying from the direction of the traffic control training I've been getting, situation de-escalation training I've been getting, the fact that she was completely calm, the fact that she was actually de-escalating it, and the fact that she didn't seem to be causing issues. The officer could have just stood on the side of the car and we wouldn't have a dead person. So in terms of legality, I think you're incorrect.
Wait, who was de-escalating?
I was saying the woman, she wasn't in any hostile tone. They were about to pull her out of the car, but from what I've seen, I don't know 100% true.
Well, based off of
that's my cousin.
She would have been fleeing
Alec.
and eluding.
So first of all, what I was saying is she's like, yeah, that's okay, dude. And then they say, you got our plates. We're not going anywhere. They're basically saying, you can get our plates and you can find us. Like they're saying like they have nothing to hide essentially. So from what I've seen, I don't know if it's 100% true, but I've seen that there are conflicting, there's conflicting orders. One of the ICE agents was like, you need to park because you're blocking. And then the fact that they're all surrounding and he's pacing the car would make her extremely nervous. And in the circumstances of de-escalation training, it's not proper protocol. And the fact that he continued to stand in front of the car when he saw that she was starting to turn it too, and he could have just stepped to the right, or just even like he wouldn't have gotten injured particularly. But the point of what I'm saying is if when you see in the video when she shot, the car continues turning to the right, because when you're shot, right, like if you've ever driven a car, you turn the steering wheel, you let it go and it automatically corrects. You can tell that the vehicle was fully turned to the right, meaning he was totally out of the way. He wouldn't have gotten hit, and he did kind of get bumped-ish, but that's still like getting bumped is not really a justification.
I must stress. Okay.
Alex.
As a trained officer, you should be able to read what a person's intention is. Like in a situation like that, you should be able to ascertain this person is trying to escape, not to attack me. This person has turned the wheel all the way to the right, right? They're trying to go that way, not towards me. They're trying to go that way. So I should jump out of the way and let them, rather than kill them.
Alec,
How
because she was
They're trying to escape.
I want to jump in here real quick. If okay,
The video.
before
Take a
the
look at
car
video.
starts backing up, if he had not moved at all, so if he wasn't walking in front of the car or anything, before the car backed up and he had not moved at all, he would have been in the exact path of the car to escape. The closest path
But he did
outside of the
move.
path of
Okay.
the car was to the right. And
Okay.
he still got
If
hit.
he was smart,
From my understanding, he drew his pistol while she was backing up. The lady next to her partner, yells, "Drive, baby, drive," and he can hear it, and I doubt he can see it, but potentially even see
If
it,
he-
driving forward towards him, and it still hits him.
if he
It's
was
not forward
smart,
towards him, she's turning. Like,
he
it's
would
not
have
Can we look
forward.
at the video?
Even with her turn, even with her
Hold
turn.
on, hold on. I understand
I
what
got
you're
the
saying.
video pulled
Where
up.
you're saying
I got the
that,
video pulled up. We can watch
Just
it.
watch
Yeah,
the
it's
video.
blurry
real
for
quick.
me.
Just
One
watch
second.
Polonium-
Let's watch
Polonium went to the
21
trouble
as
of pulling
let's-
up the video. Let's all indulge.
I will 1 second later. I would also like to show one short video.
All right, sounds
after
Okay,
this
well
one.
let's do this real quick, and then we'll see. We have to discuss
On
this.
Wednesday, in Minneapolis, a federal
Alright,
agent
let's see this.
a motorist, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Trump administration officials said these were, quote, defensive shots.
We can take a look at it again, and so you can guys
Yeah.
see again.
Would you be able to slow it down, perchance?
On
So
Wednesday.
that
Slow it
like the
down.
playback speed.
Hit the
slow
frame
it
by
down?
frame.
How slow do we?
Yeah. It's,
No, yeah.
Sorry,
No, you
I
have to
just like
use
to
the
say things.
shiver on keys.
No,
right
I
now-
can't do that. Listen,
No, it's
if
fine.
you need to take a minute and watch it, you can do that. But I can't.
I can
I
send
can't
the
watch
link.
it slowed down.
A
So
federal
yeah,
agent
sorry, I
fatally
just
shot a
I
motorist.
need to see like the way that
37-year-old
that it
Renee.
turns.
Oh,
So-
you're
Yeah,
trying to
hold on,
watch
yeah,
frame
hold on,
by
can we
frame.
go back like 2 seconds? Like
Yeah,
not even
like
2
in
seconds,
terms
like
of
1
like
second.
you know how the
Yeah.
Try to figure
like,
out
the
exactly
tires
when he
move
takes
stuff.
the shot.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
I just wanted to
guys,
watch
guys,
like
guys,
the whole
hold on,
4
one second,
minutes.
One
slowed down,
second.
Sorry.
Okay, so
A
he's pulling up the
federal
handle here.
agent
No, it's okay. No,
fatally
it's okay. It's okay.
shot a motorist.
Turns right.
Clearly
There's the shot
trying
right
to
there.
leave.
After he's out, yeah.
Clearly
After she's out
trying
of
to
the way, he takes
leave.
the shot.
He fires
After
No,
she's out of
he's-
the way, it takes a shot. Yeah, so.
Yeah, that's
I
that's
wouldn't
not
agree
even,
with
like,
that.
even
I don't
close.
see
Like,
that right there.
what do you
Yeah.
mean you
By
don't
the
agree with
in
that?
the moment
Okay,
that he
what are
takes
you
the
saying?
shot,
What are you saying?
he's-
I need to know.
is
Please.
still in front of him from the perspective of the camera.
I need to. What?
Oh,
So
thanks
you,
for sharing
No,
that.
bruh.
Thank you.
Are you dumb?
from the perspective
No,
of the
by the
camera,
time
you
he
said
takes
what?
the first from the perspective of the camera, he's still behind the car, and that doesn't mean much here because we don't see the perspective exactly from where we don't see the camera is like at an
Okay.
off angle from it.
He's also
Okay,
at
sure,
a
give
good
me
angle to
one
see.
moment.
He's also at a good angle to see where the wheels are pointed on his car, on that car.
He's
And
actually
he
at the
still
worst.
gets
No,
hit
no,
as
no,
he's
no, wait,
moving out of the
no.
way.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
point
no,
to
no,
We
that.
don't
yeah,
have
he's-
single
I
perspective. We have
expect
three
better
of
of
them,
my
three of them.
officers. He should be able to
Wait.
read that situation and know that he does not have to
Okay.
shoot that woman in the
So-
face.
Also, you can
period.
see from the
in-
cell phone
in
video
this
that she was
case-
turning away from him. You can
There's a-
you can see
there's
it
a
from
lot
like
to be
inside the
said.
car.
How
There's a
could
lot
he
to be
see the
said
wheel route?
about. There's a lot to be said about. You
I'm
know,
assuming the
the
window's not like
nuances
blacked
of,
out.
like the
If it's the
officer's
front of the
Hold
car,
on.
you can't black
okay?
it out.
Hold on.
One at a time.
There's a
What
lot
were
to
you
be
saying,
said about
Andrew?
the nuances of the protocol and what the officer was doing, but Alec, everything that you have said so far has always been a platitude of like what the best circumstances should be. The officer should have done this. The officer should know this. The officer
Okay.
should be able to decide not to, go into the most extreme. Like there's a lot to be discussed on like to the degree of offense the officer committed, but you're making claims of like wishy-washy, like the officer should just know, and the officer should have ultimate trigger discipline in this high stress scenario. The
Literally,
officer should be
yes.
You'd
looking at the
expect
wheel.
somebody that's in
hold a minute,
law
hold a minute,
enforcement to
Andrew,
be
Andrew, I
disciplined
have a
about this kind
question.
of stuff, wouldn't you?
Hold on, I have a question for Andrew.
It's called
Okay,
intuition.
because I'm not understanding where he's going with this. Do you think that we should just wait? I got like a line of questions. Okay.
Yep.
Do you think that we should hold our police officers or federal agents to a standard that we have a reasonable standard
Absolutely.
for how these people should
Yes.
conduct themselves? Okay.
Absolutely.
So why
Good
are you
start.
criticizing Alec for having said reasonable standard? Because I agree. I don't think the guy should have shot. I think that he should have, because I know he was trained on this. If he wasn't trained for that, then that's already a scandal in itself. But let's assume he was trained, right? This is not a situation where you shoot. It's not. But if you can,
Nope.
I've seen a video from someone who is 30 years in the FBI. He had 18 years in training federal agents how to and when to use a firearm. He agreed that this wasn't the case. It appears that like everyone else saw that the car was out of the way of him, and whether they want to dispute that or not, I guess you can watch the video again.
So-
Like again, like there's a reasonable expectation that we should have for our officers.
I will say, I watched the video on my own again.
There have been multiple law enforcement agents who have gone on television and said that they think the shooting was justified, and then there have been multiple law enforcement agents that have gone on television on various stations and said it was not justified, right? So when you have that going on, it may or may not be justified, but in terms of having a court case and a jury of 12 people all agreeing it was unjustified, you can see the issue, right?
Well, hold on a minute. Any cop could say that it was justified, but like a firearms instructor would be. I would look to him because he has experience with federal agents. He's been in the field for 18 years or it was 22 years. I forget which one. But either way, very experienced gentleman. He has the most experience with this as far as I've seen. And like if you have like a deputy who works for middle of fucking nowhere USA Police Department. Right, I don't care what he has to say. Like he might have some valuable insight, but he's not a federal agent. He doesn't have the same training. Doesn't have the same.
Let me address what you're saying, and to the first argument that you made. Yes, there needs to be a standard. Yes, there has to be accountability. I completely agree with that. My criticism to Alec was that it's always these last comments he's made in the context of these clips have always been from a point of like emotional idealism, whereas it's not grounded in the reality of the context of the situation. That's specifically what I'm arguing.
I trust my eyes, brother. My eyes tell me that if I
look,
had been in that officer situation, okay, I would have been able to. Like, I put myself in their head.
Look, okay,
I'm like,
you've
okay,
already made a point against that, Alec. You already made a point against that by you previously stating that you wouldn't be able to work a day in your life in the field based on your physical constitution. I don't want
You think it'd be that hard to join ICE,
It means
brother?
nothing, my guy. What do you mean?
Brother.
No. That has nothing.
If I had no
what you
morals,
just said,
I'd be
that if
living
I
at
was in that
large with
No, there's a
ICE.
difference between morals. There's a difference between morals and being able to handle stress. To be able, and I'm not let's not get
Oh no,
this
the poor
confused.
stressed
I am not
ICE
disagreeing
agents.
that accountability and training standards have to be held. This is not an argument against that. But I am saying that you imposing your subjective, like wishy-washy. If I was in his position, I was like, no. If you were in his position, you
Okay, do
probably
you
would have not
disagree?
done.
If I
Disagree on what specifically?
If you were in his position, would you have killed that lady?
No, I would not. I would have not. Shot her.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Why not?
Then why did he do it?
Why? Because I'm firearm trained, and I know I've been in similar
he wasn't
situations.
firearm trained?
Let him finish. Alec, let him finish. Sorry, continue.
I'm firearm trained, and I've deployed, and so I have my own set of subjective reasons based on my own gut feeling.
You
that
have
I
rules
think
of engagement,
that
right?
Okay.
I have my own. I'm not including a standardized set of rules of engagement. I am saying from my subjective gut feeling, I suppose that I would not. I probably
So
would
you
not
would have done
done
better than that guy, right?
Can I posit
Yeah,
a
and I have
question?
reasons.
Okay.
For that. I have reasons.
Then you should have.
subjective reasons.
Why not hold the ICE agents then to the same standard that you hold yourself? Do you respect yourself? Hold them to the same standard.
That's not a.
Otherwise, you let them walk all over your fucking rights.
Well,
Can
hold
I
on.
posit a question
Just
really
to
quick?
add to that, real quick, before you answer the question, you're not an ICE officer, but you would have handled the situation in a way that would have conformed more to ICE policy and would have been more morally correct. I you're firearms trained, you're former military. Thank you, by the way. But you cannot you can't say that I'm not qualified to be an ICE agent, but even I would have made this call and still defend the guy.
Wouldn't everyone?
No, I did not defend him. I did not defend him. At any
I'll
point.
ask this. Is it the obligation of this officer to jump out of the way of the car? Or the obligation of the lady to not hit the officer?
That is how you're.
Why is the obligation?
Yes.
So, hold on.
Absolutely.
He has a
I'll ask
point,
that.
though. He has a point. Where, technically, the lady should have drove off, but it's also up to the officer to be better in that situation. So it's on both. Yeah.
So we could say that it's good, but why is it the obligation?
Okay.
Why is it the obligation?
My criticism was never about justifying the death of Renee. My criticism was not about saying that the officer is not accountable for his actions. My criticism is the angle of logic used to criticize the officer. Specifically,
If you're in
from
law
Alex.
enforcement, then you should be expected to know how to handle,
So
I hold
more
them-
stressful situations. It's not going to be perfect, but that is something to be expected.
I
Is that
hold
not
them
correct?
to a high standard. Okay, I'm sorry
Why
if
is
you
there-
don't hold
why
them
is
to
there
as
an
high
obligation
standard as
there?
me. We have a
Don't
disagreement
conflate
on
my
that.
argument.
But this,
Alex, you have no nuance when you like counter an argument.
How can you sit around? You guys all can watch the footage. You're not in there in a split-second moment, and you've all decided I would have done it differently, right? Because you're not there.
because he's a
morning
trained
quarterback.
officer. He's trained for that shit.
Let him finish. Let him
Okay,
finish. He
but
says something
no
really
matter
stupid. Let him
how
finish.
much training you have literally. He had like 2 seconds to make a decision here. Maybe 1 second, maybe 3 seconds. Right? We can look at the film. Right?
What?
So
You just don't think that people function properly then? Like you think
the
that like they
decision
go through
was,
training
kill a
for
woman?
nothing? For nothing. Like what makes them better
Kill a
than
woman
us? What
or
makes them ICE agents? If any old schmuck can just be picked up off the street, given basically no training, right? Because what the fuck's the point of training if you can't resist killing an American citizen who's just trying to drive away from you? What the fuck is the point of training? Okay? If any old schmuck can be an ICE agent, then why keep them? There's just a bunch of schmucks who like to kill brown people.
Because any old schmuck cannot be an ICE agent. And yes, was this officer wrong? I'm more inclined to say that he is. I'm not. I don't know, but the point being
Good.
that if we have this entire panel and we're all watching the same footage and we still can't come to a consensus on what is supposedly self-evident, visually describable.
At that point, brother,
way-
I trust my eyes over yours.
Intellectual dishonesty exists.
Because
I
you're
trust
ignoring
my
very
eyes over yours. I think my
noticeable
eyes
details.
function better at that point.
I want to attack this point specifically
No,
that
this is
the officer
about
had the
intellectual
obligation to
dishonesty.
move. Why do you
Wait,
think the
never
Sorry,
even-
I cut him off. Let him finish.
Sure.
I never even participated in the discussion of the autopsy of the video. Okay, I never had anything to say about that. I'm
You
not
thi-
speaking one way or another about what objectively happened. All I'm saying is and everyone's focused on what the last thing I said. The last thing that I said, I'm going to say it one more time, and I won't repeat it.
Okay.
Is not a statement of accountability or a lack of accountability or should have died, should not have died, should have been shot, should not have been shot. This is a argument on how we approached the criticism of what happened. And that has to be based on not if I was in a situation, I would have done something different. I think there are arguments for it. There's arguments for it and there's arguments against it, like in the respect that officers have to be held to a standard in training and in behavior and in law enforcement. Absolutely. The standard has to be real and it has to be held and enforced. But it's also a irrational point of dissection to say I would have done something different in his situation. Like you can't. It's not consistent.
So I think there's a really, really good example of this that happened like 5 or 6 years ago with Kyle Rittenhouse. We have all of the and it's the same situation essentially. We have all of the footage that we need to show what happened. All that we have to do now is look at the intent of the shooter, right? And Kyle Rittenhouse, he's not a federal agent, and he had more trigger discipline than this ICE officer. The guy who was attacking him literally held his rifle before he shot. This ICE officer has been hit by a vehicle, but by the time he takes his first shot, the vehicle is on a direction that would not have put him in mortal harm. Okay? These are essentially the same situation where we have all the footage, and we know the training level of both these gentlemen, but we have different states of mind. Kyle Rittenhouse would be a better fucking ICE agent than this fucking
He
douchebag.
shot a fleeing target. Good point. He shot a fleeing target.
At no point.
Wouldn't
at
say
no
the
point
first
have
shot
I
was.
made-
I didn't say you did. I'm not saying
Okay,
you did,
right.
but I'm
No,
saying
I'm
like there's a
disagreeing with
difference
Alec.
between like what we should and what we shouldn't do. We can still judge that because this guy clearly should not be a cop. Like this guy shouldn't even be a cop. I don't even know how he got the job. Well, I do know because nobody cares, right? It's a joke anyway. It's a clown agency, but yeah.
Personally, my take on the circumstances of him being in front of the vehicle and like making the correct judgment in that moment of potentially 1 to 5 seconds and what he should have been able to determine from his vantage point. I think that there's a lot that I would have not seen, like the direction of the vehicle being in front of the driver's, light. If you're standing in front of the light and you're looking through the windshield of the vehicle, you're not going to look at the direction the tire is facing. But that's one small
hold
part
up.
of the rest
But
of it.
Andrew, you're
I have
missing
a
something.
response
You
for
can,
that.
yeah,
I have a
go.
response for that. You can see her turning the steering wheel in the video, even with his phone, and his phone is a lower vantage point than his head. So, I mean, that actually works against your favor. He can clearly see she's turning away. So, yeah, he did have time to step out of the way and not use lethal
Just
force. So, I mean, I don't get the point of saying, hey, I don't understand what he would have done in this situation, blah blah blah. If you were put in this situation, and I agree with
I want
that.
to
There
speak
is
to that.
there is definitely some legal ambiguity when you talk about other cases about whether or not this person was in other situations. But in terms of federal agents, they need to be held to a standard, and I think that standard is probably should be very high. I've seen cases, if you guys ever watch police body cam footage, there's a case where a guy was doing a wellness check and a person put a brake disc on the door and locked him inside. That guy had better trigger discipline when the perp was threatening the officer than this guy did here. And especially when you add in the fact the phone, he should have been aware of the steering wheel. If you take into account mens rea in a legal case, I mean the fact that there's so much debate about this, I mean I think that obliterates the standard of reasonable use of force. And again, like I've said, I'll repeat it one last time. Lethal force is a last option. He had other options. He
I just wanna add-
absolutely had other
William,
options.
you have to, the bar for conviction for lethal force is beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay,
if,
but
if everyone's debating whether or not he was or wasn't justified in doing it, how do you persuade 12 people that he acted beyond a reasonable doubt?
Okay, I just didn't watch that video and think
the fact that there's
this
people here
lady
saying
is
that it wasn't.
this lady is a threat worth killing. That did not get that from the video. I'm sorry. I trust my eyes over yours.
Also, you forgot the part where she pulled out a teddy bear from the glove box.
also, if I may, from the video, if you are intellectually honest and you are able to utilize your eyes to analyze what the fuck you're seeing, your eyes don't lie to you. This is not a 1984, no English socialism. You can see the agent. It's able to get out of the way, and then when he's already out of the way, he started shooting, and he shot 3 times.
I wouldn't say so. I disagree with you.
Well,
I disagree with you, and just accusing me of intellectual dishonesty. Yeah, accusing me of intellectual dishonesty is just ad hominem.
Real quickly, I'm gonna
can
gonna
prove it.
head
I can
out
prove
for
it.
Okay, real quick. Hold on.
Hey, whoa.
Ash Kitty,
Kitty was
any
talking.
final statements before you head out?
Yes, ice cringe. I don't have anything that I can plug, so I can't shill for myself. But
Like and
yeah,
subscribe.
Very well. Thanks for being
so
here.
subscribe to my Discord channel. Anyways, yeah, bye.
Have a good night.
Subscribe to Platinum Politics.
Subscribe. Anyway.
I want to attack this idea of the obligation of the officer to move out of the way. If somebody is a pedestrian crossing the road and the stop sign, like full stop, not even blinking anymore, do they have an obligation to jump out of the way of the cars and they just get to start driving?
Yes, the
Yes!
person who goes out in
Yes!
front they have a responsibility to get the fuck out, bro.
It's just their fault if they get hit by the car. They're at fault
Kind
of
of,
that
yeah.
accident.
Sometimes yes,
hold on,
because
you're
you
talking
know,
about-
you-
hold on,
like
hold on,
if
you're talking about
somebody's
two different
clearly
things.
trying to flee and you can jump out of the way in time and then you don't, yes, that is your fault. As an officer of the law, yes, that's your fault.
Keep it to the pedestrian.
I think we're talking about two different things. You're talking about fault. We're talking about responsibility, right?
I'm
So
talking about
if the fault-
obligations,
so no,
like
no,
moral
I expect better
obligations.
from my
Shut
officers.
for a
I
second,
expect
okay?
better from my
If
officers.
the fault is on the person who was driving, And then there's a responsibility on the person who's in the middle of the road to get the fuck out of the way. Like, that's the
How are you
obvious.
defining that responsibility?
Real
You're
quick,
just
real
saying
quick.
like it would be better if they got out of the
Real
way.
quick, real quick,
No,
real quick.
yes, it would be better if they got out of the way. It'd be better if
All
everyone
right.
didn't get fucking
Moderator
Oh,
time.
it certainly is. It's about the
Moderator
justification of
time.
force.
Moderator speaking.
Okay,
Sean
okay.
Solo, welcome in. Go ahead and give us your stance.
Yo, sorry, I just want to turn on my camera real quick. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Very, very good, very good.
Wow, what a
I
beautiful
am.
room.
Thank you, I appreciate that. It takes a lot of work and money.
Oh wow.
So I am
Sorry, I didn't see
definitely
you before.
on the side of ICE being on the wrong on this. That's 100%. He was not hit by the car. He was not struck by the car. Even if the car was going full speed in his exact direction, it would reach a maximum of like 4 or 5 miles per hour. It would not have hurt him in any major measurable way. I want to take a step back though, if that's okay, and ask a couple of questions about the full purview of ICE and what they're doing rather than this specific instance. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think so.
The people that are pro ICE,
Yes.
this is happening because it is quote unquote a mandate voted upon by the people that voted for Trump for this reason. Is that right? Is that what you believe?
Say that one more time. Sorry,
This is happening.
My
ICE
attention was divided.
ICE has had their budget upped 10 times, 1,000% or more. They have upped their manpower that much or more, and they're adding more every day, trying to anyway.
Okay.
That is because, quote unquote, it is a mandate that the people voted for. Is that right?
I would like to claim my ignorance on this. I'm not exactly aware of that type of stuff. So thank you for educating me on stuff.
Well,
like
everyone
that, because
everyone
I'm
else
not
that is
necessarily
pro
aware.
ICE, everyone else that's pro ICE right here. What you believe?
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
because
I'm
of the
pro ICE,
mandate.
and I say pro ICE in the context of like their general mission statement. And simple answer, excluding things of might be ignorant of. Yeah, but we elected him, and he's executing what we elected him to do broadly.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
I'm
pro ICE.
Excuse me.
I'm the
Bless
liberal
you?
of the panel.
Or was that a cough?
Right now?
No, it was
or
a
as
sneeze.
before.
bless you.
Yeah, like I don't like Trump. I think this is what people voted for,
Based?
unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay. So the people that voted for
Orange
this,
man bad.
the Republican voters,
Orange man.
why isn't ICE being sent to where they live?
Well,
If
let me
they're
go
the
back
ones
to
that
the
had the
ICE
problems with the
caps.
immigrants, why aren't they going to the Republican voting areas? The people that voted for it aren't getting any ICE activity. They voted for it. Why aren't they getting it?
I don't know anything about
That's
that.
actually not true. That's actually not true.
That's 100%
in any
true.
metric.
They're all in Minnesota
Demonstrate it.
right now. They're literally all in Minnesota, California, and Philadelphia.
ICE
What
is
are you talking
only
about?
in Minnesota. ICE is only in Minnesota.
Are you gonna like pretend that that's not what's happening?
Well, so
right
there's
now?
still red voters in those states, even if it's not
very
the majority.
few. The people that voted for it aren't getting any of the action.
You're
I think
stating
that's wrong. That's wrong for
Hey,
the people that voted for it. We
you're
didn't vote for it in
okay.
the blue cities, but we're the ones getting it. So
I'm going to
weird.
steelman it. I'm going to steelman it and then correct me,
Steelman it.
so I can understand, so we can be on the same wavelength. You are stating that we both acknowledge that the president was voted into office in some capacity, and in some capacity he is executing the will of the people who voted him into office.
He's a legitimate
correct?
president, yes.
We're not going into that. We're not going into that. Are we on the same page so far, Sean?
Yeah, he was voted in, and he's
And he's
doing
executing-
supposedly what he was voted in to do.
Okay.
Supposedly.
So
that's what he says he's doing. But if we look on the ground, we see that he's not doing it for the people that chose it. He's doing it for other
so
people.
wait.
that
Are
didn't
the
choose it.
people that do not vote for the president exempt from the actions of the president?
That's not the point here. The point is that the people that
it's
asked
not.
for
Okay,
it
is
aren't
the
getting
root
it.
of your
The people
question
that
that-
asked for it are not getting it.
Okay, it sounds like the root of your question is this the democratically elected position for ICE
No.
to crack down like this? Is that your question? Like, this is what we
Who, me
voted
or that
for.
guy?
Hello?
Who are you speaking with?
Whoever
Curiosity.
made that claim, like whoever was stating that statement about.
Sean is making the statement.
think they just voted
I'm
for
saying
Joe.
that Republicans believe that this is a mandate voted upon by the people, and they wanted their cities
Yes.
and towns removed of immigrants and cleaned up and blah blah blah. But all the
Illegal
ICE
immigrants.
activity is not happening in those Republican voter towns and cities.
What do you
They're
mean
happening in these
Republican
very
cities?
specifically. Yeah, they don't exist, right? That's the whole point. The thing is ICE is only being sent in heavy numbers to places that specifically voted for Trump in heaviest numbers. And the people, the governors there, for example, and the mayors there, for example, are Trump's least favorite politicians in the country. That's why they're being sent there.
You know what? I think I want to one up you.
The people there didn't vote for Trump, and he's pissed at the people because he's a fucking little bitch like that. And then the politicians there stand up against him, and so he sends them there to fuck with them.
So I have a through line to a through line.
They
through
should be buzzing ICE through southeast Georgia and Florida and fucking Alabama and Texas, but that's not happening.
But like that's such a liberal argument, though. Like it's
yeah,
not
it's
that like
based.
they're-
That's why Republicans voted for shit, and they're not getting it because that's
Okay,
the
but-
fucking
It's
point
but
of
it's-
it.
let
It's based. Yeah.
But
So
it's
Sean,
not that I
Sean.
want this to happen more in Republican areas. I don't want women to be shot up in their cars just because they're Republican. In fact, I want
Nobody
all of
wants
this to
women shot in
reduce
cars.
completely.
Nobody wants anyone to be unnecessarily experience bodily harm in any capacity.
I know.
For yourself, buddy.
I know.
Okay, buddy.
But I just think that
GG.
my eyes are more accurate than some people's here because I saw a woman trying to flee the scene. And if somebody's trying to
So
flee the scene, you don't activate gun mode. Okay? You don't do
To
that.
address what Sean was saying specifically. So Sean, you're saying that they're by your logic of the president is sending ICE into places where it is mostly Democratic, mostly liberal, mostly people who did not vote for him. And so by proxy, he is ignoring the equal distribution of where all of the illegals are actually present, and instead doing it only in quote unquote blue or otherwise opposed.
There's not even that many illegals anywhere. There's very little illegals being
That's besides the
removed
point.
or-
That's a
or-
different
or
point.
got it
I don't actually.
The point is that the people that voted for this shit, they wanted their towns cleaned up. They're the ones that complained on Facebook and Twitter for 8 fucking years about immigrants are fucking up their lives in their little towns somehow. But now no one is going there to remove those immigrants because they were never there. They were never a fucking problem. These ICE fucks are just made to annoy the fuck and frustrate and just fucking abuse people that didn't vote for Trump. It's that simple.
So
It's
I
obvious. Open your
fundamentally
fucking
distribute
eyes.
with that because
You
it
can
would be
disagree all
under
you
the-
want. We'll
okay,
move-
I'm gonna
whatever.
make a case. I'm gonna make a case.
Yeah, you can try.
Are you here for a discussion or not?
I've listened to cultists all day, every day for the past 10
He
years.
said
If
you can
don't
try,
wanna, I'll
brother.
listen.
Try.
I think I want to sort of one up his
Try
idea.
not. I changed my mind.
Sean's
Try
idea.
not. Do or do not. There is no try.
Damn straight.
I'm going to one up Sean's idea. No degree of democratic majority can justify the use of violence. That's not how Ott claims are justified.
no, let's not
Appeal
go
to
to-
ad populum, anything else like that. That does not justify the use of violence. So the violence of ICE in any extent, such as, here's the thing, if it were the detaining officer who were to be standing in front of that vehicle, yeah, he would have no right to use force, but it was specifically because the officer wasn't the one detaining her that makes it self-defense. She has the right to violently resist officers who are trying to aggressively detain her, like that first guy was, even though it's the case law of the United States, Pennsylvania versus MEMS, that declares that officers have a right to order you out of the car at any time. That's illegitimate. That is an illegitimate case law in the United States, and
Hold on,
people have the
can-
right to violently resist
can
that.
Can we skip like the cringe ANCAP shit? Like we're talking about American law right now. Like this is ANCAP.
I just
shit.
referenced the American law. I'm calling that shit illegitimate.
We are
I
here
can't
for ICE.
believe-
Okay, we're not here for ANCAP shit. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm here for ANCAP.
The cringe ANCAP versus the Chad ANCOM, right, Water?
Versus
Right,
the
Water.
Chad liberal,
You're
I
with
think
me,
you
buddy.
mean. I'm the neoliberal
You
here.
you really want to go with that guy? No.
Gotta
Wait,
It's
is
not
he
like
not an
there's only
ANCOM?
two
Wait,
options.
is Water some kind of fucking liberal?
I'm a
He's also-
neoliberal.
yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm
All
a
this
fucking
time, I had him
neoliberal.
misjudged.
I'm not a capitalist, by the way. Capitalism is a Marxist term.
Yeah, get this guy out of here.
All right, bro.
Bruh.
What are we saying, gang?
Anyway,
love
I think
Biden.
ice is bad. Icebreakers for real though.
True. We can agree on that.
I'm a fan of those like frozen bullets or whatever that you can like drop in your whiskey or something. No, I'm kidding. I don't drink.
Christ.
Those are kind of cool.
Can I hop in? Chainsaw Chimera. I know that name. We're pretty packed already. I don't know.
Yeah, 11 speakers.
I'm sorry, Chainsaw Chimera. Does anybody want to volunteer to leave? Is anybody done?
I'm good for a bit longer.
Okay, well, when somebody drops, we'll let Chainsaw Chimera in. We just have too many.
Yeah.
Fair.
Okay.
We've got to close
No one
the
wants to engage
border.
at that point.
There's too many of these millions of speakers.
Too
up
many
there.
requesters. We have too
We
many.
need to deport
We have too many
someone from
folks.
this Discord.
We gotta deport
Yeah,
some of these
Aurelius-
liberals to let Chainsaw Chimera. My good friend
Aurelius,
Chainsaw
what
Chimera.
was-
They
what
call
was
him
the last
Chainsaw
argument that you
Chimera.
made?
Aurelius, I think it's just I don't know if like we want to derail the whole convo until like.
What do you
is the
mean
government
derail? We're
justified?
getting to the
Because, no,
ethical
you're about
justification
it-
for this
no, 'cause-
violence.
yes, that's the problem. Is that now you're gonna go into like.
What do
some
you mean that's
ANCAP
the
shit about
problem?
those-
We're talking
well,
about if this
you'd let-
violence is
if you'd let me
legitimate. Sorry.
If you would stop interrupting, I could explain it.
Hold up.
It'd go way faster, I promise. If you want to talk about where the justification for government comes from, it's gonna become an ANCAP versus ANCOM debate. It's just where it's gonna go.
What, do you think the status can't justify the use of government?
Dude,
The status?
Yeah,
if someone
the
else wants to go into,
archists.
I'm gonna say it out if we're gonna talk about ANCOM shit. Yeah.
Oh, my social contract. Oh, everybody magically signs this
No, it's
contract
just
that you
not what
can
the panel-
never
it's just
not
not what the
consent to.
panel's for. It's just not what the panel's for.
I don't
Okay,
think
we could go to
Okay.
the public property
We're not
again.
The
discussing
social
the ethics of it.
contract just
Yeah.
means that you live in a society. If you don't want to
It's an
live in a
illegitimate
society
contract.
and you want to live separate from that, you can do that. You can just go buy an island and fuck off. But the rest of us live in a society. That's what the social contract is.
Bro's moving like Jeffrey Epstein.
And
Who
islands,
is
islands are
the
so cheap
keeper of this
nowadays.
social contract is the state. The whole point of the
Like,
social
no, see,
contract
this
is
is
that
what
it
I'm talking
justifies
about.
the
We're-
state to use violence upon the people of the land, which justifies ICE,
If
it
it's
justifies
okay.
DHS, it justifies the rest
If
of
it's
them.
democratically elected, yes, that's what happens. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but yes, that's what happens.
Why does democratic majority determine what the good is?
Because that's what happens anyway. That's what happens
Produce knowledge.
anyway.
How does that produce ethics?
No, but that's what happens.
I told you
If-
all this
okay,
would happen. I
if
literally called it.
Okay, everybody has a
What is the
minority
point?
opinion. Everybody has one. Mine's communism. I have plenty more besides that. Okay, so I'm not saying whatever is democratically ruled upon is correct. Because I disagree with most people on the planet right now about what the world should look like. I'm in the minority. But I still think I'm right. Okay?
Do you
And I'm not
support
saying
the...
hold
Sorry.
on. I'm almost done.
Sure.
I support democracy, and I think that the more people that I can convince, the better it is for the ideals that I think are correct. So all I'm trying to do is convince the majority to hold the same beliefs that I do, because the alternative is killing them. Let's be real. Like the alternative
Why
is
is
killing
that
them,
the
or
alternative?
or somehow, I shouldn't say killing them, just conquesting them and suppressing their opinion.
Why?
It's suppressing their opinion.
Why?
It's
Why is
either
that the
rule,
alternative?
okay, would you prefer rule of the majority or rule of the minority? Which one would you want?
I would prefer individual rule.
Individual
Sovereignty
rule.
of the individual.
Do you mean anarchy?
That's not a
Is
fantasy.
that what I'm hearing? Anarchy?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can
Okay.
prove it's a fantasy because
Go
there's
for
only
it.
there's only been very niche circumstances where any sort of quote unquote quasi anarchy has existed. I mean, we can look at the hetmanates and the Cossack hetmanates. I mean, a lot of that was very decentralized, very personalized, politicized. The Wild West, that was very individual.
Are you appealing to history for this, basically?
Yeah, that's
Appealing
what we
to
get examples
history,
from, yeah.
that's what literature and discourse is. Are you new to this? Like,
No, I'm asking
I-
because you said
I-
that you had a proof, and proofs are universal, and
No, I
history would
said I was
just
gonna-
establish an inference. It would establish a general claim.
So I mean, you generally have to refer to history so that way you can
Okay, so you
make
can't prove it.
conclusions.
Brother has
Well,
never heard of pattern recognition.
Dude,
What does this have to do with
it's-
ICE?
I know
It
it's
doesn't
an
have
angry
it
thing.
doesn't have anything to
Exactly.
do with ICE, but we can switch off of it for a bit, or we can stay on this. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to force the conversation.
I think
but
we're
I
getting
will
into
say,
the weeds.
I
We're
will
getting
s-
into the weeds of
Yeah,
the
let's
ethics
go
I will
back
of
say,
this.
I
to the
will
drama.
say,
Let's just do it.
I'm a fan of realpolitik. I'm not a fan of whatever theory garbage that people throw out that has not been proven in reality, that has never worked, never will work, and is a fairy tale dreamt up by people who sit in their room and don't get any life experience. That's my
Ace.
opinion.
Anarchism is not a political strategy.
Anyway.
Okay, well, why are you arguing
Nice.
it in a political space?
So,
It
since we
is
live
more
in the
so a
real,
class of societal
I believe in the
organizations.
modern
But we'll
state,
get back to
anarchism
public
is
property.
asking to be taken over and eaten by other governments because you're never going to have full anarchism anywhere.
Truth nuke.
we live in a world
Yes.
right now that is a democracy. Okay.
God bless.
What does that has nothing to do with what you want or the ethics of what the state has. So let's get back to ICE.
I agree.
Okay. The issue that I think that a lot of people are wanting to discuss: what standards are we holding ICE to, and why are these standards not being enforced? And is this going to continue to keep happening? Because if we're going to sit here and argue he should have gotten out of the way, she shouldn't have run into him, and we all can't even agree. I mean, a lot of people who see, me included, full disclosure, I think he could have gotten out of the way and there was no reason to shoot her. And you've even agreed, Andrew, since you are trained, you have better trigger discipline than this officer. You would have gotten out of the way. You would have de-escalated it. The police are trained to de-escalate. The local police, I mean. The local police are trained with better trigger discipline. So there is clearly a standard here that is not being upheld for ICE. And
Well,
what standards?
that's yet to be seen.
What standards
this
should we
is-
be holding ICE to? What
Well-
standards should ICE be held to? Do you think?
Well, let's assume that the standards in place are the correct standards and that all the criticisms are being levied. The criticisms that are being levied against the officer are all correct. Then what is happening is not a failure to uphold a standard, but a violation or an infraction against the standards, and that would put the officer in a position of accountability for their own actions, which I am not against. So
Okay.
I mean, it's worth a review. It's worth a review. I think one factor that's not being considered is that what is the scale of ICE operations, and within that scale of ICE operations, how many of them are resulting in these situations, these
Well,
specific
so far there's
situations
been
of
2 other people that have been shot by ICE since this incident. So there's clearly an issue here. So
I think an
I mean,
important
the actual
conversation is
numbers.
what this standard should be, and I'd say it should be a
that's not
universal standard, and that should be
Wait.
non-aggression. But
You have to look at, if people are shot by ICE, you have to gauge that by how many ICE operations are there going
Yes.
on. How many people are in ICE? Yes, that actually that sounds pretty high, but you actually have to ask yourself, how many ICE operations are going on at the same time? How many people are involved in those operations? When you look at the police officers, you ask how many shootings per, like, how many traffic stops they're doing. So then you could just figure out, hey, is this like out of proportion for like normal law enforcement operations? Because there's shootings in every law enforcement, some amount of shootings in every in law enforcement, right? On average,
Yeah.
right? But the question would be, is it disproportionate compared to how many shootings police are going? That would be what
That's
I'd
not a question. That's not a judgment against the tragedy against what happened. Against Renee. Like, we're not saying that. It's statistically within parameters. So Renee is not a big deal. Like, that's not the statement being made.
Yeah, no, I actually agree with that. I think that's a reasonable point, because when we look at systems in general and how they're applied, you have to look at macro and micro level effects to get a determination about whether it's good or not, or effective or whatnot. So that's why when I started this off, I didn't say I disagreed with ICE entirely. I just said I think that this specific example just highlights that there definitely could be some areas of training to work on within ICE. So.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
were
and it's worth
there were-
reviewing if it is a failure on training.
Well, no,
It's
there
yet to be determined.
were definitely failures here. Whether or not this guy gets off for this guy, I thought this guy would not necessarily be convicted in a court of law. However,
He
there are
should be.
multiple failures right? I don't think he might be, but I think it's
No, he
not that likely.
he absolutely
so.
should be.
Yeah.
He
It's
absolutely
possible.
should be.
How do you know?
I just want to say, even if
I give the reason why I thought
I'm
that,
back.
but the point is that there were multiple failures here from the going behind. He goes behind the car, right? So that was definitely out of heist protocol. Well, not he walked in front of the car. That people seem to be debating that, but he definitely walked behind the car. I think everyone agrees on that. That's out of the ICE protocol. And he did shoot multiple times after he had fired the first shot. So like, there were a lot, and there was miscommunication between him and those two officers who were approaching the car. So there were multiple mistakes here. I think almost everyone would agree on.
And this lack of protocol led to the death of an innocent American who did not need to die.
A mother
Which
of
is what-
three, mind you.
Yeah.
And this
there was
guy might have even had
nothing
the
wrong.
training.
I think the point in contention is if she was innocent or not.
This
I-
guy might have had the training,
Okay,
but he's
that's not
clearly
true. Even if it wasn't, the shooting wasn't justified.
he is
He definitely
clearly
did a bunch of things wrong.
he's making
Yeah, she's
things
not
personal.
innocent,
He
I
has
mean,
his phone out, holding it up, and just taunting back and forth with a civilian on the ground.
They called her a fucking bitch
That's
after
that-
they killed her.
Even
They
beyond
popped
that, just
a
holding
cap
his
in her
phone out.
fucking skull and called her a fucking bitch.
Polonium even mentioned earlier
And
that
this was
for
clearly a
security
personal
training,
thing.
for security training, you don't have your phone out, and it's clear that him having his phone out, it compromised his situational awareness to where he was put in a position where he could have gotten hit by the car. But if you watch the video, what everyone's seen the video, she is not moving towards him. So he did not have the environmental awareness to make this decision, and that should be his, and that's
Taken
his
into
responsibility.
He was in her
That
path.
is taken into account. What do you mean? He
was in her
front of the
Say,
car.
okay, say
Then
okay.
he should have
the
gotten
walk
out
in
of her
front the car
path.
thing.
Just get out of it.
Pause it, with the cell phone video. Pause at the moment before she starts backing up. If he had not moved from that position, he would have been directly in the way of her path.
Why do you
He
expect
was
so
moving
little?
to
Why?
the right at the same time as she's backing up into him, which is the closest path out of the way of her car, and he still gets hit. It seems like it's just in the hand.
Stop
Could have also been
throwing
the
red
head.
herring.
No.
You
Stop
take
throwing around
your
red herring.
you take your
Okay, it's a red herring.
officers
It's a
for
red herring
for
because it's a what if. It's not a real thing.
Not a
Because
what
that's
if.
the case. You just
We're
said
talking
what
about walking in front of the car.
no
Walking
no
in
no
front of
no
the
no
car.
no no no
It-
no
reverse the footage.
The
What if
Aurelius
she reversed it this time?
Aurelius
What if she did this? This is a red
No,
herring.
not a what if. I'm not
Aurelius.
even saying what ifs. I'm saying
Aurelius.
okay.
Do you want
Yes.
officers who are trained to dodge danger?
I would say it's
Potential
good. They
danger.
aren't obligated
Okay.
to.
I
how
need
like
to.
the victim
So
of
let's
mugging is
work
not
on-
obligated to
let-
jump out of the way of a bullet.
That's so fucking
That's
stupid, though.
what
Why the
he's
fuck would you ever
hired
say
to
that?
do. He's an officer of the law.
Is he obligated
Yes,
to jump out
it
of the way of
is
the
hi-
bullet so
yes,
the other
he
person doesn't
is.
shoot?
Yes,
What are
he
you talking
fucking
about?
is. Yeah, because he's
Why-
an officer of the law. That's what he's trained to do, is analyze the situation.
I would suggest the other person has the obligation not
what
to
if he
shoot them.
missed? What if he missed? What if he missed? Answer
Okay,
me
what
that.
if he missed?
It was a neighborhood.
Who
with
would it have
people
hit?
all
Who's
around
to
in their
say?
yards.
Who's to say? Maybe it hits a 3-year-old
He has an
in a different
obligation
car. Who's to say
He
who
has
it
ob-
hits?
He has an
Yeah,
Right?
he's responsible for
It's
what is
not
beyond
worth
his
the
target.
risk.
No,
She's
hold
not
a
a
minute.
danger. She's just trying to escape.
Hold a minute. You two don't have your terms right. One of you is saying one of you is using fault. Aurelius, you're using fault, and Alec, you're
I'm
talking
saying
about
obligation.
responsibility. Right? No, yeah, I get what you're saying. But
I'm not trained and I
don't
could do
care what you're
better.
saying.
I'm
You're
not
just saying
trained and
fault.
I could do better. That's the problem. Fuck
Right,
them.
like Alec, you're saying the fault. Would you agree that the fault was on the woman for driving off in the first place? Like generally, like she
No.
probably shouldn't have done
No.
that. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I guess you
I
do,
think
do
most.
disagree on
I think
fault,
in
yeah.
most. I think a lot of us, if someone was walking up to our car with a mask on and a gun out, I think a lot of us would try to get the hell out of there, which is what she was.
Especially
pulled the
knowing
gun
what
out
ICE has
Ice.
done.
She started
She
driving.
was iced. Wait, what? That doesn't apply. She knows that they're iced.
think that's
So what?
He only pulled the gun out as she started driving.
Oh well, we know it's the mafia. Listen, guys, no. We know it's the
saying-
mafia. We know it's the mafia. We should just do what they say.
No,
We know it's the
based.
mafia.
The state is a gang of thugs.
Pause. I'm gonna explain what the fuck I said.
Guys, you
okay?
know the
No,
mafia will
I'm gonna
kill you if
explain
you don't do what they
I said.
say.
Stop. I'm gonna explain what I said, okay? What
Uh-huh.
I mean when I say that they knew that they were members of ICE, what Spunk Dude Deer was saying made it sound like that these were like random strangers, that there was like an actual like thought that they were criminals, right? That's not the case, right? They knew that they were federal agents, right? But like that's just it. That's it. It doesn't justify anything. I just want to make sure that we're not like trying to add a layer to this that there isn't, right?
These people
Water,
have been
I didn't
involved in
say-
like, anti-ICE protests for like weeks, and they were like involved, and so like they knew that they were dealing with ICE in these circumstances.
No,
That's
it's
what
because
they
the
were
officers
doing.
identified themselves. They were talking to them earlier. It has nothing
Can
to do
I-
with any of these other things you're talking about. These are
Can I
all not
clarify my
relevant.
point? Can I clarify my point?
Sure.
I'm not saying that she was like, oh my god, this guy's gonna carjack me. I'm not saying that. But if you saw the other videos, there were the guy that shot her, and there was the guy next to him who was trying to get into her vehicle. They were trying to
She got
force her
there,
out
Alec.
of her vehicle,
Soup.
Yeah,
and she was trying to leave.
That's
She was-
it's quite reasonable to panic in that situation. But go ahead.
For the person driving, yes, I would say so. And then, again, he wasn't being fully aware of his surroundings, and he wasn't trained correctly, and he shot her. I think I think that her trying to
Do
leave
you
the
think that
area was
accurately
completely
describes the
reasonable.
facts of the situation?
1,000%.
Like all relevant facts?
Nobody's gonna know the facts except the people who were there. But from what I can see, I think that what she did is a perfectly normal thing that anyone would do. I know I would if I was at a protest and the cops were trying to pull me out of my car when I didn't do anything wrong, and one of them has a gun out. Especially after
okay,
what I
if-
hear. That's ICE. No, let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish.
I
If
thought you were. It's delay. Sorry.
It's okay. If I know, I've heard the things that ICE has been doing to people. I'm at an ICE. I'm protesting ICE, which is my right to do, and I'm in my car, and then an ICE agent with a gun and another ICE agent come up to my car and attempt to remove me from my vehicle. I'm gonna leave too. I'm gonna try to get the fuck out of there too.
Jeez.
Okay, that's what I saw in the video. I don't know what you saw in the video, but there was the angle from the outside where you see the two agents, and then there's the angle from him where, again, for someone who felt like he was in danger, I don't think calling her a fucking bitch after you shoot someone in the face is a reasonable reaction to almost losing your life. I don't think the way he reacted seemed like he was in any danger. Okay?
I
That's
want
what
to say
I'm
this. This is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer, but please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not do what this lady did. Pennsylvania versus Mems is Supreme Court case law, which says that an officer can order you out of your car
Clearly.
at
ICE
any
is not
time
an
during a
officer.
traffic
Clearly,
stop.
They're not officers.
He's an agent of the state. He's an agent of the state.
on the
Go on.
spot.
ICE?
No, he
executed
didn't.
on the spot,
No,
so
the
I
other
agree.
guy. No, the other guy, the officer who tried to start opening her door. He's ordering her out of the car, and she
Was that an
instead
officer or
tries to
ICE?
start to flee.
That's why I told
He
my
instead-
audience.
They're all federal
She
agents. Guys,
instead
it's
tries
semantics.
to
It's
start to flee.
semantics,
This
yeah.
is fleeing and eluding, which is either a misdemeanor or a felony. In
Aurelius.
which
Well,
case
that's
you'll
why I told my audience, do what it
Aurelius,
takes to
do that.
survive. I told them that.
But
Like,
ICE
these
is
guys
not-
are
Don't
fucking terrible.
do that.
ICE cannot.
Jeez.
ICE does
Do what
not
it takes
give
to survive.
lawful orders.
Like,
they are not.
if you have to
a
obey,
peace
then
officer.
obey. Okay? Do what it takes to survive and protect yourself. Oh, Remnant's here. Is Remnant wanting to come in?
ICE is a law enforcement agency to my knowledge, right? Am I
Yes, they
crazy
are.
here?
Yes.
So I assume that if they are, well, not they have you can argue jurisdictionally, like all
We
sorts
gotta
of
let
shit.
Remnant in.
But if they give an order to someone, they do have the capacity to arrest people and tell people you have to follow my orders. They're a law enforcement officer, and I assume, and I'm not a lawyer, but I assume fleeing and eluding is generally a bad idea from the legal perspective. Maybe you think it's good for them, but
They need
that's
consent.
not a crime.
They need a consent for entry to to property. Okay, they were
No,
trying
but
to enter her
Pennsylvania
vehicle.
versus MEMS, it's to drag her out of the car because Pennsylvania versus MEMS applies to law enforcement
What was she
officers,
doing?
including federal agents. No, a cop can order you out of the car for any reasons during
It
a lawful
wasn't a
traffic
cop.
stop.
It was an ICE agent.
There has
No,
to be a
if
crime.
Okay,
any law
but that's
enforcement
fine.
officer, please do
Listen,
not
Aurelius,
try to
that's-
leave.
Aurelius, that's fine. I agree with that. Fine. An officer
Yeah.
can force somebody out of their car at any time for any reason. That's fine. What I'm not fine with is the
Under the law of the
punishment for
United
not
States.
complying being execution on the spot. No.
That's not what
that's
he was
bad.
shooting her for.
Yes, it was. Yes,
Do you
it
think
was.
that's do you think his defense lawyer, when this goes to trial, is going to come up and say, you know, this man was just a good old law boy and he just decided to take it in his own hands and shoot her for trying to flee the scene? Or do you think he's going to say,
No.
I was in fear for my life and I shot her because she presented a deadly threat to me?
Of course he's going to say that, but my point is he should not have been in even if that's true. Let's grant that. He was in fear of his life. Hold on.
Can I ask this question?
We're almost there.
Okay,
We're
go ahead,
almost there.
sorry.
He was in fear of his life. Let's grant that. Why? Read the fucking situation. You're trained for that, or you should be, right? Why are you excusing this? Even if you assume
Wait, who's
that he is
excusing it?
hold
Who's
on.
excusing it?
I'm almost done. Even if you assume that he's completely innocent because he thought in his brain hole, okay, 85 IQ, I guess, but in his heart of hearts, he thought that he was in danger. Fine. I can accept that. Okay? What I can't accept is that that was a member of ICE. ICE needs to be better, or else they need to not be.
So this is not he should be charged with murder. This is he should be set on administrative leave or fired or any of the other sort. Yeah?
No,
He should be charged with manslaughter.
Is that
I
what
will
you mean?
say
Go to
manslaughter.
court,
No,
and all the evidence should be
yeah,
presented.
Manslaughter is reasonable.
No,
Manslaughter
but like,
is absolutely
And
reasonable.
yeah,
Alex, the point
fucked
right now
up.
is he should be
He
put
fucked
off
up.
duty. He should not be a law enforcement officer for this. Yes?
For the moment, yeah.
And why is the federal government
Alex.
hiding him away and
Alex,
like
sorry.
not sharing evidence with the state?
Because you don't
What is that?
give a man up for public execution before there's any investigation done.
Public execution?
Well, the federal government has already apparently decided. Many federal
You mean
prisoners
like
have
they
apparently
said 10
decided that he's
laws?
innocent and everything. He did everything correctly. So I think that's more concerning than whether or not they're sharing with the state. Like when
Yeah.
you have your top.
This doesn't go to trial. That would be a
No,
little
no,
change.
they're not. The people in charge of the investigation have already made a clear determination and are not saying we're going to wait for an investigation to make a determination. So
Can I let me
I'd be a
let
little
me
more
ask
concerned
another,
about that.
Can I ask another quick question then? So what authority do you believe that ICE has? Because from what I understand, their authority is limited to they can detain people that they suspect or have been given authorization to deport, like an illegal immigrant or something like that. I don't believe they have the right to detain someone who hasn't committed any kind of crime.
Look at
what
Pennsylvania
crime-
versus MIMS.
What is Pennsylvania
not
versus
It's a case law. It's of the Supreme Court of the United States. It allows an
Right, we're
officer
asking what
to
you-
order a person outside of a vehicle at any time during a traffic stop, including federal agents.
Okay, but is ICE
How is this relevant?
Does
How is
ICE
this
have
relevant?
Yeah, not even
does
relevant.
ICE have
yeah.
that?
No, it's
ICE
relevant
doesn't have
because he's
that.
talking about like trying to bring this person
don't
out.
have-
She was doing
that is
nothing.
not their
No, she would have been resisting without violence but if
Aurelius.
she didn't hit anybody, and then she would have been fleeing and eluding. And Rin was
Aurelius.
talking about how he would do this exact same thing. Go on.
Hold a minute.
Aurelius.
So
ICE
he
does
gave
not
her a
have that
lawful-
jurisdiction.
It does. It does through Pennsylvania versus MEMS
No.
case law.
Okay,
No, it
guys,
does not.
I'm gonna go.
Dude, just look it
but,
up.
Hold up.
Just
All right.
Polonium's
I-
leaving.
I'm gonna
Polonium,
be
final
heading out.
statements.
The
So
Fuhrer is
I
leaving.
think that this the Fuhrer, bro. I'm not, dude. What?
Who said that?
The Mossad agent, bro. You wish. What? Anyway, it was nice talking to y'all. This was a great stream. I had a lot of fun, and I will personally give my last final statements. I think that it was extremely unlawful. The guy is poorly trained. I don't disagree with ICE as an organization. I disagree with the way that it's currently ran, and I think that honestly, there's been a lot of interesting discussion and discourse about this. So yeah, keep it real, keep it platinum. I'll see you guys.
Love you.
Polonium has been really
Bye.
good. I appreciate
Love
your
you, buddy.
discussion.
Thank
I am
you,
inviting
bye.
up somebody new if they would like to accept, if they're still here. It says they're still here, Chainsaw Chimera. But in the meantime, Ice bad. Ice is bad.
I mean, yeah, it's illegitimate. It ought to be abolished.
Thank you. Agreed.
Okay, so let me skim Pennsylvania v. Mims really quick here. So it looks like it's a case about the legality of a police officer ordering someone out of their car in reference to the Fourth Amendment. Does that sounds more or
Yes.
less kind of what it is? Okay, so what law was she breaking that ICE had jurisdiction over that allowed them to detain her? That's the question I'm asking. Because ICE is not an officer. They can't just go around arresting people. There's very specific things that ICE can do.
So the ordering her out of the car under Pennsylvania versus Mims case law is categorized as a lawful order. And if you do not follow a lawful order, the crime that they charge you with is resisting without violence. If you just don't follow it. And then when they put hands on, they pull you out for that and they'll say you were resisting without violence, yada, yada, yada. They'll get to the point of trying to escalate it to that. But that constitutes a lawful order according to the Supreme Court of the United States. I don't agree with the Supreme Court of the United States. I just know what it is. I'm not a lawyer. Get a lawyer if you want to have some more legal advice. When you try to flee after they've given you that lawful order to stop, to get out of your car, that is then fleeing and eluding, which to my knowledge is like a 3rd-degree felony.
Okay, but that doesn't give
let me
them
ask a
the right
question.
to kill you, though. Stop you.
No, this was
yes,
just
are-
Rin.
but not
This
kill
was
you.
just about Rin saying that he would do the same thing as her. This is just
Why are
about
they
Rin
ordering
saying she would
her
do-
around to begin with?
Because
she was
present
blocking the
in
street or something.
Okay,
There's
no
no
matter,
blocking of the street. There's
no
3
matter how-
lanes. Cars are going by.
No, okay. My point is,
Yeah,
no
ICE
matter
were
how you
blocking the
slice
street
it,
more than they were when the EMTs arrived.
No.
They were blocked by ICE vehicles, not hers.
no matter how
Sure,
you slice it,
I'm saying, sorry.
this should not have happened. It should not have happened.
Well, the reason why
Okay?
we're going into
So,
the nuance of all these different aspects is because each part of it is a relevant factor into the whole scenario. Yeah, like pie in the sky, optimistically, of course, this was a tragedy, and in many cases,
This is not pie. No. No.
yes, it is.
There's
it is,
so,
because
okay.
in
Listen
order
to me right now.
Because
Listen.
to deal with this, in order to
Listen.
deal with the reality of how this happened, you break it down into who is responsible in various parts of the scenario.
Can I clarify something? Because
This is part of a
it's not
broader
correct.
pattern.
They're not.
Why
so
was
ICE
bro that
ICE
shot
has-
her being huffy and puffy, holding his phone up to these girls' faces
ICE-
and going back and forth with them? That is not part of his job whatsoever. That is
ICE is
just
only allowed
malicious
to-
behavior.
Last
That's
ICE is
malicious
only
behavior,
allowed-
and that for that reason alone, he is fucked. That's why
Well,
they
no,
don't
for
want to
easy-
let him go to
no,
court.
no,
That's why they don't want him to go
Sean,
get arrested in Minnesota.
ICE is only
Sean,
allowed
you don't
to
get it. He's
detain-
he's an intern. He's working for a photography class, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
My
Just a tour.
Okay. My only point is I expect better of my officers. I expect better. Why don't you expect better? Why is this okay?
You keep framing it like we don't. You're extrapolating
Okay.
this one scenario. You're
If you
extrapolating
okay,
this
then
one
what
scenario
measures
out into all of ICE.
Then what measures ought we to take to make this better when it happens again? Because it will. It'll happen again. Trust me.
So
It will. Okay, you know what? I will concede on this one statement that it inevitably will happen again. But
Okay, what should
that
go
is-
differently?
That statement that belongs under the context of scale. Because if a million fucking ICE, like if a million ICE operations are happening a day, I am not surprised by that happening again.
So we learn
If it's
nothing from
happened-
this. We learn nothing. We do nothing differently. Everything's fine.
Wait, do you not understand like per capita? Do you
You're
understand
saying
what per capita?
no,
Okay,
no,
wait,
no.
no,
You're,
okay.
you're saying Nobody should even pay attention to this, or it shouldn't even roll
I'm
into
not.
like how we train our militia, like our
ICE.
ICE militia, whatever you want to call it.
You just
It shouldn't affect anything. Like it's just a freak accident, right? There's nothing we can learn here. It's just a freak accident. There's nothing we can learn. Nothing.
Did I say that?
Okay,
Well,
then
that's what we're
what are
asking,
we learning from this then? How are we carrying forward changes to ICE? Because we can't control random people. Okay? What we can control is a government controlled, allegedly, right? Controlled by the government, ICE is, right? We should have control over that. So how do we change ICE so that this doesn't happen again? Because it did not have to happen like this.
So, in a literal response to what you're saying, I would say like you would look at, all the parts that we dissected that we generally have a consensus on where the officer messed up. Having his phone out,
Okay.
where he's positioning himself at different points around the vehicle at different points in time.
And shooting. He shouldn't have shot.
Okay,
Right?
the problem is not that he shot. The problem is the
What
fact
do you
that
mean?
he shot.
That's what killed somebody.
Let him
What are you talking about?
He was heated up and angry.
Okay, sorry.
He
I'll
had
let
a
him finish.
personal spout with this girl.
Let bro finish. Let bro finish. Shooting the shot was not the problem. Let bro finish.
The problem was that the conditions that he shot, because I do support an ICE officer, being armed with lethal force and only using it when it is appropriate. Was it inappropriate? Generally, I am leaning that it is inappropriate. I'm not going to
Okay.
claim, but that doesn't change that what happened was bad. But that doesn't take away, like, okay, if you don't want officers, I want my ICE officers lethally armed. I also only want them using that in appropriate conditions. So the training that is relevant to that dynamic is, dependent on context. That guy is fired. Future officers are, given more redundant and stricter and more rigorous training that puts them in more high stress scenarios that enables them to make safer decisions in situations like that.
Okay, so ICE is inadequate
blame
right now. Yes?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
It
that.
resulted in this.
Oh, hold
You
on,
agree
pause.
it shouldn't have happened, right? It shouldn't have happened.
Yes, it should not have happened. Yes.
Then then we need to do better.
Yes.
I'll say
Okay.
this.
Scenario.
I'll say
throw
this.
this out there real quick.
I think the
ICE is
officer who
no
tried
good
to
right
initiate the
now.
stop, who tried
No
to pull
good.
her out of the car, was the one in the wrong. Like, if we're talking about like moral culpability for how this really happened, because he was like the initiator of it. Rather than waiting until all of the officers were safe, say like blocking the car in with the shooting officer's car, like saying, okay, trying to get the cops together, hey, we're going to try to arrest this girl, you get in your car and block her in, we're going to try to detain her, take her out of this vehicle. Rather than that, he just gets out of the car immediately as they pull up, and then just starts saying, get out of the car, and then goes up to the car and starts to mess with it. That was probably the most dangerous part of this, because she was a loose cannon. Perhaps he knew about her fleeing in other situations or not.
What do you mean a
but
loose
the
cannon?
dude was
What
the
do you
most in the
mean she
wrong.
was a loose cannon?
He
What
was
do you mean?
he was
She
instigating.
tried. She fucking
Just so we're
ran
clear,
around.
Dude was the
was
loose
there
cannon.
another ICE agent that
She was a
told the
soccer
woman
mom.
to drive off? So you had one ICE agent telling her to get out the car. You had another ICE agent telling her to drive off.
That was
She was
before.
driving
Okay.
off.
In no
Did you
universe
saw
do
the
I
video
watch
where
that
she told him,
video.
like, yo, I'm not mad at you. She was like super chill. Like,
I'm
what are you
sorry.
talking about?
In no universe
She's
do I
driving
watch that
off from the
video where
police. That's
Mrs.
a
Good,
third-degree felony.
Mrs.
Didn't they
Good,
tell her to drive off to get
Okay,
away from the scene?
Not in that moment. When the cop orders you out of the vehicle, that's the one that you listen to. When the cop orders you out of the vehicle, that's
just
Pennsylvania
because
versus Mems.
they don't need
If
an
you don't-
explanation. Just they're ICE
they
officers,
don't.
and
It's
Trump
Pennsylvania
said
versus Mems.
so. So get out.
No, not
Trump
Trump.
said
The Supreme
so.
Court,
Get out,
however
or
many
you
days
die.
ago.
Get out, or you die. Get out, or you
He's-
die.
It's the
Get out, or you
Supreme
die.
Court. Yes, I'm an anarchist. I'm against the
Right?
Supreme
One
Court.
at a
Get out,
time,
or you die.
please. I can't hear everybody at the same time.
Why
Get
would
out
they
or
be
you die.
wasting time going after this girl when they're supposed to be getting illegal immigrants?
Because they
fuck? Yeah,
wanted
she was
to.
she was a
That's the
citizen.
state. The
Oh,
state
they
has the
wanted to.
case
A
law.
whole bunch of shit.
The state has the case law of whenever you want to order somebody out of the car during a lawful traffic stop, you can. That's the state. I'm an anarchist. I'm against that
ICE?
case law too.
Was
Oh, you're an
this a
anarchist. So am
lawful
I.
stop,
Federal
though?
agents. The
You're an
ATF
anarchist. So
could
am
do
I.
it too.
So I say that that's bullshit.
Yeah, but that's the legal
As a
code
fellow
of the United
anarchist.
States right now, and that's
Valid
what they're going to
argument.
follow.
You're
Huh?
making good arguments, Alex. That's bullshit. Good argument.
It
So wait,
is.
I got a question. I got a
Why
question that
should
I've
I
been
respect
wondering
that?
for a while.
Dude,
I
I
got a question that I've been wondering
okay.
for a while.
If you're what you're okay, let's provide as much benefit of the doubt to ICE as possible. ICE is great. ICE is icing on my cake in the morning. The blood that runs through my veins. I love ICE. Okay, this still shouldn't have happened because I expect better of my law enforcement. This guy should have been able to read that situation and notice this person's trying to flee. Not to kill me. Not to kill anybody. She just wants to get out of here. Okay?
Okay,
So reading that...
That's not the major mistake.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Reading that, do I pull out my gun and shoot to kill? Probably not. Probably the fuck not. Okay? I
Did she
think
have
that's
an
a bad
obligation not
idea.
to run him over? To not hit him at all?
How are you going to hit
She's
someone
not-
when you were
No,
pulling
no, no,
away from
yes,
the direction of
yes.
the target?
She's not a trained fucking
Why are we trying
personnel
to
of the
dance around it?
government.
Guys, this
No,
They
but did
are.
she have an obligation not to hit
No,
him at all, not to drive
expect
into him?
better. Why do you take such low fucking fruit, dude? Expect better
Does she?
from your betters.
Yes or no? Does she have the obligation not to run into him?
Why are we trying to dance around the question? Aurelius, yes, she does have an obligation, and she didn't. Boom. It's that
Okay,
easy.
good.
This is not a hard to answer question. Let's just answer
She's
it.
a citizen. She's
I know.
not
Yeah,
that's the
trained
thing. I don't think
personnel
he
of the
believes she has
government.
that obligation.
What
She just
I'm saying
no.
is that even by his argument, Alec, that we're still right here. We're still right. Me and you are still right here, even by his argument. Yeah, she didn't hit him.
I don't think he wants to bite the bullet.
Okay, so
So
death
wait, I
penalty
have a
then.
real-
Death penalty then.
What are you talking
I
about?
have a quick
Death
question. I
penalty.
have a quick
Why are
question,
the
if I might add.
extremes? Like, Jesus.
On
All
the
right,
spot.
let Chainsaw.
I want to throw it to
Chainsaw the
Chainsaw.
question.
So the idea is that. So my question is basically, we already had someone on here earlier say, "Sorry, I'm a little flustered. Not my first time doing this kind of thing." Someone here said that what ICE did when they were telling the woman to get out of her car was a lawful order, because apparently, if it wasn't a lawful order, that means that they were investigating something. Now, this is something that I've been. Oh my god! For the last few days, all I hear from many people that are trying to excuse the murder is that ICE was there for a specific reason. And I don't just mean they were there because Trump put them there in the blue state because fuck blue states and fuck blue cities. But why were they there specifically in that neighborhood? Were they investigating someone? Was there a evil illegal migrant that was about to brown up the white neighborhood? Like, why were the ICE agents there in the first place? That's something that I've been wondering for the past week.
Fair question.
According to JD Vance, they're going door to door. And that's something I wanted to bring up as far as the standards, because you've got to have higher standards than any police force has ever had in this country if you're going to start going door to door.
They want to aggressively detain and kidnap free travelers of that enter the United States.
Sovereign
To
citizen.
specifically address
So
the
basically, they had no reason to be there in the first place.
Well, that's the thing. So specifically, Chainsaw, your question is relevant, and that is pertinent to the context of what happened with Renee, and that the answer is, I don't know if there is an answer that is publicly available. The assumption, and we do have to be careful about these assumptions, because if the opposite is true, then the situation is a lot more grave than we're all initially under the impression of. But the assumption is that they are in the middle of an active investigation of some kind. Now, if that is not the case, and if it's possible, like, that would be relevant
to the context, the relevant to the overall assessment and judgment of the officer's actions, that needs to be made available to whoever is involved in the final judgment of the case. But for the sake of the conversation, it does need to be determined, are we operating off of the assumption that the ICE are in fact in the middle of an active investigation, or are they not? And we cannot do anything but make that assumption based on the context of ICE being present doing something in the public.
What could she have possibly done? What is she guilty of? What do you
Resist the order to get out of the car
Theorize
under
for me.
Pennsylvania versus
Well,
Mills.
wait. Again.
What was
So
worth
we just
killing her
established.
over? What was
Yeah,
worth
so
killing
that's
her?
what I'm
Was
getting
she a
to.
deep state agent? Was she like you trust them so much, so you must trust the fact that they felt the need to kill her. Like
So
who
even
was
by
she?
this standard that we already established that they might be there for basically door-to-door check-ins, that still doesn't explain why the ICE agent thought it'd be a good idea to have her get out the car. And more importantly, just so we're clear, he told her to get out the car after another one of the ICE agents told her to leave. So he already effectively Renee Good had the permission to leave. She was in the process of leaving, and the ICE agent that shot her, Jonathan, whatever his name, Goodfellow, I guess, thought it'd be a good idea to shoot her while putting himself in danger, even though she was literally avoiding putting him in danger in the first place because she was driving away and turned away from him after he already walked in front of her, and not
So
only
in
walked in
Pennsylvania,
front of her, but walked in front of her to the side of the vehicle and then shot her 3 times in the head.
under
So
Pennsylvania versus
Kill her
Mems, she
dead.
was not free to leave after she was ordered to get out
Okay,
of her
wait.
vehicle.
Sir, you've been studying Pennsylvania v. Mads all night. Hold on.
I
You've
don't
been studying Pennsylvania
okay.
v. Mads all fucking night. Hold on. Let me get this out there. Okay. In that court case, do the judges agree that like someone should be killed if they don't agree with that order?
No.
Okay.
No.
So we agree that at least
Okay.
there's unauthorized use of violence here, or like there's not unauthorized use. Actually, yeah, unauthorized use of force.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
attacking the tangential narrative that the contradictory orders, she was free to leave, she was just trying to escape
Okay.
or everything else like that.
Was
But
Sure, but
she
even
a
if we accept that,
Hold on.
yeah, it doesn't.
Let me ask you a question, a very simple question. Was
Yes.
she a threat worth killing? Yes or no?
using deadly force, technically, under the legal framework of the
Technically-
United States,
No, I'm
and
asking
using
for
deadly
just,
force
just
against
be
the
human
officer.
for a sec.
Yes.
Just be human. Can you do that?
I'm evaluating this as a jurist.
You saw the video. You've seen her as a person. You know she's a mother of 3. Okay? So let me ask you again. Just try to use your human brain. Ready? Was she a threat worth killing? Was Mrs. Good, okay, a threat worth killing?
That question is flawed. The question is fundamentally
That's like a
flawed.
moral question.
It's
How
not
is the question
really.
flawed? How is the question flawed?
So the reason why the question is flawed, you're asking I think we all agree.
This is a
that Renee
very,
should not have.
very
Let me
just a
finish.
simple
So
question.
she's not.
Let him finish.
Should not have died. Renee Good should not, or whatever her name is, should not have died. But that
Okay.
doesn't change the dynamic of the fact
So
that
she did. Okay,
we
so she
have-
didn't
let me
do
finish,
anything.
Let him finish. Let him
finish.
finish.
Let me-
Alec, let him
we have
finish. Let him finish.
law enforcement that operates with lethal force. We give the state in various capacities and various roles lethal force. And so in the circumstances where a someone should or should not have died is not like a carte blanche, judgment or accurate critical assessment of how law enforcement is enabled to operate under the law in the US, under a
Okay.
federal capacity. Like that.
What you-
Yeah.
So no
Should
no
not have
Good should
died.
not have died. Renee Good should not have died. But that doesn't to say that use your human brain.
Okay.
Should this mother of 3 have died is not a actual critical assessment of the context of this ICE agent enacting authorized lethal force.
But
That is
no,
not-
Okay.
they're not.
Wait,
the problem is
authorized
that,
lethal
the problem
force.
is that
Wait.
we're- hold on, the problem is that we're all saying that it's not authorized use of force. That's what we're all saying.
I
think that's the
disagree.
discussion.
No,
is actually
there
the
are
discussion
there
is
are
if you-
people here saying that that was authorized. That was fine.
Okay, here's what I'd suggest. There are two incidents that I would like to break this into two incidents. The officer ordering her out of the car and starting to like try to get her out, putting his hands on the car, try to get his hands inside and everything else like that. He was the first aggressor in the situation. He was
Okay.
the one that broke the obligation that he had not to put everyone in danger, basically.
Okay.
He was the first criminal. And then she, in trying to avoid this criminal, put someone else in danger for their life using
Who?
the deadly force of a
Who's the
vehicle.
someone
The cop
else?
who ended up shooting her. The law enforcement agent who ended up shooting her.
They're all part of the
She
same
put-
team. They're all wearing the
But
same
they're
uniform.
individuals. They're acting
Don't-
individually.
No,
Court
no,
cases
listen,
aren't about-
no, hold on.
They were acting
They're
as a
all,
collective
hold
group
on.
that were basically stalking these
Collectives
women.
don't act. They're just individuals
stop.
acting.
They're all wearing the same uniform. Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
no,
so you can assume that what one of them wants, all of them want, right? That's a
They
reasonable
don't all
assumption.
have the same ends.
Wait, they
Yes, they're all wearing the
They
same
don't all have the
uniform.
same ends.
Bro,
Okay,
they gave contradictory
what's the point of a
instructions. You
uniform?
can't
What's the hold on?
can't-
What's
wait, you
what's
can't
the point?
assume that.
What's the point of a
Alec, you
uniform?
can't-
What's the point? What's the
The point of the uniform is so that they have the magical different standard from everybody else when they can use force and not, such as ordering you
They're
out of the car.
supposed to be
not
a
magical,
team.
for Christ's
They're
sake.
on the. This is fundamental humanism. Just try to bear with me, my comrades. We can get through this. Use your ape brain. When people wear clothes that looks, just hold on. When people wear clothes that look similar on purpose, it's called a uniform. And when people of the same uniform, when one person of a similar uniform does a thing, you can reasonably assume that anybody else wearing the uniform is gonna approve of that thing and follow along with it, right?
That's guilt by
That's
association.
just
okay.
Frontal lobe usage, right?
No, that's guilt by association.
No. Oh, my
It's not
bad.
guilt by
Never
association.
mind.
Assume
Uniforms are
that the
useless and
point
don't
of
mean
that-
anything. My bad.
Uniforms
My
don't
bad.
mean anything.
Please continue.
Why does ICE have uniforms in the first place? Why does ICE have uniforms in the first place? And
Because
why
they're
are
on the
ICE
same
uniforms
team,
different from police?
doing the same
Yeah, no,
thing.
that's what I'm saying.
Association.
Exactly. But here's but why? What makes those ICE uniforms different from cop uniforms? It's because they reflect what? It's because they're there in the name of what? The federal
Association with
government.
the
They
ICE.
act
Yeah.
as the federal government's arm.
The reason I brought this up is because I said if a couple of ICE agents are unreasonably and unlawfully detaining somebody, and you see other ICE agents as well on the field, you can assume they're all trying to accomplish the same thing, right? So
Okay,
even
so
if the
in that
specific, hold on,
respect-
I'm almost done. Even if the specific ICE agent that was supposedly the one that was almost run over, right? Even if that one was completely innocent, did nothing wrong, they were on the same team as the people who did do something wrong. And she recognized that. That's all I'm saying. They were on the same team, wearing the same uniform, etc.
Okay, that would be guilt by association.
Are the other officers also share the same amount of responsibility as the same person who pulled the trigger?
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Actually,
I don't think that's how.
If-
I'm
when
asking
you
I
have
think,
one
yeah,
person,
I think, okay, I
no.
think it's worth investigating. I think they're all implicated. Yes, they're all implicated. Correct.
What? Wait,
Why
if
are
you
you?
don't
Why
put
do you have collective
in
guilt
the
for these
criminal
people?
I didn't
court-
say
in a criminal court. the guy
Okay,
who
let
pulled
me
the
ask you
trigger-
this. Let me ask you this.
Alex,
Let's
that's a
okay. You
civil
know the
court.
Bloods and the Crips.
Sure.
Do you?
Yes.
Okay.
I just heard
Let's
this.
say that one Crip decides to go out and murder 10 people while wearing the Crips
Okay.
uniform and holding it up. And I don't know the Crips. I don't know anything about them. I'm a white as fuck guy. Okay.
I forget which one's red,
burned
which
in
one's
10 minutes
blue.
of sun.
Crips
But
are
let's just
blue,
say, for
Bloods are
instance,
red.
Yeah,
let's
Bloods
just
are
say,
red
for
'cause
instance,
they're-
that some gang, okay, some gang somewhere, like some members from some gang decides to murder 10 people and hold up the gang sign, and no other gang member comes out against them. Right? What are you going to assume about the gang? What's the
Gang
assumption?
supports it. Gang
It's got a
supports it.
murderer in it.
then they're cool with that, right?
No,
Yeah.
They're
no,
cool
it's
with that.
that
They're
the
cool with having a
entire
murderer.
gang.
No, here's what I'd say. The only guilt by association that's legitimate is conspiracy. So if the cop who ended up shooting her yelled at the other cop, "Hey, detain this lady. Hey, arrest this lady," then he is communicating conspiracy to detain her. If he doesn't do that, if he's not communicating that, that other officer acted on his own. If you have a dude hire a hitman to kill his wife, that dude's also a murderer. It's conspiracy to commit murder. But if some guy just kills his wife and he's just like, yeah, that lady should have died. I'm happy about it. He's not a murderer still. I mean, he's a terrible person for thinking so, but he's not a murderer. And it's the same in these other situations. Conspiracy is the only legitimate guilt by association.
They're
Everything
all
else
on the
is
same
illegitheate.
team, though.
It's
What's the
irrelevant.
point
Yeah,
of
and that's
their
just guilt by
uniform?
association.
No,
It's
because here's
irrelevant.
the problem that you just brought up. Here's the problem that you just brought up. The issue now isn't that they all have to say, okay, we all agree that this guy shot a woman. It's now that this guy shot a woman, but you also have other members of the ICE agents who were there trying to deny aid to that woman. The fact that they denied aid to that woman now has the entire group implicated.
They
And
called
the
her a
fact that they
fucking
lied
bitch.
about giving aid to this person when their ambulances or health professionals were coming
EMTs, yeah.
15 minutes away only enforces more guilt. And that's not
Actually,
even
wait.
going on about
They called her a fucking bitch.
Yeah, Alec, I have a question for
person
you.
did.
You're
The
a
person who
medical
shot her.
practitioner.
All right, I gotta
Hold on,
head
hold on,
out.
hold on. We have a
All right, good
oh
night.
wait, hold
All
on.
right,
Hey,
bye bye.
Y'all have a
hold
good
on,
one.
who's heading out?
See
Who's
ya.
heading out?
You too.
Aurelius. Aurelius
If you
is.
want to say any last words before you head out.
I hope y'all have a beautiful night. And I hope that y'all stay curious. See ya.
If you as
Thank
well,
you. You
Aurelius. Good night.
too.
Thanks for stopping
Bye.
by.
Thank you.
All right, who is speaking?
So I was gonna ask you, Alec. You are a medical practitioner. What is your oath that you have taken? The Hippocratic Oath. What is it?
Hippocratic Oath. Do no
Yeah.
harm, take no shit. Something like that.
Pretty much. Okay. So do no harm, take no shit. Okay. When a physician was on scene, he offered his services to the lady who had been shot. He said, "Hey, I'm a physician. I want to give this lady some medical attention. I want to see if she's even alive right now." The ICE agents around them said, "No, we're not going to allow you to do any sort of medical shit here. No, we're not doing that." Do we think does anyone on this panel agree that that was good?
No.
No.
Okay. So then we would agree that those agents are guilty in some regard because they let her bleed out when there was a doctor on standby who was willing to do some sort of operation to help her, right?
Yeah,
They didn't-
that's a better argument than all the arguments I've heard about the cops being guilty for various things, right? Like that's an actual in terms of actual criminal liability or civil liability, right? Like the fact they don't allow someone to provide care unless there's some sort of reason that they need a special doctor that they can put forward to justify why they wouldn't let some other doctor take care of them or some liability question. Yeah, that's a better argument.
Okay,
they're
real
an
quick.
insurance
Smug
company. Gotta get their
Congolese
insurance
warlord
doctor out.
Voronok.
Yes, can I ask Gunther and basically anybody a simple question? This might be a hot take, but I know plenty of people from many countries who are involved in law enforcement type things. And one thing I noticed is maybe this would be a strange thing for you, but has any of you considered that maybe standing in front of a car was not the best idea for the man?
Yeah.
He wasn't standing in front of the car. He already moved before the car was even
Oh,
moving
no.
itself.
So
He
initially
shouldn't
he
have
was
been
in
in
front of
that
the car,
position,
and then he
right?
was moving to the left of the car. He stood in front of the top left of the car, and then when the car started moving, he moved out of the way.
I'm just
Well, it is.
saying.
Wait, hold on. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You sure?
No, you go. It's just fine.
Hey, you haven't talked in a minute. You can go.
Yeah, you go.
Are
I've been a
you
yapper.
sure?
Yeah,
I've been a
yeah,
yapper.
go ahead.
You go.
Okay. So I will say, because I have seen so much footage of like it's not even like they're not even trying not to laugh, but they're like so many like compilations of like dumb people, and these dumb people are the people who are stepping in front of cars or not moving
Mhm.
from cars or doing something. So therefore, I have to say, just because I do not necessarily like violence. I prefer like peace and prosperity among everybody. So I think both were in the wrong.
Namaste.
I think both were in the wrong because there was like some context that apparently she was trespassing or whatever, and she was getting fussy and stuff like that, and then like she was acting impulsively, which I can say that was not an appropriate way to handle it. But at the same time, I also do not think that the ICE officer did the right thing. And I don't, who said it, I think it was Polarium who said that it should always be a last resort to use a gun when it comes to situations like that. He could have moved out of the way, and he could have most surely not have pulled his weapon. That is something that I cannot, like, I can't fathom. Like, I think
We
it's
agree. Thank
terrible.
you.
And it's just, I don't know. I mean, I'm just like, again, I'm a very peaceful person. I do not enjoy any sort of harm or violence toward a specific person. I believe in peace in everything and everyone. So that's just my take on it. But if anybody is willing to have a rebuttal against what I said, then go ahead. I'm listening.
I actually can I ask a quick question to anybody here though, because I got some information earlier. I just want kind of cleared up, I guess. I was told that the woman who was shot by some people, they were saying that she was, abusive to some children that she had with her wife, I think it was, I guess some lesbian or whatever. But
Mhm.
she was saying that, no, not she, but it was being said that she would like, like
Put out
throw
cigarettes in their
like
arms
the
and shit.
throw the cigarette, like throw the burnt cigarettes at the children and like put the burn marks on them and everything. So
Is
there
there
are
a
people
source for
claiming.
this?
I have no idea. PR has been
But
told this.
okay,
but,
sure.
I've
What
heard
does
it
this have
before
to
though.
do with?
But hold on,
Yeah, what's your point?
What's the bottom line here? What's the point?
like
Yeah,
I'm
like
just
what
curious
was
like,
the
if
point?
this information is true, like because like at that point, I mean,
Even if let's say
If
it
it was
is
true,
This is
yeah,
this
if
is
it's true, it
completely
doesn't matter.
irrelevant.
I mean,
completely irrelevant.
you're talking about the partner. There was something about the partner being involved in that, but that would be completely irrelevant to the legal questions in this case. Maybe some like
Mhm.
cosmic justice people care about that, but
Like the
Yeah,
ICE
sounds more
officer
like
who
a
killed her did
Snapple fact.
not know that. There's no way he knew that. So it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
irrelevant.
that kind of reminds me of how people were talking. We're just gonna quickly defer back to the Rittenhouse situation. One of the big
Yeah,
things
please.
that many Kyle Rittenhouse fans at the time were trying to laud was the fact that one of the people that Rittenhouse got was a pedophile, and that yeah, and then that pedophile deserved to get shot. Great, whatever. It was irrelevant to the case over whether or not what Kyle
There's
Rittenhouse did was
so
right or wrong.
there's
No,
so
you're
many
absolutely
layers
right.
to
Just
that
add it.
one.
No,
Like
no,
Rittenhouse
you're
is
right.
honestly one of the most interesting and layered cases of all time because I do
Wasn't
think it was
Hold on, as
self-defense.
someone who was Blue Lives Matter, okay, as someone who saw it, okay, and a Destiny fan, it's a cherry on top, okay. The guy fucking attacked the guy, he had his hand on his gun, and a kid shot a child predator. That's
Was
fucking
it
amazing.
self-defense? Yes. Should he have been there? No. Is the guy he shot bad? Yes. Do I feel
the
that bad
guy
for
wasn't-
him? No.
Excuse
Do I
me?
support the fact that that happened? No. Like it's so layered.
I do have
Yeah,
one
but
more
like I
question.
said, I only brought that up because of how irrelevant the point about the abusive spouse is. I'm not making light on abuse. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that we're not talking about whether or not this one woman's wife or this woman herself was a abuser. We're talking about whether or not an ICE agent was justified in literally unloading 3 shots of bullets into a woman's skull. And I'm saying it's not.
Is it
Go
is
ahead,
it
Percy.
okay if okay? I was just wondering because we keep talking about like an individual situation. I think because I'm just kind of curious. This debate is live, yes, as in like is it
Yes.
streaming at the moment?
Yeah, yeah.
It is.
Okay. Okay. I was
Hello,
just wondering
chat.
because like, uh, I get a little bit nervous when it comes to that type of stuff because this is like my first time doing a debate like this.
Dude, you're
But
doing amazing.
so what? Okay, I'm trying to think about what the initial rubric of the rubric. Oh my gosh, what the initial topic of this was. I know that one of the topics was to include this situation, but we were just talking about pro and anti ICE, correct? Like,
Yep.
as in the regulations, the system, the like whether or not they should exist, that type of thing, correct?
I think they were both kind of looped in as one discussion.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
I
it's been back and
I was
forth between like whether or not that should have happened versus should ICE even exist in the first place.
Okay, I was just asking because I do kind of want to go back onto that topic because talking about like one specific thing over and over and over again, like trying to reason and trying to say like this guy should have did this or the woman shouldn't have done this or the man shouldn't have done this. Like at this point, it's like going around in circles and it's at this point it's driving all of us insane because we just keep talking about the same thing over and over and over again. So maybe we could just switch the topic to
Sure.
just
I gotta
ICE
beat
overall.
that dead horse
bring
until
somebody
it's
else.
alive again.
Damn straight, brother.
Beat the dead
Oh,
horse.
I thought it was beat the dead horse until it's tender enough to be dog food.
Listen, if it wasn't breaking ribs, okay, you weren't doing it right.
I believe in you. I'm right. I'm always right, and none of you are ever always right. Just be always right like me, and we won't have any problems. We don't have to argue anymore. Just agree with me.
Whoa.
But
And then we're good.
I'm a
but-
liberal.
And we're
I'm
good.
always
Is
right,
it-
okay? I'm
but is
always
it-
right.
Just agree with
But
me.
is it okay if we could like switch and talk about just ICE in general because I feel like
You have
just going around in circles is kind of like it's
Hello?
just I don't know how to explain. Hi,
Yeah, real quick.
how are
We're gonna
you?
let Connor introduce himself, and then
Yeah, go ahead.
discussion will continue.
we
Hey,
were supposed to do introductions?
I didn't know that.
Just a little
but
position.
yeah, pretty much. I would say that I think that with ICE in general is that in an ideal world, I think that you would have the state and local law enforcement enforce immigration law, but whenever you have state governors and also local governments pretty much encouraging illegal immigration with things like sanctuary cities, then I think that the federal government has the right to intervene via the Insurrection Act.
You think you can
That's
invoke
awesome.
the Insurrection
Thanks for
Act
coming
this?
in. This will spice things up.
Always the
Yeah,
sanctuary.
thank Lord.
boy.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear this.
I do.
Well, I
do
mean,
have
hey,
a
we got off the
question, though.
topic. Go ahead.
I-
Chris.
yeah,
Hold on,
Sure.
I have a quick question for this gentleman. Are you a Trump supporter?
Okay.
Not particularly, actually. I'm not a big fan of
Okay.
Trump and everything.
Oh,
Like I
interesting.
think
Okay, yes.
Interesting.
like I would say that my position is like if what's it called? Like if Trump is like I haven't been updated too much about the Epstein stuff. Like just that I saw
Oh,
well
he's
the
guilty
Epstein
as
what's it
shit.
called?
He's going
Well,
to hell.
what's it called?
Okay. S-
Well, I think that hell is a different story in general, but whenever it comes to the Epstein stuff, if he's guilty of all this stuff, I think that he should be impeached and all that. Like I'm morally consistent in the sense of like it's more of whether it actually happened rather than like a moral thing, I guess is what I'm getting at. Like I do
Yeah,
think that
so-
there are very bad actors in the government in general and bad actors in the
I
US
agree.
too.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt.
so-
just really quick. I'm gonna
Okay.
hop out, but Gumball is anti-ice, so I guess they can take over
Okay.
my spot.
Sounds good.
Okay.
We'll bring Gumball
All right,
on, and
see
Gumball
y'all.
can introduce himself real quick.
Bye.
Thanks
I
for
am
the
going
convo.
to-
You guys are awesome.
I'm going to
Adios,
miss it
liberal.
because I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So I'll be right back. Gumball,
Okay, yeah,
go
let's
ahead.
take an intermission here.
So,
if you wanna.
Connor.
guess
Take an
I'll take
intermission?
his
You guys want
place.
to take a? You guys want to take a fiver?
Say
Yeah,
that again?
I
Sorry.
mean I'm fine. I
Here, yeah,
I'm
what
probably
we-
gonna only
what
be
we-
here for like 30 minutes, but
Wait, I didn't.
Okay,
I didn't hear what he had to say. What did you say, Alex? Sorry.
Are we
take a
continuing, or
5-minute
do
break.
you guys want to take a break?
I guess
Because
it's up
I'm going to take a break
everybody
regardless. But
else.
if you guys want to continue without
Yeah.
me, that's fine.
We.
Oh yeah, I mean,
What are you guys thinking?
we can talk
Yeah, I'd
about
like to
something else
continue.
until he comes back.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
and then we can
All
have
right.
Percy
Well, I
ask her
guess.
question. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll
Okay.
reconvene at
So
half
my.
of the hour.
Okay,
Okay.
deal.
Wait, hold on. Wait,
Okay.
how long is this debate gonna be exactly? Just
Until I'm bored.
can-
Until I'm bored. It's been very exciting up until now. So until I'm bored.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So gotcha. Okay, so this debate is just gonna. Okay, got it. All right. Now I
Forever and
understand because
ever.
I thought there was gonna be like a specific time frame, but okay, now I
Oh,
understand.
no.
Thank you.
That's lame.
Okay.
I'm an anarchist.
Okay,
Rules.
so, Connor, so my question is, like, you were talking about, I don't necessarily know about, like, what you were talking about. I was just kind of like, my brain was a bit slow at the moment. But I will ask you this. So when it comes to ICE or whatever, are you pro, anti, or neutral with ICE?
I would say that whenever we say pro an organization, I think that I would generally be pro to the extent of that it does justifiably uphold the laws and maintain social order within a country. Like for example, I'm not going to say that ICE or any political apparatus for that matter is not fallible. Like in the sense of like with any country, I agree that there's going to be bad actors within that system. I think the premise of the matter is how we structure said system to prevent bad actors, but also like whether it is intrinsically wrong of what we're doing. And I think when we talk about ICE, and hopefully that answered your question, I think the primary distinction between both views is that you have one side that is not only anti-police, but also they don't think that illegal immigration is necessarily a big deal. But I would say under my view is that I do think that you need to have a level of respect of the authorities, and I do think that the authorities need to uphold the values of a country. But I think generally, whether it's legal or illegal immigration, a country has responsibilities to maintain social cohesion in its own country, and that countries historically that do not do that fall apart.
Okay. All right. Now I understand your perspective. Okay. I'm glad that you said that. Okay. So Gumball, introduction?
Okay, I typically am just not very in favor of what ICE is doing. I think it's largely expensive and efficient, and it's not even the best way to deport things. He's got very low things. All they're doing is getting them and then bringing them to a different facility when they could have just brought them to the courts. And I generally think that the police power should be left to the states rather than the federal government and its own police officers to do things. This is in line with other actions of the Trump administration.
I have a question for you, Gumball.
Sure.
If you're saying the ICE is functionally inefficient, are you against the mission that ICE has been, created for, or are you against the mission itself?
What do you mean?
Are you
I
like,
think that
do
the
you,
system we
so
had
like,
before to deal with the asylum seekers and slash illegal immigrants, whatever they are deemed to be, was better. We should went with the border bill over ICE.
Boy, based.
Well, there's a difference between like someone who has legal asylum and then people who are seeking asylum and
Yeah,
then
but
are waiting
most of them
for
are
asylum.
claiming it. It's like a
Huh?
67% of the people crossing claim asylum. So you had to rule that out.
I
But they have to be
why it's
granted.
taking so long.
No, they still have to be granted asylum after the fact, which is still at the
Yeah, but you had to
government's
hear them
discretion.
out, is what I'm saying.
I actually have a good. I want to bring up a point, and this is actually more of a neutral point. And I think this is fundamentally why there's going to be a divide in the country when it comes to ICE, but particularly illegal immigration and the whole bigger issue at large. Is I think that the country, particularly, is going to be divided between the urban and the rural areas. And the reason why is a lot of the rural areas have primarily trade jobs and stuff like that, while the cities are primarily college educated people. And I think that the problem with illegal immigrants or immigrants in general is actually the fact that a lot of immigrants, particularly if they're from Mexico or countries like Somalia, when they come to inner cities, pursue lower paying jobs. They take lower trade jobs like manufacturing, for example. And the thing is that that actually benefits the inner cities. It benefits the inner cities because it will bring more people to the cities to find job outlets. They will help build different things. They don't need to pay them that much, and people can pursue a college education. However, the rural areas that specialize in that labor pretty much have to abide by the US code and regulations that we see. However, the cities can profit off of them and expand their influence just a lot. And they can also take that, they can also still take the tax dollars from the rural areas so long as they're part of the federal United States. So I think that the drive between the urban and the rural areas is why we see such stark conflict with ICE and also illegal immigration in general.
I hardcore disagree. I think that people in rural Wisconsin talking about illegal immigration is like the most unbelievable thing I think I've heard in my life. Like this is what people are actually voting over is crazy. I live in rural Michigan, and I heard it all the goddamn time about illegal immigration. You know how many illegal immigrants are in Michigan?
A lot.
No, no. We can
How
pull
would
up
you
this
know?
map for you.
They're
I
undocumented.
fucking live here. How the fuck would I know?
Well,
I
when it's-
live
undocumented.
here.
They're
the funny thing
undocumented.
is, the funny thing
Hold
is,
a minute, you're hold a minute. So if we're gonna go by, they're undocumented, so you can't know. I fucking live here. I see these people. I'm around the
Oh, yeah.
fucking town all the
So you
time.
so do you
Fucking
know
hell.
someone's
No, if you hold a
no,
minute,
do you
pause.
know
Pause.
someone's citizenship
No.
status
I
when
let
you
you
see
go on
them?
your
Wait,
rant.
can
I
you
let you go on your rant.
wait,
Okay, I'm gonna go on
let him
mine.
talk real
Okay.
quick.
Jesus.
So that he can make his point through.
If you're gonna say that they're undocumented, so we can't know, the only way that we would be able to know is through eyewitnesses. I'm an eyewitness.
No, that's not how
I
that
don't
works.
fucking.
You
Well,
you
then
have
keep
to,
on.
you
How
have
many?
to.
I let you. I let you finish
all
your
my
whole fucking
you're
rant.
not,
I let you
you're
finish your
not
whole
Okay,
fucking
hold
rant. I let you
up.
finish your whole
Hold
fucking
up.
rant. Holy shit.
Somebody.
Oh my
okay.
gosh, dude.
We gotta let. I think
Yeah.
it was Water who was talking, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
Water.
Yeah.
Finish. You have 1 minute.
Jesus Christ. This is all I'm trying to say is that it's not a big issue. And like I don't know what metric you would use to say there's a lot of illegal immigrants. That's it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Who would like
so
to follow up? Go on.
okay, so my response to that is that just reaffirms what I said is you don't think it's a big issue. But even what we see with the U.S. House Judiciary Committee is that they found that per illegal immigrant, what they do is because they pursue lower paying jobs is they take $60,000 per illegal immigrant. And you can see the formula in the report. It's the sum that goes out to undocumented immigrants divided by the ones that we know. And when you say that, oh, you're an eyewitness, just because you're an eyewitness does not mean like it's evidence. Sure, it's testimony, but whenever you do that, you have
I
to
think the
audit
word you're
people.
looking for is anecdote.
Yeah, pretty much is that anecdotal. And as I said, you might know some who are, some who are not. I'm just saying that that's why we audit things and we try to find people's records and stuff. But some of these people don't even have records. We don't know how many illegals are in the country.
My response
Sure,
to that
and
is
hold on,
Let
hold on,
him
hold on,
respond.
hold on.
Let him respond. Let him
So,
respond.
in defense of Waters' point, and Connor, I'm actually pro ICE.
I'm
The
to
point
defend my
that
own
I
point.
gleaned from that Waters' initial statement was that there's a huge influence on the way people vote based on the topic of illegal migration, or all the adjacent topics on like legal immigration enforcement and ICE. And then he made a statement that there was not, based on his own testimony and his own eyewitness account, there wasn't a geographical relevant impact to why the people in his area should be voting. And now you're
Oh,
making
okay.
a point
Is he-
against you're making a very elaborate and long statement against something that isn't relevant to the fact that, like, where he is, there aren't a lot of geographical illegal immigrants, and yet is still a heavily influential voting point.
Well, still, and that's why I'm saying I think it's a factor, and I'm not too sure about his particular community. I'm not gonna like hone in on his specific community. I'm just saying is that I think that primarily is that there is going to be a distinction with how we do money. But as I mentioned earlier, is that I have a problem with mass migration in general, primarily because it changes how we vote in elections drastically. And I think that if you even value, let's say, even leftist or even communist or whatever value system, is that depending on the country that you import people from, is that once they get citizenship, they're going to just vote you out because they have more kids than you.
Okay, but
Okay,
if
yeah. So
more
this is
people.
what we're really
Okay,
getting
I've
to.
I've heard
What
Okay,
it
this
wait, wait,
really
wait,
argument
wait.
means.
before.
Okay,
This
this is
is
what we're
very
really getting to.
dangerous.
It's great replacement
So
theory.
what
Yeah. So
ideals are you
in my
referring to?
community,
Like,
okay, there's like one
Islam.
immigrant. He's legal. He's from fucking Guatemala. Okay, the
So,
guy's
like,
a
for
legal
example,
immigrant. No.
okay,
There
so if
is
most
no.
of
There
the
is no in my
people,
community. There is no need for this. Like,
so if
it
most of
doesn't
the
exist. I can
people,
just tell you the details of it. Like,
so if
Jesus.
most of the people who live here are Islamic, would it not follow that then like the overall value system would represent Islam?
Well, if hypothetically, yeah, my point is that you don't
Okay,
need a
well,
majority to
what's
be
the problem?
influential in a country. You
But
don't need to
you
be a
can
majority to influence a
but you can
country.
argue. Okay, so you just are Islamophobic then, is what it comes down to.
Well,
What on earth?
what's it called? I don't hate Muslims as people. I don't like their ideology, just like how you're capitalist phobic or whatever.
What about their ideology do you not like?
The fact that the Sunni Muslims like Daniel Hakikachu justify child marriage and the age of consent in Iraq
Okay.
is 9.
Do you hate people who justify child marriage? Is that a group of people that you
No.
hate? No, it's not.
I don't
Why
hate
not?
them.
Why not? A lot of people would say they
I
do.
I would say that I think that, well, that goes into my Christian view that we're all sinners and that you can seek
Knew it.
We're all
salvation even though you
sinners.
sin.
So what
Yes.
kind
Oh
of sin
God.
is child marriage equivalent to? Like lying, or like
Um,
eating the
Great.
gingerbread man before Christmas? Like
I
is
would
that
say
is that similar?
I would say it's great.
Huh?
What?
Well, I'm not sure if you're streaming, but I would
I
say
am.
that someone who marries a, well, yeah, YouTube TOS. I'm saying that pretty much it would be the equivalent of grape.
No, YouTube TOS is fine. You can say that word on live.
Oh, okay,
But
okay, that's cool. But yeah, rape. I think that it's rape to marry a child.
okay.
Well, I think
Then-
actually,
then-
sorry.
then a lot of people would say that
Marriage-
No, I
marriage-
gotta.
So
It's
what
not
are the
correct.
child what are the what's it called? The consent laws in many red states again? I'm pretty sure it's actually below 18, isn't it?
Yeah, true,
Well,
true.
Well, sure, you can even make that argument. I'm not appealing to red states as a infallible standard.
No, but earlier you were talking about the fear of how immigrants would come into the country and then use their power and their reproductive success to overtake the native population and change the voting metrics. Yes.
So yeah, well, yeah, but I think that if you asked your typical Republican, like, they're not going to support child marriage.
And if you ask your average Muslim, they're not going to support child marriage. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends
Yeah,
if they're
you
Sunni or
are.
Shia.
You do
Yeah,
know
no,
that.
we're talking about Sunni, right? We're talking about Sunnis, and from my understanding, Sunnis do not support child marriage.
Yes, they do. If
Yeah,
you bring,
and
if
the
they're
Okay, you know
majority
what?
of Muslims,
I'll
if I
meet you in
remember,
the
is
middle.
Sunni.
Okay, I will meet you in the
they're
middle.
consistent.
If there's a
Okay.
Sunni Muslim who wants to come to the United States, he has a child for his wife, then we shouldn't let him in. Boom.
Well, I think that whenever that's just an example of like what
I
I'm
know,
saying.
I know, and that's my compromise on that. Yeah, if they
And
have a
what I'm
child wife
saying-
or a child fucking spouse, boom, don't let them in.
Well, this is what I will call even the leftist or even Western dilemma, is that the fact is that
Oh
even
no,
the
he's
idea,
the thing.
well, is the idea of human rights in general is very unique to Western values, particularly after the Enlightenment. And whenever you have different cultures, like let's say even like in East Asian cultures that are highly collectivist, that are based off of Confucius philosophy, that are even more patriarchal than the West, is that let's say that you import a bunch of Han Chinese people, is that they're going to have different standards that you disagree with, and they're going to get you out of here too.
I don't think
This
you.
is not
I
true.
don't think
That
you've ever actually
makes no
talked
sense.
this
Have you
process
ever
Just
like
throw it out there.
rural America,
question
yeah.
question real quick? Have you ever like tried to talk, like just talk it out? You know, like have you ever like tried to just converse with somebody and just hash out your disagreements like we're doing right now?
Like what we're doing right now?
Like exactly,
Like what we're doing right now?
like
What?
I
He's doing it right now.
disagree with
I'm doing it.
the sentiment that like just because your values are different means that like you guys have to be at each other's throats.
That's a
You know what I mean?
I think that's like a straw man
When it
of like
comes
my
down
argument.
to it, Christians and Muslims are so like similar. Like, what do you?
They are true.
What are you talking about, bro?
Absolutely true and based.
MAGA
Do you
is
know what's
literally
going on right now in the
Americanized
United
ISIS.
States when it comes to the Christian when it comes to Christian canon at the moment? is that much of the Christian canon, that much of the hardline Christians are trying to do everything that they can to do what you claiming are the Muslims are doing in the United States. You
Okay,
have a
so
high increase of Christian nationalism, and many of these Christian nationalists are also overlapping with ethno-nationalist values, and many of those ethno-nationalist values are overlapping with maps.
Okay,
So
so
you're
actually,
whining
so
and
wait,
complaining
oh wait,
about
so wait,
Muslims.
I need to address this point because this is the interesting thing is that even when you get into the ethno-nationalism, which I disagree with, is that pretty much after the Civil War, you had the what's it called? The proliferation of the theory of evolution, which the Ku Klux Klan did take from it, and race realism, which I disagree with. But a lot
They
of
didn't.
also yeah, they
See,
did.
this is what. So I just want to throw it out there real quick. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I have to say this. So I'm a paleontologist. We're the people that are all about dinosaurs and evolution, and
Oh, I
as
think
such,
yeah,
we have
duh.
to also have to look up some history involving evolution. The thing about that you're trying to bring up involving eugenics is that it has nothing to do with evolution.
I
And not
didn't say
only does it have
eugenics.
nothing to do with
You knew I was
evolution,
there.
but when it comes to the Klan and other Christian groups, they do not really like that evolution stuff. And if you look at like what Hitler said in Mein Kampf, he despised the theory of evolution because he considered the theory of evolution to be some sort of Jewish plant that was meant to equate humanity with the common animal.
That
So
wasn't my
you
argument.
bringing
What are
up
you
the
on about?
Klan and evolution is insane.
Hold on,
Yeah,
I don't know what the
that
fuck you're
wasn't,
on
that
about.
wasn't,
Like Hitler also
that's
believed in like animal rights. What are you talking
well,
about?
no. So this wasn't even my point that I was going to bring up, and I do find it funny how you kind of like automatically went down this line of reasoning because I wasn't going to mention the Nazis and try to say that they are leftist liberals or anything like that.
No, I just wanted to add that there because of the overlap.
Let me finish, bro. Pretty much is that when we talk about evolution in general, the reason I bring that up is because yes, as I said, people cherry pick what they want to justify their ideology, and this even happened with the humanists of the turn of the what's it called, the 20th century. Too, like even Margaret Sanger, particularly with Planned Parenthood. You can also find with other humanists that I can find, and I can give you names if you wish, but they did take evolution and they said that it was, what's it called? It was nice or it was loving to do things against people who are less genetically well off. And that even goes into like the ethics of euthanasia, where particularly they said that there were some people not worthy of living, and that's why even Margaret Sanger believed in a lot of birth control, is that it was fueled by a sense of racism that was empathetic in their view. I don't think it's empathetic at all, but I'm just explaining where these movements came from.
Yeah. Quick question: when was abortion allowed in the United States? Real quick, like the modern version of abortion. When was that?
The modern version of abortion, well, it depends because like if you're talking about like the administration of mifepristone and mifepristone, it would be relatively recent because like for example, the ultrasound wasn't discovered until like the 70s. But if you're talking about like abortifacient drugs have always existed, and under state laws there was regulations even before the Civil War against abortion.
Yes, but I'm talking about like after. So the abortion that I'm talking about, when it comes to like Planned Parenthood and whatnot, which is what many people like to link to Margaret Sanger. Planned Parenthood came about in the 1970s. Margaret Sanger was around back in what was it? When was her time? Like the 1920s, 1930s? Yeah,
1940s.
exactly. Now, here's the problem with that. Margaret Sanger was not a fan of abortion. If you actually read up into it, and I actually did this recently because I was also one of these types of anti-SJWs that were all like, "Oh, well, Margaret Sanger was also an evil eugenicist."
That wasn't my argument.
Well,
That wasn't my
no,
argument.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just thinking about how I got to the subject. That
Yeah,
it
and
turned out that Margaret Sanger was not really a big fan of abortion. She called abortion, if I remember correctly, one of the biggest ills that a mother can have. So you're bringing up Margaret Sanger and social Darwinism, which is what you referenced.
Well, no, here I need to address this point because Margaret Sanger, the reason why is that if you look deeper into her writings, is that she opposed direct eugenics policy. Like for example, like she believed that blacks were an inferior race, which is crazy to even say out loud. But like basically, is that she would not favor the things like the Nazis where you have concentration camps. She just recommended that people who are black birth control be administered to their communities and then they stop having kids. And this was actually also true for poor
Oh, you know,
Irish
just
whites.
euthanize them all. That's
Well, no,
fine.
I think both are evil. I think all are evil.
What is even
I
the broader point here? How did we get here?
Stop them
Well-
from
well,
having kids is all. Like they'll just do it themselves. They don't want to have kids.
What the fuck are we on
If
about
I
again?
remember correctly, we got here because he was trying to what was it? He was trying to separate the differences between Christian nationalism and what he viewed was a Islamic takeover. Then he brought up evolution. I brought up the fact that I'm a paleontologist that knows a thing about evolution. Then he brought up Margaret
I'm a
Sanger.
biologist. I also know a thing about evolution.
I hate to be that guy. I feel like you picked like the least important thing about what he said and used that. Like I think it's more important to talk about like the difference between Islam and Christianity was like the main
I
point
do
of contention there.
Yeah,
I
my
do have
my
some
main point
input.
was. Oh, sorry. Here, yeah, you go ahead. I've been talking.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to say because mainly, I have done a lot of, or as much as research as I possibly could in a week. Well, no, not even a week actually. I've been kind of procrastinating on some things. But with Margaret Sanger, I'm actually kind of surprised that you're aware of some of the stuff that like Margaret Sanger believed in, because there's a lot of people nowadays that have no idea who she even was and what a Planned Parenthood was meant to be and what the origin of it was. I'm actually really shocked, and I admire actually the fact that you understand that. That's all I was gonna say, Connor. I'm actually like really shocked, and I'm glad that at least somebody understands that.
Well, yeah, I
And
appreciate that,
verbalizes it.
but pretty much, I mean, you can also
music
what's it called?
plays.
Yeah, emotional music, but like pretty much.
Sorry, I didn't
mean,
mean to make it sound emotional. I was just saying that,
But-
it's not every day that you suddenly like hear somebody talking about Margaret Sanger.
I mean,
It's pretty common in Discord.
I think. Well,
To
I
be
think
fair,
that,
it used to be pretty common during the anti-SJW age.
well, I think I mean, I think that particularly is that if you're going to have an argument, and we can bring this back to the Islam and ICE and Christianity or whatever, is I think you need to understand the history of any society, whether that's like, for example, like you can use a historical example, like let's say that you agree with communism, anarchism, or whatever, is that
It's
you can look
me.
at like you can look at like the Black Army during the Russian Civil War and try to gather information and do like a case study of like why you think that worked or why that didn't work. But what I'm just saying is that particularly, and back to the point of illegal or legal immigration, is that whenever you just allow people in, I think it's a sense of what's it called? Trying to be empathetic, but it disregards the population or values, traditions, or culture of the country that you're in for like some form of progress that just gets eroded by a culture that disagrees with you anyway. Like I think it's literally just suicidal.
Right. So that's what
This just makes no
since we're
sense.
coming back to this to the root. Quick question. What philosophy? I don't just mean just general religious values, but like what philosophy do you think that Muslims that come to the United States believe in?
Well,
Like what
Muslim,
values, what beliefs, what structures?
well, Islam primarily is going to be in
No, I
Abrahamic.
didn't say generally Islam. I mean these people that come to the United States. What do you think they believe in themselves?
It depends on the country that you're talking about.
It would depend on the person.
No, it would
Yeah,
depend on
but
the country, but
no,
generally
it would
speaking, you can
depend
go
on
by
the
the country.
person.
Well,
People
you can
flee
make
countries all
normative
the
claims
time.
you can make a normative claim about a country's culture.
Yeah, but if they're
Do
leaving
you
that
think
culture,
everyone
then there's something
follows
to be
the
said about
same
that
culture,
person,
though?
right?
What? What'd you say?
Do you think everyone follows the same cultural standards?
What a dumb
No,
question.
that wasn't my question. Claim. It was that if you have a culture or society, like for example, the Carthaginians, even like way back in ancient times believed in child sacrifice, and you're gonna be like, well, this one might be different. I'm like, 9 times out of 10 they might believe in burning children alive. So I mean, like, I don't think that, like, generally you should be like welcoming them in open hands unless they've demonstrated that that's not what they believe. But that's not even substantial to the leftist or the
Right. I guess
pro-immigration
that was
argument.
a generalized question. I mean, in modern day, the people that flee from these Muslim countries and come to the United States within the
quick.
last 20 or 30 years, what do you think
Real
they
quick.
believe in?
Real quick, we're gonna
Islam.
wrap this back around to ICE somehow.
Thank you. I was okay. I
Right.
was,
You
I
know
was
what?
about to
Never mind.
mention it if you didn't. Thank you very much.
Yep. So, what did you want to go, Alec?
I can. I think ICE is bad
Okay.
still. Nothing's changed my mind yet.
So, wait, when you say ICE is bad, like, you're coming from that from like a anarchist perspective, though, that pretty much regardless, ICE is going to be bad, though.
I don't know what perspective you're looking for, but I can explain
Like
it.
anti-police.
I just
like you're just
not
gonna be
even
anti-police.
necessarily just anti-police. I mean, that's part of it, sure. But even from a perspective of, like, even if I were a liberal who supported the police, I'm like for the boys in blue
Hey,
or
that's me.
whatever. Yeah, even if I were water, a spineless liberal, like I
Yeah.
could still come to this conclusion where it's like ICE is out of line. They should have that guy who shot that woman 3 times in the face should have been able to read the situation better and responded more appropriately. That's
a
all there
different
is
statement
to
than
it.
ICE is bad.
And in the first place, I don't know that they even should have been there harassing her. I don't know what she did wrong to deserve them.
So let's actually go
do
through the
have-
situation.
oh,
I
sorry.
think that you're good. So pretty much, I think any situation or loss of human life is going to be traumatic, even or bad, even in the situation. However, I think that genuinely speaking is that if this person is in front of a car, regardless of your position, and the person hits the accelerator, is that we are watching this video from our own screens, and like even the normal human reaction time is going to be like 0.2 seconds. Is that the situation that you're in and the reaction that you have is like, this is why we've had laws since the 80s that like in even I think in Minnesota, is that if you are under the impression that someone is going to cause you grave bodily harm or cause your death, is that you're allowed to respond in with force.
Wait, but the issue is, right, when you look at the video that the neighbor took, he's not in harm's way. He's out of the path of the vehicle. The only way
No,
he
he's
would have
not.
been
The
able to
vehicle hit
shoot,
him.
the only way he would have been
No,
able
the
to
vehicle
shoot,
did not hit him.
the only way he
Yes,
would have
it
been,
did.
the only way,
No,
I'm
it
literally in the
didn't.
middle.
Yes, it
So,
did.
You've seen the
vehicle
video.
hit him.
the only way he
We,
would have been
everyone
able
on
to
this panel has
shoot.
watched the
Okay.
video.
He was
analyzed the
enough.
feedback to hit.
Okay,
I was in the
here's
middle.
my thing. Even if you want to argue that he was in the path of the vehicle, he is a trained officer of the law, tasked with protecting the good of the public.
That's actually not what. No,
And
that's not
so
actually
I
true.
expect
this court
better
case was-
of him. He should have
this
been
court
able
ca-
to get out of the way. She was
So this was
fleeing.
actually ruled.
He should have
no,
been able to
no.
read the situation and see that she was fleeing. Not
Okay,
trying to
so
kill
whenever
him.
you say you don't know
Just
that in
fleeing.
the. That's why I said in the midst of the moment you don't know that. And like when I'm
Then
saying,
he's an
like,
idiot.
He's
Then
out
he's
of
an
the way
idiot.
when he shoots.
Replace
The
him.
only way he was
He's
able
an
to
idiot.
shoot through the window shield.
You're
He's
not
an
an
idiot.
idiot.
One at a
This is
time,
the law.
please. Please,
Yeah, one at a
one at a
time.
time.
That's not how that works.
I literally wanted to finish my statement.
Go ahead. Bro.
Okay,
He's
yeah.
an
So
idiot.
the
I'm
only way he
sorry.
was able to shoot, the only way he would have been able to shoot through the windshield like that is if he was to the left of it, out of the path of the vehicle. There would have been debris otherwise, and he was shot to the side window. The only way he would have been able to do that. Then the next 2 shots, he shoots to the side window, where very clearly he's not in the path of the fucking vehicle. So what you're telling me is he has the time to draw his gun, so he's able to pass the reaction gap, but he's not able to register whether or not the vehicle is moving to the right or the left.
So this is
And
actually.
also,
Let me respond to this
Oh,
point.
wait, hold on. Let
It's
Connor.
No,
not-
keep missing detail. That's all I want to add as a detail. Is that he
Okay,
could
go
see
ahead,
the
go.
lady turning right. That's it. That's it. You see
Okay,
the lady
so
turning right.
this is what I'm saying though. It's that even if you concede that a lady is turning the steering wheel right, that does not mean that necessarily she's also not. It's not mutually exclusive to trying to hit you. Like that doesn't. And because you can still hit
Explain.
someone when you turn. like just like how a police officer can still step backwards and shoot, which as
So
we
what?
see with the video is that officers are trained to do what's known as an L step, where you take a step back and you go off at a 45-degree angle usually. So whenever the person accelerated, is that I think what happened is that the one lady said, "Drive, baby, drive." Is that if I had to say what happened is that I don't know her exact intent, but if I had to be realistic, I think that she was stressed out and shocked and she hit on the accelerator prematurely before she turned. And then the officer had the impression that she was trying to run him over. But as I mentioned earlier, under the law, is that if someone has the impression that you're going to cause them grave bodily harm or injury, they're allowed to respond with lethal force. And to address Alex's point, is that cops are not obligated. Cops are only obligated, and this was ruled in multiple court cases, to enforce the law. They are not obligated to do like heroic stuff.
Okay.
So
Real quick,
if we look at
Op-
but this isn't a cop we're talking
optimistically
about. This is a
pessimistic has
federal
entered the chat. Optimistically pessimistic, the floor is yours.
I appreciate it. Connor, real quick, I probably agree with you on a lot of things, but I just want you to
Can you
dial it
get
back just a little bit.
my friend, can you get any closer to the mic?
Sorry, it's a laptop mic. Can you hear me?
Uh,
Is this good?
It's still
Would it
pretty
be possible if we could like turn up the user volume, like every like?
Even if I
You
turn
can
it up to
individually
200,
do
it's
that.
not that much.
Oh, okay. All right. I was just wondering.
Can everyone else hear me? Can everyone else hear me?
I can
fine?
hear him.
I can hear you,
We'll
but
try,
it just sounds like
we'll
you're a little
try.
farther away.
Okay.
We'll try.
I
Yeah, go
can
ahead, bro.
reconnect if you want me to. But anyways, my idea is basically I think we're talking about things that are like farther along the line. We have established the basics. So Alec, you did bring up a good point, which was you basically inferred that a officer of the law has extra like basically more responsibility to de-escalate. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, because I would ask you, and I would ask everyone here too, if someone was theoretically, if someone was inflicting the threat of violence upon you, do you believe that you have the right to respond with deadly force?
Yeah.
Depends on the violence.
Well, me personally, okay. So, like I said, I'm.
We can
Oh,
start
sorry.
with that. We'll start with that. But like, we'll start with that, and we can get into the specifics, like what that means.
I
But
believe
I'm
there
just
is a
saying, like,
magnitude of violence at which that is acceptable, yes.
Yes. When
Okay,
there was
so
a mortal,
for
when there was a
Alec-
mortal threat to the officer's life, yes, that probably would be
Okay.
justified.
So
Yeah, and
in California and in many states, when it comes to
I'm not talking about
self-defense,
laws. I'm not talking about laws. I'm not talking about laws. I'm just talking about the pure idea of it. So
Yeah,
it sounds like, at least from the two that talked, real quick, and this will help everyone else. From the two that talked, the magnitude mattered. Like say someone comes at you with a knife, or not even a knife. Sorry, say someone comes at you with their fists. Should someone be able to respond? Is it justifiable to respond with a gun? If someone comes
Wait,
at you
depends
with
on
a
how
knife,
big the person is.
No, I think it
I would,
depends.
I would say that
light that
depends.
motherfucker up. Yeah, light him up.
I would say that
It's
depends.
the same size.
It heavily depends.
I'm being
Like,
honest here. Like, it's the same
no,
size.
If somebody's
it's a totally
punching
equal
me,
fight.
if somebody's punching me, I'm not automatically assuming they're trying to kill me. They might be,
Right.
but that's
I see
highly
what you're
dependent on the
saying.
situation. So like, if there's a guy at a bar, and like I accidentally size up his girlfriend, and he's like, "What the fuck's wrong with you? What the fuck's wrong with you?" And he's like drunk out of his mind, and he decks me on the face, right? That's probably it.
And that's
probably it.
I'm
Like
bringing this,
he probably
I'm
just
bringing
wanted
up
to
the
teach me a lesson,
conversation.
whatever.
Yeah.
But
get it,
that's
yeah.
on me as a regular person to read. If I feel like he's still a
And, well, I
threat,
get it, yeah.
first thing I'm going to do is call for
But
help. I'm going to say, security, please.
The
Like, can
reason
I
I
get some
bring
help?
this,
If I'm able to carry a
So
gun, then I might
I just
pull
want to
out,
throw it
but-
out there real quick. Oh,
but sorry, before everyone else interrupts, I bring it
Wait,
up. I bring that
But he
question
was,
up.
but
simply
Alec was
because-
talking.
My
Well,
only
yeah, I'm
point
sorry, I was
is,
interrupting just because I didn't want anyone else to. Yeah.
my only point is somebody posing a bodily threat to me. There's a limit. Like there's a sliding scale. Okay. Obviously, like
scale insolent.
there's a difference between some guy getting into a fist fight with me at a bar versus like an armed gunman knocking down my door at 12 a.m. Okay, there's a
The
big difference
standard is
there. But
Yeah,
is
and that's
the
why I
It's the
say
standard.
severity. It's the severity of a situation. Like for instance, I agree with Alec on this. Like for instance, if a girl came up to me, right, or you know what, hey, here, how about this? Because this is more common than not. A man approaches me or something,
I
and
gotta
he
end
looks like
soon.
he has like the intent to hurt me with a knife, and let's just say I have a gun on me. The obviously the thing that I'm going to do is, yeah, I'm gonna shoot him, but my intention is not to kill, it is to disarm. So I'll shoot him somewhere like in the leg or something like that so that I can run away. I'm not here to like try and hurt the person, but if he's trying to hurt me first, obviously I'm gonna have that type of defense. But my thing is not to try to shoot not a headshot or a chest shot, because that's like that's like instant death. You have like
You
you
aim
have
center
very
mass.
low you have like a very low rate of survival, because there have been obviously people who have survived like a gunshot to the head. Very rare, okay? But what I'm saying
Well, you
is
bring up a
it's
good point.
very
Yeah.
lethal to use a gun, especially towards the head or the chest, and even the thighs, because there is an artery or a vein there
Femoral.
that like causes that stuff.
Okay.
But however, what I'm saying is when it comes to like lethal force, that shouldn't be something that is exploited or be manipulated in a way of saying, oh, it was self-defense, because there's plenty of ways that you can defend yourself without using like absolute lethal force. If
Yeah,
you
I
like just hurt
I
something
disagree
and
with
you
that.
don't
hold
know
on.
it.
Let her finish. Let her fucking finish. Yeah.
Real
I
quick,
like how
real
she
quick.
stopped talking and
Hold
everyone's
on.
like, mine.
Hold on.
Percy, can you please
I don't
choose someone
necessarily
to
like to
respond?
talk over.
Oh, I was
Was
just gonna
Percy? Hold on. Was Percy done or not? After that, I'm gonna speak.
I wasn't done.
Yes,
I
she
wasn't
was
done.
done, but
Continue.
she needs to choose
Finish.
someone to respond, because we're all going to respond to that in different ways.
No.
Alec or
I
someone
need to
just
wrap up. So
conversation.
let's Percy go ahead and finish, and then I'm gonna wrap up.
Okay. So when it comes to lethal force, I do not believe that you should use a gun in terms of, because a gun is meant, it should be meant to defend yourself. It should not be meant to kill somebody. And in that case, with the, like I said, with the ICE officer, his intent was to kill because of the 3 gunshots that happened. Therefore, he was also in the wrong as much as the woman, because she was acting impulsively, so it caused like, an entire stir. I understand that, the ICE officer caused, her, some distress, but at the same time, she was also acting impulsively instead of staying calm. Therefore, yada yada yada. What I'm saying is, do not ever use a gun and kill somebody, when somebody has like a knife or something like that, in an act of quote unquote self-defense, because that is not self-defense. Self-defense would be like shooting him in the leg or shooting him in the arm or something so that you can get away or call the cops.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, hardcore disagree.
Okay.
As someone who's
Okay.
shot
Everybody
guns
stop.
before,
Everybody
it's
stop.
very- it's-
Okay. It's been a great. Hold
order,
on. Hold on. It's been a great debate. Okay. It's been a long time. I think it's been almost 4 hours now. So
Yes.
I am getting tired. We're gonna wrap this up. If you guys want to continue this after I end stream, that's fine. But for the purposes of stream, because I'm ending my recording here, I'm gonna give my final closing statements. I'm gonna give everybody, including myself, 1 minute to finish. So wrap up your argument, whatever you'd like to add, and get your plugs in within 60 seconds. Agreed?
Okay.
Okay.
Agreed.
I'll start, and then I'll just work my way down from what I see on the screen. Timer. I need 1 minute. Okay, so my argument is basically, as far as ICE is as far as ICE is concerned, we don't need it. We didn't need it before 2003. We didn't need it after 2003. It was a reactionary response to 9/11 that ultimately resulted in a lot of problems and not a whole lot of problems solved. As far as the specific situation in Minneapolis, it's tragic. Shouldn't have happened. I expect better from trained officers of the law, and I believe that anybody watching this should also expect better of their officers the people who are sworn to defend us and uphold the letter of the law in the United States. This is not my free United States. We deserve better.
My statement is I support ICE existing as a function if it operates under its intended goal and within the scope of that goal. I disagree that it needs to be dismantled. I think that it does serve a function in the U.S. in this current time that might change as immigration patterns change, and as potentially the organization does serves its intended purpose. Ideally, it would be disbanded due to no further use. And I think that the specific case of Renee Good is a tragedy, and that additional training is necessary to have a better enforcement of ICE, but should not be uh, extrapolated outward onto the rest of ICE as if
10
they are all
seconds.
equally guilty of how the way they currently serve.
Okay. Sean Solo, you can go next.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm Sean Solo. You can find me on Twitter sometimes at Sean Solo. I'm constantly there telling a lot of Republicans and their associates that they are going to prison soon. So if you're into that, follow me there. As far as this ICE thing, I believe they shouldn't be on the ground doing what they're doing right now. Their budget has been 10x'd what it has been in recent years. It's unnecessary. They're not doing the purview of their actual ICE duties. They're not at the borders. This particular shooter is most likely guilty. He was not in front of the vehicle. The vehicle was not intended to attack him. Anybody that has driven a vehicle for any extended amount of time of their life understands that that vehicle would not have been a danger to them. It would be moving at a very slow speed from about this far is about how far it was from the car, somewhere within this range.
10
Wouldn't hurt him,
seconds.
even if it would not have hit him with any great amount of speed. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, Chainsaw Chimera.
First, I just want to say it was a pleasure to be on here, and it's good to see you again, Alec. I usually pop up on his what do you call it, his chat on his live stream. I'm just a viewer. No, shit. I'm so sorry. I'm getting flustered. So as for the ice thing, what we've seen when it comes to the Renee Good situation is just how bad ICE's incompetence and the injustice of the United States has really gotten in order that has produced such a horrid outcome. I've already said my thoughts of ICE is very low and lackluster. I understand that their function, if
10
they were
seconds.
done properly, is okay. They suck. Fuck ICE.
All right, beautiful. All right. Thank you very much, Gumball.
All right, so basically, I think ICE is largely not needed. It's inefficient. It's a federal overreach attempting to use the police powers by the federal government that wouldn't apply with the supremacy clause since it's a reserved right. In regards to what was said about self-defense, if somebody's coming at you with a knife that's a deadly weapon and you have a gun, you don't shoot to maim, you shoot to kill because that is a deadly weapon. If you don't do that, that's you've just chosen the wrong tool for the job. That's like me using a fucking baseball bat to dig up the ground. That's just not the case. And as far as to the shooter, he's unjustified. He's clearly out of harm's way when he shoots, and he leans in to shoot the other two in the side window, so he's clearly out of harm's way with those. So there's no reason for him to shoot, and it's also more dangerous.
Okay, thank you. Ornstein the Skinwalker.
I believe ICE should stay. While in the long run, I believe they need reforms to keep them in check for betterment of everyone in general and to keep everyone safe and have everyone be, well, generally just better in general. They need more training, that's one thing. I also believe the officer was out of line for shooting the person for uh he wasn't in any obvious danger. And yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say.
All right. On God, I love water. You're up.
All right, Alec, thank you for having us on your stream. I think the takeaway from this conversation is that ICE as an organization is not bad. However, there are officers that are not being trained properly, and we're not holding these officers to a high enough standard, and there needs to be police reform. I think that if you're talking to any conservative about anything in the United States right now, it should be about how your fellow Americans are being killed in the streets by ICE agents. You should talk about it until these people are either A, no longer your friend, because honestly, if they can justify this kind of situation, you probably have better people you can surround yourself with, or B, they become your liberal friend instead of your conservative friend.
Okay, thank you. Optimistically pessimistic. You're up.
Well, I appreciate the time. I mean, honestly, I joined it really late, so I can't say anything about really the debate. I would just say that from what I've heard, I think a lot of the discourse and a lot of this disagreement just simply comes from fundamental disagreements, where it's like fundamental disagreements on the concept of like self defense, things like that. Also, like protests and fleeing, like things like that. I would love to be involved in the future. So I really appreciate the fact that you actually go around and like, just it's really nice of you, Alec, to actually go around and like hear everyone out. I can't see much to debate, but I appreciate the time.
Absolutely. Thanks for being here. All right. And Percy, you're last. Save the best for last.
I appreciate it. So this was definitely one of the. This is the first debate that I've ever had in terms of it being live or anything, which is great. I definitely thought that it was going to be a little bit more different. I was a little nervous about how things would go, and I did think that I was going to be talked over at some points, but then again, I don't necessarily stand my ground in terms of speaking, but I did appreciate the debate. My belief is that the gun isn't the evil thing; it was the person that was using it. The ICE officer didn't do the right thing, and I think both parties were in the wrong, and that's my view on it. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Good debate. Good time. Thank you all for coming. I'm very sleepy, so I'm going to log off now. But thank you all for being here and giving us your opinions, even if we disagree. I really am trying to get everybody's input, so appreciate y'all.
We'll sleep well.
See ya.
All right, we'll do. Take care.
Enjoy.
Good
night.
Okay. Okay, I'm done. That was a long stream, longer than I meant. But I was having fun with it, so Who's live? Who's live on YouTube? Nobody cool is live. Okay, well, it's not happening. No raid tonight. It is what it is. Me? You're live? No, you're not. You lie. Not that I can check or anything. Why don't want to let me click on your channel? YouTube sucks sometimes. Go to channel. You're not live. Stop lying. Okay, I don't see anybody to raid into. In which case, no raid. So, we're ending without a raid. Take care, y'all. Have a great night. Thank you all for being here. Love you all. Oh, I forgot to stop recording. Okay, now we can end. That was a long-ass fucking debate panel. I did not mean to go that long, but I was having a good time. I was having fun with it. All right. Good night, y'all. See you next time.